Yeah, let's see if we're even on. We're a little bit late. I didn't know that you could hear that echo. Need to get a coffee. Good morning. Ahoy, matey. Good morning, Jacob. Your wife's boyfriend, good morning. Nick, Binky, Joshua. Good morning, Dougie. Good morning, Mikey the fish. Hells yeah, your wife's boyfriend. Hit Mikey. Sue, good morning. Jeremy, Patrick. Sorry for the beeping in the background. I've got a surprise for you all this morning. You should like this surprise. I don't know if you like it or not, but good morning, Dylan. Burr, baby, burr. Good morning, GP, not a suit, Dejan. How's everybody doing this morning? Morning, Ryan. Jared. J Money. What up? I don't know about you all last night, but I didn't get any sleep. Good morning, Euro Boomer. I got no sleep last night. Good morning, Lucy. All I thought about was the market all night long. We got a lot to talk about this morning. So we're going to get started whether people are here or not. Good morning, Frederick. But we have a lot to talk about. Yesterday, I was asked a question. Well, we'll get into the markets here real quick. I'm going to make this real quick, though, because I need to get this out there, okay? Good morning, Mohan. Good morning, Faison. Good morning, Frederick. Good morning to everybody out there. If you're watching or listening right now, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. I hope that you got some sleep last night. I didn't. I was in panic all night long. Of course, right? Yeah, no sleep for the wicked. All I did was think about market all night long last night. And then I had to play Captain Mom this morning. It was wild. Good morning, Goog. Hells yes, Adam. Good morning. Okay, so I got to get this out real quick, okay? LFG, I agree. We are. And Euroboomer, that's our conversation this morning. That is our conversation. We're going to make this really fast this morning, okay? I want to talk to you guys about some stuff. Yesterday I was asked a question, are you still bearish? And my response was yes. And I've seen a lot of mocking on social media on people with that response, which gives me some pause for concern. If you follow me on Twitter, if you follow me on YouTube, there is some basic trading concepts that I need you to take on as a trader or as an investor that you should always be aware of and conscious of when you're investing and trading. Your Boomer brought up a really good point, and it was actually the topic of our conversation this morning. It's important to talk about this. We're going to make this really quick. This is a lot for a lot of you guys all understand this, but for some of you, you either forget it or you need a refresher, or you get into that mode, whether you're bullish or bearish, and you forget certain things. So we're going to refresh it today, and just to be clear, okay, as to why I said yesterday I'm still bearish. So we're going to make this really quick, okay? And most of you know this, but some of you don't, some of you forget, okay? So if we are in an accumulation phase on stock A, let's say, okay, we go up, and then we move into a distribution phase, right? And eventually there's no more buyers, and we end up selling down. But then we find buyers at a lower level, right? We trade up again, right? We trade sideways like so. Maybe we trade down, and then we trade up like this, right? And we do this kind of a thing right here, right? And over time, we are forming a channel, right? And that channel is up. So no matter where we are in this channel, if you were to ask me, hey, Captain Jim, are you a bullish or bearish here? My response would always be bullish. Bullish here, bullish below, bullish down here. But when we trade down from here, as long as we're staying in that larger channel that we're trading in, I'm bullish, okay? At no time in here am I bearish. And we have to remember that, okay? Now, we have larger time frames that we trade on, and sometimes we do this thing right here, right? But we break through at some point this established trend line, right? And this is when you have a major break. This is when people ask you when people say to you, hey, was there something that took place in the market? Why you're not bullish anymore? And it's because we broke something that's worked until it didn't, right? And the moment that didn't work anymore, I become bearish, right? Until we reclaim this zone up here, or this channel. If we don't reclaim this channel, though, and we start to trend down, right? We break below, right? We start to trade sideways again. We end up breaking below, right? We start to trade sideways again, right? We break below here. And let's say we hammer out a bottom here, okay? Now, this is oftentimes where traders and investors lose money in the market. They lose money on tickers because there is a new channel that we're in down below here, right? Or actually, should put it right here, I guess. I can get that channel even. It's right here, right? That's where that channel actually is. So my point is that until you reclaim, let me get rid of this real quick, right? So even if we quote unquote put a bottom in down here, there's a couple things you always have to remember. One, we sometimes will get a V-shaped recovery. We will usually still come back to retest depending upon how big the break is. Even if it's months down the road, we'll eventually come back to retest. And oftentimes that retest is sooner than later, within the first month, if not at the 3-month mark. It might be slightly higher, but eventually we'll come back and retest. Not always, but when we have a major trend break, that typically happens. The second portion of this is, even though we're recovering off a bottom here, right? Sorry, hold on. I don't know what I'm doing here. Even though we're recovering off a bottom here, this is the bullish context here. I want you to remember that, okay? That this here, this is the bullish context. This is the bearish context. And this specifically applies to a lot of stocks. If you see people get stuck in stocks, we'll start to recover here, and they get uber, super duper bullish. And then we get to this major resistance point and we start to sell down again. Okay, so if you're to ask me anywhere in this descending channel, am I bullish? My answer is no, I am bearish. I'm going to put extra protection on. If I buy this bottom down here, I'm going, especially as I get higher here, I'm going to put even more protection on for a retest down below, right? Or a failure at some point. Now, let's say we get up to this resistance point, okay? In this downward channel, right? I'm not bearish anymore. I'm now neutral. I'm now looking for a break above, a trade sideways to consolidate at the least, and then I move higher, right? So that I can take on a newfound bullishness inside of this market, right? And I'm still going to put some protection on, but not like I would normally, until I get to the where we left off up here, okay? And so this is like super bearish down here. This is bearish. This right here is not bullish, not bearish. It's almost kind of neutral with a bullish outlook, right? And then I'm not going to get bullish again until we are back in that old trading, that trend line, or we create a new trend line and break all-time highs. Then I'm completely bullish up here. I want you to always pay attention to that, because what happens is you end up making a mistake where you're uber bullish, right? And it fails, right? It ends up failing. You still haven't broken out of this break, this major failure that we had. And, you know, a prime example of this is SQ, okay? This is SQ here, and this is a perfect example of a distribution pattern, an accumulation phase, distribution sideways, couple breaks, and then eventually end up selling off deeply. And you can see that you catch bulls in this problem, and they keep buying and buying the dip and buying the dip, when in reality what you're looking for, especially here, right? Right here, you're looking for some kind of a confirmation here that you are breaking past, right? You see the hammered out bottom here, but even now you want to see some form of consolidation and then a move higher, right? I hope that makes sense to all of you out there. I want you to be clear in that, so that when you were asking me yesterday, are we bullish, are we bearish? Because this morning we were at a critical point within the market. And that's the key behind this talk that we're having right now, is because right now inside this market, I want to show you guys something real quick here. Is this yeah, do a fib retracement here. I want to show you guys something here on this fib retracement, okay? And shocker, look where we are right now. We're coming up here on the 0.618, right? This is an important place for us to be trading above here, right? And we're also on this major downtrend line right here, right? We talked about this. You see this often in stocks that are on a decline, right? And we can still trade above here. But the key this morning is that we're looking for a break above. We always talk about let the banks do that work for you at this point, right? You let the banks work for you above here. If we end up breaking above right? And let's say we get a rejection at 4,600, we start to have to consolidate sideways before the next leg up, right? Or if we wind up rejecting here outright, right, this can become very dangerous in here. Squawk this morning saying that they expect low volatility in the market. They expect us to maybe get rejected off 4,600 and then trade sideways, let's say, right, until we find more support to move up on the bell this morning. But I want you to realize that right where we are right now, right, this is the last point of being uber bearish. So if you were asking me yesterday, am I uber bearish? Yes. This morning, as we opened this morning, this is the riskiest part. Being a bull right now is going long on the bell this morning because there can be firm rejection here. This is the last chance for the bears to say, hey, we're bearish and we're gonna keep this bearish momentum going. Even after all this recovery, this is the danger zone. This is like the end all say all for the bears out there. So bears are probably pissing their pants, scared shitless. I'm adding on more puts as we head up here. So I just want you to realize that for where we actually are in the market, the danger that we're in, and even if we were to break above today as a bull, right? The question becomes, do we hit 46.80? I don't know that it's today. I think we could, do this quick shot up, and then we come back down, bounce around, and start to wait into Friday to see what Amazon does before making a shot higher here. Now, from here, right, in this zone, this is when you become more neutral. Now, if you find support here, and we start to trade higher at any point, then I'll start getting a bullish outlook. I'll start saying to you, no, you buy the dip here. No, you don't worry about us trading down here because we are looking up at this point. I just want you to be clear of this as we move into this morning, okay? Now, on the economic calendar this morning, it doesn't show too much. It does show, so today we've got ADP, let me see if I can get this to reload. I had a problem with it reloading. We have ADP unemployment report, and that really does tie into this whole entire week. I put a post on Twitter saying we have to talk about, or this week is going to be all about jobs, right? It's going to be all about what people are spending money on. It's going to be their personal spending habits. And this is going to really be most important for Friday. Now, what's not on this economic calendar is OPEC. And OPEC is today around the 10 to 10:30 hour. I think it's at 10:30. Not quite sure what time that's at, but I know that it's around there, like 10:30. That is going to be important. Now, that doesn't normally matter. It's more important tomorrow than it is today, but you never know if they're going to pull a fast one, right? We've had some great gains on oil, but this is a prime time, right? Everyone's going to be expecting a good short on oil. We've got energy companies reporting all week. And we've got OPEC going on today, and tomorrow actually is a more dangerous day. But we want to start looking at shorting oil and energy companies coming into and maybe end of day today into tomorrow. And that leads me into the next thing I want to talk to you about. You guys have been with me for so long now that I'm so stoked, right? There's something I haven't introduced to you that I'm going to introduce you to this morning, and especially when I'm not talking. I've been spending. You guys have to. I love all of you guys out there. But you have to understand that when I'm on with you guys like 8 hours a day, right? It's a long day, like 9:30 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon is a long day. Then I have to do my own research. I have to do my own trading. And then, I've got kids. I got 2 daughters, and I've got a home and all this other stuff, right, that I have going on in my life too. So it really does take a lot out of me. So I have to have, let's say I'm here at key pivots, I leave if I leave the stream on, right, I'm able to spend some time on Twitter, some time on the Discord. But currently right now where I'm live streaming straight 8 hours a day, I don't think that I can do that. So what I'm going to try to do is just do the openings and closes, some key pivots, and then try to spend some more time in Discord or Twitter trading for myself. But in that time when we just have the chat going and the book map going, I wanted to introduce one more thing to this feed that I haven't introduced to you in the past yet. And I know some of you guys know about, like, Benzinga's got Benzinga Charlie or something his name is. I use a news squawk service. It's expensive. But it's the news squawk, believe it or not, that like Walter Bloomberg uses. So I get this news squawk before, but when you see news on Twitter, when you see like Walter Bloomberg post something on Twitter, I typically get it anywhere from 1 to 5 minutes before he does. I don't know how that translates in our live streams if you'll get it before Walter Bloomberg tweets something, and it doesn't always work. But I want to tell you that when this guy talks about the news, it's typically before a move, or not typically, but enough that it's before a moment in the market that moves up or down. So whenever I'm not on here blabbing my face off and blasting away all day long, or if I'm like, hey, I'm going to step away for half an hour or until lunchtime or whatever, until pivot, what I'll do is I'll turn this news service on for you so you have something to trade against with Bookmap and while talking in the chat. So I'm going to bring that up this morning and turn it on for you, and we can talk over it and stuff as it does its thing. But typically it's faster than any other. It's faster than Benzinga. It's faster than anything out there you guys are ever going to find. It's probably the fastest news squawk I've ever subscribed to. So we'll play that and see if it fits in well with the broadcast. So let's say I'm like, hey, I'm going to stick around with you till 9:30, 10:30 every morning, whatever. And I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll turn this trade the news stuff up so that this news squawk up for you guys. And I'm going to try to buy another computer and see if I can stream the audio to you guys inside the Discord at some point. So it's just always on in the Discord if you want to tune into it there. And then we'll just, don't go telling everybody about it. But, oh, wait a minute, did they fuck something up? Can you guys hear me out there? Okay. Yeah, no, this isn't your fault out there. I don't want you guys to think for a moment that you guys are at fault in this. I'm the one that's putting too much time into this, and it's starting to affect my personal life. It's becoming all consuming, and I'm not taking care of some of the stuff that I have to take care of. Like I got to take care of my kids and whatever. Anyways, I want to talk to you guys about the rest of this. Now, this morning, okay, on the opening bell this morning, I'm going to pop up. I want to pop up. Ooh, Winky, I'll buy one from you, brother. I want to stream this news, Winky, so that everybody can get it inside the Discord, so you guys don't have to pay for it. It's like $250 a month, so it'll be free for all you guys, all you weirdos out there. Awesome sauce. Hell yeah, you run the hell yeah. Okay, so I want to talk to you guys about something real quick here. So what's my take on this morning, okay? There's a few things. 460 is the target, okay? Look for 452, possibly 450 as a bounce point heading into the open this morning. You're gonna be looking for like 450. Let's call it like 453.54, 450 to 450, 181. There's another. I'll give you a bunch of numbers. And by the way, my intern is going to start helping me as well. She's going to post the support resistance levels so I can get back on track here and try to get some help to put information out every day. So you're looking for a tag or for support of 453.54, 452.43, 451.81, and then ultimately 450. If you see a break of 450, that is no bueno. That means the bears are stepping in. We're going to watch Flow Algo. And that's the other thing. If I can get that computer, Winky, I can put like a Flow Algo stream and the news squawk and pipe it direct into the Discord every day. So if you get like a new trader that wants to just watch, let's say, Flow Algo with the news squawk, that'd be badass. Especially if somebody else is piping in the Bookmap in there, that'd be totally badass, dude. Totally badass. Okay, so I want to thanks to all you guys out there. So. Yeah, I got to build out a captain, a stream schedule to make it not as intensive. But so just coming off into the open here, right? You've got bulls without a doubt that missed the trade yesterday. Do not believe that anybody caught that trade yesterday. We caught that trade yesterday, and then we caught it again after the bell. We bought it. We picked it back up at 402 or 405, right? We grabbed more calls. We made some more money. And then we bought more calls at 415 or 414 for today at the open, right? So that's not everybody. Traders, investors weren't doing that yesterday. They weren't holding calls into the bell yesterday. They weren't buying and selling them multiple times, 3-4 times. So they want this morning. You're going to hear all kinds of shit from people out there that want this to trade down on the open this morning so that they can catch a grab down below at 450, 451, 453. And then you've got bulls that have been in since down below at 420 that are adding protection. And then this is the last chance for the bears to make a stand, right? This is their last chance right here. So you might find some weakness into the opening bell. You can do two things. You can sell right off the bell, take your profit, your money, and run. You can hope for 1 or 2 or 3 taps on some support from yesterday, and then a run quickly up, right? You'll see like that first bounce down, or you'll see a fake out up, a quick bounce down, you'll panic, sell your calls, and then 20 minutes later, it's right back to where we opened today, or even higher at 460. I can't tell you how to take your money. I tend to take my money off the bell. That's all I'll leave you with on that. I like to take my profits. If it trades back down and I can grab another rip higher, I will. We'll look for 2 bounces and then a rip higher. We'll look for there's all kinds of setups we can look for if we're selling this market. While we also are today, it's important that you pay attention to the news, because the news will either be focused on, we have no news today, right? There's no news in the market today. No economic calendar at all today, except for OPEC at 10:30. So you're going to be looking for the news to be manufactured for positive or negative. Be hyper aware of that as we trade from now into the 10:30 hour, because we could trade higher on just great news. They're going to pump some fluff bullshit out there for you, and they're going to rip higher. If they start to get negative Nancy on you, you know they're telling you they're trying to sell lower. And we're going to listen once the bell hits. We're going to listen to this this trade the news, so you guys can get a feel for what I'm talking about. You'll see the market react to this news as it's a live squawk. As this guy's going to talk, and you'll actually see the market move at key points today, right? This will be important for us today. Okay, so we're going to check all that out. Yeah, this is the Bear Alamo, 100%. This is the Bear Alamo. This is it, because after today, right, I can't say I'm bearish anymore. Today I'm going to have to tell you I'm neutral if we continue to trade up. If we trade 460, if we bounce around at 450 and start working towards 460 over the rest of this week, I can't claim that I'm bearish at that point. I do think we start to calm down, trade sideways. Spot Gamma's general viewpoint today is that we're going to calm down today. You should see, I'm going to probably take profit right off the bell on my puts or my calls today, and I'm going to look for us to trade back at some point to take some profit on my puts. I think we do trade back a little bit. I don't think I'm super uber bearish unless we see crazy puts coming in. We'll know right off the bell into the 10:30 hour. I think in the first 2-3 hours of open this morning, what's going to take place. What do you guys got there? New ADP jobs numbers were negative. It was 300,000, minus 300,000. New OPEC says going to maintain. Yeah, they do. They do say that, right? They do say they're going to maintain current levels, and then some. You guys know it's a cartel, right? You guys know it's all a cartel. If you think gold and silver is a grift by the United States government, there ain't nothing like OPEC. That's the straight mafia. Yeah, bad news, good news. Yeah, I should have a Discord. I should have a Discord link inside the description on how to get into the Discord. I did post it on my regular Twitter handle. I don't know if that worked or not. I think I did that over the weekend, but I'll get another link to post. Or if one of you guys can get an invite, can you guys not invite people? Is it a private Discord or something? I'll do that this morning. I'll post something in the chat. So I'm going to be looking to take some profit. I like to count my dollars. I like to put them in my pocket. And if we do get a bounce at some point, let's say we rip, even if we rip in a green bar off the bell here, we rip higher and then we trade lower, I will buy another dip if there's another dip down at 450 or 453 somewhere in there. We'll turn on book map here in just a second, and we'll get it all spun up so that we have better insight than Joe Trader out there, right? So what's the next question here? If we go bull, isn't the de-hedging going to just cause another strong rally? I don't think we get the strong rally right now. There's some de-hedging, and there's some still on. There's still some on right now. What we really need to do, right? What if you're a bull, what you really need to do is you need to see expansion in calls. Like you need to see it, and we're still not quite seeing that expansion in calls. This is going to be a point probably in the next, I would say, next 1 to 3 days You're going to be waiting on your same old shit, right? You're going to be waiting on the rest of earnings. You're hopefully going to get an Amazon trade because of the Google split. Or maybe Amazon will raise rates or something, right? They have a bad ER, but they say, screw it, we're going to charge everybody double for their Amazon Prime. And oh, by the way, we're also going to split the stock. Now, there's some talk that the Google split has more to do with their entry into the Dow. That's probable, but just like the Apple split, all of a sudden you get Tesla split, and right, just the next cycle. So nothing would surprise me in this market. And you're just going to be looking for it today. You want to see what unfolds today. Let the market breathe a little bit. Even if we're going to trade higher from here, just remember, okay, we're at a point in the market where you let the banks do the work for you. You let hedge funds do the work for you. They do the heavy lifting over, and then we look for a move higher, and we jump on that move higher. If we reject here, you're going to know it, right? It'll be like a slap in the face if we reject at this point. Right now outside, we're getting rain and all the rain's starting to freeze. I'm probably going to lose power here at some point soon. It's not quite snowing yet. Is that what you mean? Hold on here. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me turn this up real quick for you. So I'm going to turn this one off here. So you guys all saw this or caught this. If you missed any part of the broadcast, I would ask you to go back and watch it from whenever we started charting out at least the S&P, so that you can have a context for where we are currently on the S&P, in the S&P, the ES, the whatever SPY, whatever you're trading out there. You go back, watch this video, then come back to us before the opening bell this morning, because it is critical where we are in the market right now. It's critical for you to have the concept of bearish, neutral, bullish, and how we take this north here. There's so much room here. I want you guys to see that too, that there's so much room here, right? There's, you guys want to be like super duper bull, right? I get it. Get it all day long. The one thing you need to do is you need to allow the banks to do the hard work for you. You're not the guy, and I'm not the guy that's pushing it up and over. There's nothing that we're doing here that's going to break this here. So you're going to wait for us to get above this. This is a huge resistance here. Huge. Okay. It's been respected once, twice, and this would be the third time. If it rejects here, right, you will likely see some, well, if we, I don't think we reject, I think we trade higher and then bounce around in here. If there is a huge rejection though, right off the bell, if we start trading down and start breaking through here, it's nothing for us to retest 430s. It's even such the impact of being rejected here means that we're not ready to trade higher, right? We look above, right? We're already here. We made it this far right here. We should have a look above today. Take a look above and be like, hey, is this where we want to be? And we're going to find out if that's where we want to be. I don't think that we reject here. I think that we trade higher to the 460 mark today. And then I think we start to gain some consolidation, trade higher. Now, if we get a hard rejection here, that's no bueno, right? If we look above and we get a hard rejection, that's no bueno. So just want to be aware of that. Let this thing do its magic here. And because you've got all this room that you can make money off here, okay? It's all kinds of room that you can get money off in here. There's all kinds of time in here for a bull to get trapped until the next move above. I know you guys get ground up inside these areas in here. I don't know what you guys are doing yesterday afternoon or morning, but I guarantee that half of you were getting train wrecked inside the daily. I'm not all of you, but I guarantee some of you were getting ground up. Yesterday was a grinder all day long. You guys know it. I know it. So anyways, just moving away from that. Let this happen today. Let this trade higher. If there's a quick trade below, you can get down to this 45.40 or so, right down in here, 45.46. If we have to trade that low, we'll look at that and see if we can take it higher and just see if we can break above. You guys are already long yesterday. You can hang out inside your calls if you want to. There's nothing wrong with staying in your calls. You guys bought yesterday at, what'd you guys buy yesterday? We bought this yesterday at 45.034. 4503 yesterday. That is pure insanity. Pure insanity yesterday. So if you guys want to hang on. You want to cut some loose and take some profit, that's what you do. If you guys have longer dated calls, more the power to you. I just want you to realize that where we are right here is a key rejection point. Like these are points where we sell it down when we hit here, okay, in the past. Just be conscious of that. This is last chance for bears. If bears can't do it here, right, we are going more than likely to all-time highs up here. More than likely. This is not part of the bear case up here. Nothing about this is part of the bear case. This is all the bull case above here. So you get above here today, and you can get super duper bullish, and I will call myself bullish along with you. Playing Tesla is bad, then good. Mary G, did you wind up buying that clothes yesterday with me? We were talking. It was like a what, a dollar, or no, it was like $4.12 or something, $4.10. Did you end up buying some calls at the bell yesterday, Mary? I want to know, because I know you listen until we log off here. I want to know if Mary bought that bell one last time or not. This is the wrong one here. What am I looking for? Trade the news. Tight here. I'm going to unmute this. I'll put this on here. All right. Good morning, Benny Mac. Good job, Mary. Did you hold any calls overnight? If any of you are tuning in right now and you missed the beginning of the broadcast, it is important for you to go back and watch the beginning of the broadcast so that you can get a firm understanding of where we are in the market, so that you're ready for the 9:30 hour. You don't have to go back to the exact beginning. Find out. You can just go back to where I'm charting out at least the ES, if not prior to when I was doing scribbles on a board, just so you can get an idea of bullish, bearish, neutral, and then relay that into ES this morning so that you can look to trade the rest of your day today. Let me know if you can hear the person. You're going to hear a person. Also, I talk about, we added a new benefit to the subscription today, the free subscription. We added a new benefit today. So we're gonna have a news squawk on when I'm not yapping my lips off to you guys. If I step away from the mic at a moment or from the stream, you guys are going to get the best, the best news squawk available. It could be annoying this morning. We're going to leave it on just for the start so you guys can get familiar with it. I'll turn the volume down in the background. But this, if I'm not on, or if I just have the book map up, and if I just have the news squawk going in the background, it should be beneficial to you. It'll take you some time. But once you get a feel for market moving events, this guy does a really good job of knowing what to talk about, and you'll see the market move. And this stuff comes out before like Walter Bloomberg even posts it on Twitter. This stuff is badass. So we'll see if it's up and running here. Make sure it's actually playing. Yeah, it's now playing in the background. Good job. Let the SPY load up, and let me know real quick. Yeah, this stuff this stuff costs $235 a month. So I'll run this. If Winky can talk to me at some point about getting a laptop, I'll run it. I'll run a live stream on it just on its own inside of the Discord for you guys, so you guys always have it available in Discord. It'll be on every single trading day. So you guys can have actionable information. I use this news squawk at key moments in the market. So today is a key moment. I want to know and what an analyst has to say. And there's a real pit trader. These guys have a previous experience as pit traders. They know exactly what market moving information is. Yeah, you won't hear the squawk unless it's something critical. Can you hear the beeps in the background? The doo-doo? Can you hear that or not? Let me know if you can hear that. Did you hear that? That doo-doo? I don't know if you hear that. That sounds like doo-doo. We'll talk about Google here in just a minute, too. All right, did you guys hear the doot-doot? like a little doot doot in the background. It's like, sounds like a pulse. Boo boo.
U.S. official confirming the earlier report that President Biden has ordered deployment of more troops to Europe.
Okay, just hear a guy talking in the background this time. Okay, so you heard a guy talking? Did you hear it? You heard a voice that was low. Okay, I got you. Hold on here. We turn it up. You guys heard a low voice in the background? Okay, so that guy, right, that guy's a old school professional trader, okay? That guy is going to chime in at key moments in the day and he's going to talk. It's not often, but when that guy is talking, right, he's going to call out
That MGM debuting the new loyalty rewards program. Michael.
So he's telling you about the MGM rewards program that it might go up. You'll hear him. Sometimes they'll swear and cuss.
That made a similar press release, at least similar press release yesterday in their MGM rewards program.
Hear that guy? Is it still fate? My God, let me turn this thing up. On my end, I can hear it really loud.
U.S. officials saying that U.S. forces will not fight in Ukraine and that these troop movements are temporary.
All right, I just turned it up again. We'll see
if the press release saying they've begun the year with record electric and SUV sales momentum. Symbol F. Discussing January results. For total vehicle sales for January, 143.5 thousand. Electrified vehicles at 13.2 thousand for the month.
Right, that was good, right?
Total sales are about flat year over year. Electric vehicle sales up 167% for Ford in January.
That's the man right there. That guy is banging. That guy is banging. So you can disregard some of what he says, but when things get crazy, that guy will come on and just be like, pay attention right now to the SPY. Pay attention right now to Tesla. Pay attention right now to QQQs. No, he doesn't. So what he does is he gets the headlines in, like he'll get like 40, 50, 60 headlines, and he actually goes through them all and figures out what matters and what doesn't. Yeah, he figures, so he'll only read to you what is critical, not all the other fluff. So you're not having to pay attention to the stream that comes through, and you're not having to decipher what matters. So when you guys see like Walter Bloomberg say something that actually matters, he's that same kind of guy. So I won't have this guy on all the time, but if I'm not here, I'll put him on so there's a voice in the background giving you guys actionable stuff to talk about, right? Well, there's different kinds, right? So there's different kinds. So like Benzinga Charlie from Benzinga, everyone says that he gets paid to pump shit. So I didn't want to put him on. Plus his news is always late. There's other guys out there that do it, but I always find as though they take too long to get you the news. So like I'll get like a post from Walter Bloomberg, or the market will already react. And so the news isn't tradable. So this is the only news service I've ever used that I can get that puts the news out that matters before anyone else, before anybody. I don't care what service you're using. I don't care if it's via text. I don't care if it's from Thinkorswim or from anybody out there. This is the fastest what's relevant news there is. Matter of fact, they're the oldest news squawk, internet news squawk in existence. They've been doing it since at least 2000, at least 2 decades. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of the sonar beep. The sonar beep is the texting, and I can't figure out yet how to get rid of that aspect of it. So I got to work on that. I got to try to mute that and get just his voice. That's a work in progress. And eventually, if Winky and I end up doing the the stream from just this guy, we'll keep it separate so that if you guys don't want to listen to it, you don't have to. If you want to listen to it, you can.
U.S. saying they're in talks with China, Japan, and India about sending gas supplies to Europe in an effort to prevent a European energy shortage amid the Ukraine crisis.
So that has to do with Russia turned the gas back on into Germany. Remember when Germany said they were only selling helmets or sending helmets to Ukraine? Started to see the talk of moving from negotiations from full-out war, from a total war, right? Got nice support down here. You can see the buyers stepping right below here. We're going to add the connections here for, it's at 9:21. We've got 9 minutes left into the trading hour. So we're going to put on, it's going to be pretty badass, dude. We get this guy loaded up into the Discord. You can do a voice channel with just him chit-chatting, and you can plug him into your surround sound at home or something like that. And this guy knows his shit. Yeah, it's called Trade the News. Trade the News. If you guys wait, I'll get you a link where we can pay for it cheaper. Don't wait to sign up. Because if we get a link, we can probably get it cheaper. Right now, it's costing me an arm and a leg. It's like $235. Yeah, the new Ukraine news is a wild card for the market. This guy all morning long, though, has been building a story, basically, that we're not going to fight with Ukraine. Big news, though. I want you guys to be careful today. 10:30, okay? Could see some weakness come into the market as we hit that 10:30 hour. You know that Bears' last stand is today, right? You know that people are going to take protection today. You know that there's going to be FOMO. You know the traders and investors didn't catch yesterday. So they're going to want to get in today. So they're going to talk you down all morning long. They're going to want it to trade down to, they all want it down at 450. 451, 452, 453, so that they can get a buy-in so we can trade it to 460. They want in. So be aware of that, too. You've got all these forces working towards you not taking your profit today. That's what they want. We'll talk about Google at some point this morning as well. You're going to hear people out there talking about how Google shouldn't be trading this high. Their PE is only like 26, right? Everybody wants it to trade at $100 a share, right? Or $90 a share, or 2 for 1 at
GM CEO in a press interview saying that customer demand is causing them to pull forward EV production.
So you've got everybody trying to tell you this. Let's talk the reality, okay?
GM CEO saying that growth investments will take priority over any future dividends.
Ooh, GM doubling down. Fuck the dividends. Now we got stinky investors. Now let's talk about Google. Just get back on Google, right? There ain't no way Google's gonna be trading at $100 fucking dollars for anybody on a 20-to-1 stock split. I don't care if the split ain't until June or July.
Match MTCH on their conference call saying that they plan to roll out Tinder coins globally by 2023. Michael Tango, Charlie Hotel.
There ain't no way that Google's trading at $100 dollars a share or $130 a share. If it does, buy it all. And I know all the bullshit about, oh, yeah, it's the same price. You can buy it. If you can't afford, $3,000 calls, you'll be able to, just buy whatever, like a fucking Robinhood thing where you buy a percentage, right? You buy just a portion of a share. That's all horse shit. I know all of you want to own just straight shares of Google at $100. Don't tell me you don't. Oh, what are you guys saying about you should be getting paid anytime signs up? Yeah, I don't think I have. Some of this stuff, it's weird. Like, I don't do the affiliate links. Like, some of them want me to come into a partnership for them. They want me to fucking lie for them and stupid shit like that. So I ain't doing any of that noise. But I think there might be a partnership for Trade the News. I just haven't looked at it. Like one where it's just easy. Like, you set a link and it helps to offset the cost every month if anyone wants to pay for it.
Less than 5 minutes to the open bell in New York. S&P futures indicating a higher open, up about 6/10 of 1%.
Oh yeah, baby. S&P 500 indicating a stronger.
Near highs.
Oh. Yes, I do. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I just thought I just mentioned it that I know that split's not until June, July. You are crazy if you think Google will be at $100 in June or July. Yeah, sponsorship is true. I have to navigate so much shit right now. I just found out that because I don't charge because I don't launch advertising on YouTube, that there's a fair chance that people are being told no, they can't watch my stream. You wouldn't notice it, but like a new viewer, they only allow me to have so many new viewers. It's all fucked up right now. So whatever. I'll show you guys that later today. Because I'm not advertising. Yes, I can tweet spy levels for you. The one I'm going to show you some. Let me see if I can do a quick. Here, hold on a second here. Okay, so no typed levels this morning for you, but I have an intern, an unpaid intern that's promised me she's going to post them every day for you, unless she's not in school, but she will be putting those up for you every morning. I have to pay her, of course. She's not unpaid. I'm paying her for this, so I'm gonna start paying her. Well, she's very smart too. She's skipped grades, she's high honors, but I promised her that I would pay her if she lent me a hand. He sees, did I look into Will Mead's tweet, ex-hunch fund guy? He sees profit taking in the queues today. Yeah, well, I'm taking profit at the bell. Yeah, I'm paying her. I am. I promise I'm paying her. I'll bring her on once a week. I'll bring her on once a week so she can say she got paid or not. I promise. Hold on, I gotta get ready to sell. Yeah, I don't know what Will Mead is doing out there. Will Mead's telling you. Yeah, we should get a Boomer Earnings channel. And you know what, Winky, I gotta make you a mod in there, bro. And Oh no, so I open up the options chain. I've done my research on what the price should be at the opening bell. I'm ready to go.
GOC saying that the Bolt battery problem has been corrected. It says the Bolt will be part of GM's near-term future.
All right, so Will Mead is telling you he wants in. That's why he's telling you people are taking profit on the Qs. And do I think Google trades down? Yeah, it trades down. There'll be profit taking off the Qs, or excuse me, off Google this morning. But I promise you that people want in. They want in. Most of these moves have been made. Hold on here. Sweet. Hello. I caught $1.96 on 455 Cs. I think the last time I bought them was at 120 at like 410. They're at $1.84 right now. At the bell, they were $1.20. I think we originally bought them at 60 cents and traded them 3 or 4 times or something like that yesterday. They're at $1.80 now. At no point should you be down right now in those 455 Cs. Let's stretch this out a little bit. Sorry, I had to take some profit. Take my money. Let's take a look at where we are, if we're going to trade lower or not, or how low we may trade. There are some put buying going on right now, but it's all small stuff. It's not algo driven. It's like there's like 8,000 the contracts on 454p. It looks more like trying to find a dip. Like someone bought QQQ's puts, but for 50K, that's it. NVIDIA, tons of calls coming in. February 4th, 250C, 252.5C, 260C, all February 4th for $600,000. A little bit of NVIDIA puts coming in for $74,000 off the bell at 9:30. But generally speaking right now, I'm not seeing a ton of movement either way. This looks more currently for the opening bell, first 5 minutes, like we're going to be trading up here, okay? More NVIDIA calls coming in currently right now. Lots of volatility on the bell. This is when people are making their decisions, right? You got overnight traders trying to take profit. You've got FOMO bulls trying to buy in right here. You're going to look for some levels below. You've got 454.10. You've got 454.59. If you want to look a little bit lower, see if there's any other. You got nice support building down here right off the bell, right? You can see buyers down below at 453 and 450. You might not even get down here right now, okay? You got more buyers than, or excuse me, you got slightly more sellers than buyers. You've got slightly negative hero indicator right off the bell. So maybe we can get a nice little dip here to get another buying opportunity. More NVIDIA calls coming in right now. So off the bell at since 9:30, it's been NVIDIA. More NVIDIA calls. February 4th, 250C, $178,000. NVIDIA on February 4th, 255C for $291,000. Currently, the call structure, sometimes when I see this many calls right off the bell, it's more geared towards profit taking. Not always, but I frequently don't like seeing this many calls right at 9:30. And so right off the bell, we have NVIDIA 6 orders for $1.4 million, all for February 4th, floating around 250 to 260. 250, 255, 250, 2.5. Verizon has one call on it. INTC, BA, BP, DKNG, and SoFi. I will make a note this morning that usually we see more flow at this point, and it's very light action right now. So be careful of that. Currently, we've got 95% bullishness. Put to call ratio is 0.269. Which is pretty good, right? You've got 12,000 calls versus 3,000 puts. We do have some calls coming in on XOP. I think that's an energy trade. No, it's an ETF. Is that energy ETF, XOP, or is that emerging market? I can't remember. XOP, February 11th, 111C for $384,000. Yeah, baby, that's Spider oil and gas exploration. So that's trading on some OPEC news coming out at 10:30. That's a gambler's bet right there. XOP, X-ray OP, $384,000, 111C. Next up, we've got the SPY, February 2nd, 460C, $215,000. PFE, February 18th, 55C for $79,000. Looks like we got some dip buyers trying to step up here. I'm still interested in waiting on one more little bit of a dip here. I want to see us trade down to this. See this smart money down here? 450, 480, 455. Quick little dip down. See this down here? It's this yellow here forming up, 450, 440. See these sellers stepping in above right here, right at 455, 456, 455, 80. You want to see some of these people get worn out right here. And now watching some SPY puts. February 4th, 453P, $268,000. More NVIDIA calls, February 4th, 255C for $200,000. So NVIDIA is where it's at. The price target ultimately above today is 460. 460. Good to see you all. Good morning, Chris. And we'll look for a price target above right now and see if we can actually see a target. See lots of sellers up here too. You don't usually see this, right? See lots of traffic here. This is a point of contention, right? If we trade above into this, you can see it, right? This is going to be all traffic up in here. This is going to be all kinds of people that want to sell, right? This is unusual for us to see. This is because we are at the top of a major trend resistance point. And what I always try to talk to you guys about is maybe waiting for this to happen. Maybe you wait for the banks to trade us up. You guys can get into this trade up to 460. I'm not saying don't take that trade. I'm just saying that this is a danger zone, right? Those big moves that you see when we trade 30, 40, 60, 100 points, they're usually not in this area where we are right now, okay? So I'm going to look for to pick up a trade here long this morning. I'm going to wait, though. I want to see if we trade back down to 453, 54. I think if we can trade down there today and then grab it, get a whole bunch of bulls to hop on board and ride us up higher. But I might miss that trade at this point. QCOM calls coming in this morning. QCOM, February 11th, 200C, $115,000. More NVIDIA calls, and then we've got more SPY calls here. February 2nd, 456C for $82,000. And before the opening bell this morning, we talked about a quick sell-off off the bell, and then a quick rip-up within the first 20 minutes. Looks like we're getting that at this point. We are trading higher. There is a little bit of a resistance here. I want you to pay attention to it. It's at 456.44. 456.44. Be careful up here as we trade higher. If you did miss selling your calls off the bell, this is a good time to take profit up here. Oh, I haven't looked yet at Piton. Oh yeah, baby. Bye bye, Piton. Also, be aware of IWM is looking weak this morning as well. Yeah, Hood's looking weak as well. Looks like IWM's not looking too healthy right now. Good eyes on that one, Joe. More calls coming in on NVIDIA. February 11th, 265C for $165,000. Calls on MU as well. Be careful of MU too, because MU is part of IWM. February 4th, I-83C, $102,000. It looks like there's some selling in the underlying of IWM this morning. Be careful of that, okay? That can be a sign of bad things for the SPY. I want you to see this too. Pay attention to this too, right? You see this selling pressure above here? Right here, 456.48. We're seeing the sellers step right in above here. Be careful of this currently. Hero indicator is positive at this point. We do have more buyers than sellers right now. We have more Qs, calls coming in February 2nd, 371C. How do you guys like this broadcast so far this morning? Everything okay? Yeah, baby. You're right, Blood Joe. There is blood in the water on Piton. There ain't no way that they're getting out of this. There's just no way. I don't want to hear it from Piton. All this noise from Piton. I'm telling you what, right? Like Piton and the bullshit that they have talking about their ER and like all the... We got more puts coming in right now across the board. FUBU puts, SPY puts, IWM puts, SPY 453P, February 4th, $300,000. FUBU puts 2 racks, February 4th, 11.5P. GPS puts, a lot of puts on like IWM crap. And then I got more IWM puts, February 2nd, 202P. Just a quick fire rack off. Oh, thanks, Desperado. Right on, right on. PayPal's getting wrecked. I'll have to look at PayPal. PayPal. Oh, PayPal, really? Come on, bro. Oh, no. I just went back to like the chart that I charted Piton. I just looked back on my chart that I charted on Piton and shit. I think my price target was like 96 to 88, but I didn't want to see that actual 86 to 98 or 96 to 88 price. And I'll tell you what, looking at it right here at 133, might as well just, take the rest off and start from scratch, right? Terrible. Terrible PayPal. Like, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of, do you guys remember when, I don't know how far back this was. Do you guys remember, like, when, shit, what was it? You guys remember when, like, was it no, at Instagram? What was the other, it was like Twitter and, like, some other social media just kept getting whacked. This was years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. Like, they just weren't, they didn't have a bid. It wasn't Instagram. I don't know what it was, but it was like one of the shitty social media stocks, and it was just horrible. It was like Twitter was like that too, right? Twitter's been like the redheaded stepchild of the stock market forever as well, right? Or there was a time when Twitter was getting beaten up. I gotta look back. Yeah, like $20. Twitter was at $20. Then it was like $15. Like $14, $13 back in like the 2000s and shit. Like 2017. Dude, it's like Twitter was at like $55 or something stupid. And then it traded all the way down to like $13. I don't know how long you guys have been on this market, but tell you what, back then, it was crazy. I remember like spending summers, right? And everyone would just, like everybody had all these wild dreams about Twitter just going to the moon. That didn't happen. Lots of SPY puts coming in right now. Ooh, PayPal, May 20th, 140C, $900,000 high algo score. I don't know, though. I'll tell you what, right? Those will probably print in May. But I think that's still some knife catching right there. I might let it cool off for a minute, okay, before you let them ring out the price of those. Let's shake it out a little bit. Lots of SPY puts coming in right now. Still all localized, though. Small stuff, right? Like SPY, February 2nd, 455p, $92,000. SPY, February 2nd, for 455p, $200,000. Another rack of PayPal calls coming in May 20th, 140C for $545,000. Maybe we do see a bounce at this point. I don't know, though. You know how this goes, right? Man, like PayPal, maybe you get a relief rally for a couple days, and then it just like trades sideways. It just trades sideways. Man, $130 though is dirt cheap, isn't it? Dirt cheap. $130 on PayPal right now. Got almost $1.4 million in calls for May 20th. Whew. Terrible. I can't believe it. I'm like, it was at $180. $180. I do want you to be aware this morning on the SPY, okay, that if it trades below 451, 451.81, 450, it's starting to get into the danger zone, okay? You want to see a healthy bounce this morning on the SPY. You want to see, a nice bounce down below, call it like 452.58, maybe even down to 451.81, but you don't want to see a break below it. And you can see it actually just forming up as I was just talking. You can see a price target down below at 453.12. It's a nice support area down here. If you see a bounce down below here at 453, and then we trade it higher, that does make sense. If we start breaking down below, that can become very dangerous for the SPY. Now seeing Tesla puts come in February 4th, 900p, $700,000 on one of those contracts, and then $500,000 on the other. That's 900p February 4th. It took a firm down with it. A lot of people talking about knife catching PayPal on Twitter. It's tough because, let's say, Piton's capitulating right now. Holy shit, Piton! Hold on, I gotta check my boots. I think it goes lower. I think it goes from my put. Oh yeah, Piton. I think it's being day traded heavily right now. I think Piton I think it's going to get ugly. I think it's going to get down to like $10, $12. Excuse me. I think it gets I think it gets ugly. Netflix puts be conscious. Okay, guys, be careful out there in the queues. Be careful out there on SPY. At this point, you're seeing some weakness in IWM, and now seeing puts on Tesla, right? $1 million. A little bit more than $1 million, and now seeing Netflix puts $1 million split twice. Holy shit! Here we go. SPY, February 22nd, 450p, $4 million. Or for February 22nd, $4 million. Golden ticket, 450p. I'm going to recommend that you don't knife catch. At least allow this hedge to impact the market. This is for February 22nd, 450p, $4 million. This is close dated. Just after it. Oh, somebody just bought February 2nd, 455C for $74,000. More than likely, you're going to see some Daler hedging that will impact the price of SPY right now, okay? You're going to see the Dalers kick in right now, and they are going to more than likely send it lower. It's going to be a bruise. More NVIDIA calls. NVIDIA, $500,000. February 4th, 250C. IWM puts $29,000. February 2nd, 200p. Be careful here. Take some money off the table. Those are some big boy pants right there. February 22nd, 450p for $4 million. It's going to leave a mark. They're still blasting NVIDIA. I don't understand the NVIDIA. I don't understand it. If there's anything, right, I got to give NVIDIA right now is trading like Tesla. They just don't care. I mean, look at that sell-off on NVIDIA right now. Savage sell-off. Savage. And they bought yesterday's dip, too. They bought yesterday's dip on NVIDIA. I mean, dude, NVIDIA is trading like a penny stock. Just look at it like a 2-day chart on NVIDIA right now. It's just abnormal. Just look at like a 5-day chart on NVIDIA. Shit was trading at 238, right? Traded up to 261. It's now down to 250. Apple puts February 11th, 172.5 for $200,000. Facebook puts February 18th, 300p for $400,000. SE February 4th, 150p for $296,000. So some healthy puts coming in right now. We'll see how low we trade though. I don't know. I don't like the SPY $4 million puts, but it makes sense, right? We're coming into OPECs. We always sell off into OPECs. It's kind of regular, isn't it? Yeah, NVIDIA is trading wild right now, like straight wild. Like straight wild right now. AMD calls coming in February 18th, 124C, $662,000. Like, dude, NVIDIA is trading like a firm was trading a few months ago. Straight up. Don't get wrecked. Twitter puts coming in February 4th, 38C or 38P, speak of the devil, for $101,000. Nice little bounce here in the SPY. Nice little bounce there in the SPY. I don't know though. That $4 million, I don't like it. I'm having a hard time with that this morning. I'm not trusting it right now. I don't like seeing like a $4 million put come in against the SPY and think that's the only dump that there's going to be. I'm going to hang tight here. I'm going to be looking to grab a bottom down here around 450. I might miss it. I'll wait. Dude, NVIDIA's trade. I'm kidding you not. Like NVIDIA's trading like a penny stock. You have to have balls of steel to trade in NVIDIA right now. Balls of steel. I don't know. Yeah, that's one other thing. Like the payoffs on SPY versus a stock and time in the market. Like, I guess sometimes they pay pretty well on outside or like OTM dailies or weeklies, but I don't know why. I feel like I feel like you can get caught trapped inside of a stock so much more easier than you can in the SPY. We got a negative hero indicator. We've got more sellers than buyers still. Still some consolidation on the SPY. I'll let this cool off. I'm gonna take a break here this morning. And if you haven't had a chance to go back, pause this broadcast, go back, see the opening that we talked about this morning. Also, I think I got this. I haven't heard that guy talk at all. We'll find out why that guy's not talking. See if I'm still connected or not. Hold on here. Am I still connected to this thing? Oh, looks like it wasn't playing. Oh, it says it's playing. I think it kicked me off or something. I don't even know if I'm still broadcasting right now. Did I didn't lose internet, did I? You do a test here.
Start at trade.
Okay, so I am connected. We're good to go. Move some of this stuff around so I can see what you guys are doing here. All right. Another 2 million inputs on the SPY. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm here. I looked. I thought that for a minute there. I thought that I lost the signal. Looked like I'd possibly lost the signal on the internet. Okay, so we got some more firming up down below here at 453.05. A little bit more support down here at 453.57. Negative hero indicator, but not too bad. Looks like some of these buyers stepped in below here at 453.50 or so. They moved above. I'm still going to look for where the smart money is. This is where the bank money is, down here at 453.04. If we can get down here, I will take a trade. Patience. You heard the test for the newsfeed? All right, good. I think it disconnected me because I minimized it. I minimized it for just a brief moment. Sometimes when you like put something in the background, it'll disconnect. So on a different on a monitor, I brought it up, and it's now on the front, the side where you guys are commenting. And we'll listen to this guy. This guy's going to expect this guy to come on between 9:55 or between 10 and 10:30. He's going to give an update on OPEC, or OPEC, excuse me. I would expect that we see weakness into OPEC. You don't hear any rhetoric or bullshit.
Iran oil minister saying that global market needs to increase supply of Iranian oil in the market, and Iran is ready to return to the market.
It's like I have a sidekick now. I've got like me and another guy talking. Yeah, whatever, Joe. I think I just turned it up. I have some more lighting I got to do. I got a bunch of new lighting. I got a bunch of lighting crap I got to put up that I haven't put up yet. More shit I have to get done. I'm going to try to give you a call today, Joe. I haven't had my phone. I got my phone right here, and it's still not charged. I have a daughter who, I have a young daughter who takes my phone, and then she wears the battery out and loses the phone. He's one of my co-hosts. It's a real person, surprisingly.
Golf Lima Whiskey raising its dividend.
GLW is raising its quarterly dividend to 12.5% to 0.27 cents from 0.24 cents, indicated yield of 2.5%, payable on March 30th, 2022 to stockholders of record at the close of business on Friday, February 28th. GLW.
We're about 30 minutes into the trading session, and we are seeing a little bit of fade in risk appetite overall. WTI crude futures near the overnight lows. Bond prices near session highs, yields near the lows here in the U.S. We've seen the 10-year gilt move lower in terms of yield, higher in price. The Dow back in negative territory. European equity markets are generally in the green, but off of earlier session highs, the DAX is up about 0.1% on the day.
All right, so you heard this guy, right? He just came in and said the markets are weak right now, waiting for OPEC at 10:30, right? Not bad having someone come in there and pop in. Yeah, my daughter might be your daughter. I run around here. It goes crazy in my house right now. Like, you guys like that audio feed? Oh, yeah, baby. I got a partner in crime. You guys like the addition? We're making this place plush, didn't I tell you? So that's my partner in crime. That's an actual old school pit trader. And he's going to be chiming in here every once in a while, especially if I'm taking like a break from live streaming. You'll have him talking in the background, giving you updates on the market. He only talks when something is important to know in the market. So you'll get this news faster than you'll get it on Twitter. And don't trade against it right away. Give it like a 5 days or so, or a day or two. Get used to what this guy is saying to you. And then just bring up tickers and see the impact that it has on tickers or on the market, and see what he's trying to talk to you about. Got some nice support building down here, right? Had buyers step right in here at 435.50. 430.53 as well down below. Looks like a target.
DBHN in Germany reportedly, private equity firms are considering a joint bid for a unit of Deutsche Bahn, according to German press. CBC and Carlyle said to be bidding on a Deutsche Bahn unit of a hotel in November in Germany.
Nice double bounce down here, right? 1, 2. Trade higher. Yeah, we should get there. We're going to keep adding to this and making it pimp. I promise it's going to be beautiful. A little bit of resistance forming here at 456 on the SPY. Might be a nice target for one more bounce and then a rip higher. Looks like we are getting rid of a lot of these sellers above here. You can see that we don't have as much ice as we did earlier. It's very positive. Just this one band of sellers here. Just this one band of sellers right here. Be nice too if we break through this. If we break through this 456 or so, we should be doing very well. Should start seeing some squeezing. It's gonna get better, I promise. We'll just keep adding layers and layers and layers to it over time. Start doing some interviewing. On slow days, we'll have interviews, stuff like that. Just talked to Tesla Wolf the other day, to Brian Griffo, and talked about doing like some trader profiles. And don't want to make it boring. We want to be able to just bring someone on, just have a chat. You can see where these guys come from, how they got into trading, how they got into investing, what the long and short-term goals are. I always find a lot of podcasts are people trying to act too smart for their own good. You know, I'd rather want to know like who are you as a person? What are you doing out there with your life? And like, what are your overall goals? Stuff like that. And see, it's kind of like bouncing around up here, trying to destroy some of these sellers here, trying to overtake sellers. Key level here is this 456. Break above 456 is going to be key for the bulls to take this much higher. Just going to wait for this break above here right now. And another thing to notice too is if the bulls can't break above here at this 456, if you do see some rejection here, we are going to end up trading lower. So I'd even be willing to take it once more. If we get above 456, might be willing to take a long here. If not, I'll look for one more bounce below that 1, 2, 3, and then rip higher. Watching some more calls come into the market. NVIDIA, QQQs, SPY, all small money. like $30,000, $60,000, $100,000. NVIDIA call buying, AMD call buying.
Details on U.S. troop movements in Europe. Pentagon saying that 1,000 troops in Germany will move to Romania in the coming days. Saying that additional forces will be sent to Romania, Poland, and Germany.
Have some puts coming in right now. QQQs, February 18th, 353p, $1 million. Win, WYNN, Win Resorts, February 18th, 90C for $251,000. Be concerned slightly on what that guy was just saying. We have to give him a name. You guys come up with a name.
IMF's Georgieva saying any sanction on Russia's access to the SWIFT financial transaction system would have spillover effects. Comments from IMF head.
Take a look at XLF. Woo! You guys ready for this one? Google, May 20th, 2900C. $21 million. Booyah. Should we call him Chester? I like Chester. Alfred, old reliable. What are we going to call this guy? Jojo, I like that one too. Randy. $21 million on Google, baby. Blam. We're thinking we're gonna be trading Google at $100 come summertime. Please. That ain't ever happening. Ever. Okay, so we're just talking about financial consequences with the IMF, with sanctions, that they'll be swift on Russia. I just also talked about troops being moved. You know, still got these banks down here, sitting down here. Still got these sellers sitting above here. And, you know, this doesn't always happen, but setups like this, you know, the smart money is down below at 453. Can't lie. That's where the smart money is. Now, that still doesn't mean, you know, that those Google calls are going to impact the market. Those Google calls are going to make us trade higher. They're just like the SPY puts, right? They have to hedge against those calls on Google. The reality is that we're not going to, you're just not going to see Google trade lower, okay? It's the same Apple effect. It's the same Tesla effect. People are going to want Google shares at $100, right? So do we trade down to you know, 2,500 on Google, or 2,000?
And as Gravel saying that moving from the CDOR would impact largely derivatives.
Yeah, and just to finish up that conversation, when they're moving troops from Germany to, I think it's Poland, and I think they said Romania, that's like right next door to Ukraine, if you didn't know. So moving troops to the border is important. It's a show of force to Russia. Even if we're speaking out of the other side of our mouth saying that we're being, you know, we're negotiating or whatever. Snap calls, April 14th, 38C, $241,000. Looks like we are trading higher. I'm going to assume that that Google trade is going to, this is dealer hedging on the Google trade. It's a monster trade. $20 million on Google. Should I bring up the Google chart real quick? We'll see how that's going right now. Still connected. Let Google load up. Note that we do have the oil inventories at 10:30. We have some XOM Zome puts coming in currently. Maybe some weakness. It's always recommended not to trade right before this 10:30 hour in oil, and you probably will see some weakness in energy companies and oil as we head into the 10:30 hour. XOM February 4th, 79p for $39,000 is banking on that. Also watching SQ puts September 16th, 85p. Speak of the devil, $800,000. We talked about SQ this morning. 800 grand, cool 800 grand, and there they want to bury SQ. Also watching QQQ's puts February 2nd, 369p for $111,000. So it kind of looks like got some negative flow coming in on the SPY still. Trying to absorb all of these sellers above here. I still think we might see some weakness into the 10:30. I'm interested to see if we trade down at 10:30 and then make a nice rip higher.
For Tata Steel, reportedly the OM has opened an investigation into Tata Steel.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, the chart on SPY looks great right now. I was just looking at the chart right now. I was just looking at, let's see if Tata fell off the roof or not. Is that an over the counter? I think Tata Steel is an over the counter. Oh, looks like it was Tata Steel looks, oh, it's an OTC, and it looks like it was halted. Good luck with that. You're looking at SPY right now. I love the setup, but I wonder if it's going to reverse. Like just looking at SPY right now, I'd be like, yeah, I'm buying that. But then seeing this right here, seeing this down here, knowing what's going on at 10:30, I'm like, I'm gonna wait till 10:30. I'm gonna wait to see if energy and if some of the underlying gets weak. Seeing puts on the Qs, just $100,000. February 2nd, 369p. Apple puts February 11th, 175p, $300,000. And some other stuff. MMM puts 165p, but like $45,000. Puts on when, small time stuff. Looks like more like localized weakness currently. Just let it breathe for a minute. So Tata basically owns India. They're bulletproof. PayPal just filled the gap from 2020. Why Google wait till July? Oh no, the spread doesn't or the split doesn't happen until June or July at some point. So my question is, will it get down to, because everybody, that's how everybody's going to think about it, right? Everybody's going to think, is it $100? Is it $200? Is it $300? What can I get that stock at? Is that the question that you're asking? Maybe I need more words, maybe. Red is spread. So HP, good job. HP is saying that red is spreading on the heat map. Good update. HP, thanks for saying something. Yeah, it says Tata.in. Looks like it's the Netherlands branch of Tata. Netherlands Dutch Open Bar Ministries opens probe into Tata Steel. That's all I've got on it. Yeah, so look to see if the market's weak into 10:30. This is a good time not to be trading. What does the orange on the bottom mean? I did hear you say it was a banker line, but what does that mean? That's a good question. Yeah, if you guys want to know, if you guys want to know about how I feel right now, I am bearish on the market currently where we are. I'll turn to neutral if we trade above 460, and then if we trade sideways and then up, I'll start to become bullish again. So my view right now is still bearish. I have a whole video on this morning. So if you guys want to go back and watch that, this is a good time right now in the market to go back and just watch this morning's beginning of this video. You can scroll back to the beginning and get my viewpoint on my bearishness and my bullishness. I discuss it at length this morning. Your ways to burn options. Yeah, just chill out this morning. There's no reason to get crazy or become a hero on either side of the trade this morning. Yeah, I don't. So let's go back to the Google conversation because I didn't really discuss it at length, right? So am I bearish on Google? No, in no way, shape, or form. There's some aspect to trading Google, or an argument that could be made that the banks, it's too expensive, so you can't trade it. That's not true. There's also a point that the banks could run it up on their own before they get it, before you get your hands on it in June or July. They'll make sure that it's run up, even if you don't participate in that run up. This whole thing too. I think I have to do more work on this, but I think the idea is that they're going to replace IBM, if I heard correctly. They're going to replace IBM in the Dow. That would be the implication. Does anybody know anything about that? Ow. I gotta take these headphones off. They're killing me. Yeah, I can't. I gotta listen to that guy talking. I gotta work on this. Yeah, you still have sellers above here. So let's talk about what this guy was asking earlier. Okay, so right here, right? Usually when you see these red bars, these are a concentration of sellers above, right? They're right where we are. You can see that banks, this is right here, this is a concentration of buyers down below. We can look even lower than this and see if the buyers are any lower than this area here. And you can see right here, right? 453 is generally where support is. Now, these buyers have not moved up yet to buy SPY. And that's because it's implied that someone that's smarter than us knows where real support is, right? Unless some news comes out and those buyers disappear, we start trading lower. But these people are just waiting down here. They're patient where we're not patient. They're patiently waiting to get their buy-in. They see us trading down to this 453. Sometimes you'll see on this vertical line, you will see this orange bar break and move higher. And that would imply that they're buying. You can see light resistance with how this is a yellow line and not a thick red line. You see more buyers currently where we are right now. You saw the sell down right here. And you want to see, you can see how this line is getting thinner. It means that we're sending a supply up of buyers currently on the SPY. Sometimes you'll get a nice little dip down below. We'll slam into 453. You can buy it and run it higher. Sometimes it'll slam down to 453, and then this line will disappear, which means that the support was fake. It was spoofing that was taking place. But currently right now, there's some smarter money that's trying to grab it down below at 453 and trade it higher. And you can see that buy that just took place, right? So that's 1, 2, and 3. Normally, this looks like a great buy. This would be a place that I would be buying right here. 1, 2, 3. Great support. Nice. We should rip higher here, but I'm going to wait for 10:30. I don't like that we're setting up for 10. It's like 10:19 right now. Like 10 minutes left. Looks like a trap to me. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're smarter. It matters that they have more money. They run the market. They tell us where we're going. When I say they're smarter than us, I mean my implication is more that I always call it the smart money, but it's the bank money. Try to trade with the banks. Try to find out where the banks are going. Try to find out where the banks are buying, where the banks selling. All that stuff is important. More important than what retail thinks. I think that retail is important. They do impact the market. We saw that with the panic selling that took place. Retail was involved in that panic selling. So they can have a large impact on the market. But generally speaking, how the market runs is where the banks want to take.
Group on GRPN putting out a formal statement responding to the latest negative commentary from Prescience Point.
Viacom calls coming in right now. February 11th, 35C, $22,000. XOL calls coming in right now. February 4th, 51C, $50,000. Got a high algo score. AMAT, AMAT, February 18th, 150C for $300,000. Another high algo score. I would be cautious though. Give the market a little bit of breathing room right here. I think the market's gonna do a little more dumping. I think it has more to do with OPEC. You don't want to see any stupid shit come out with, you know, like a dipshit from Russia. And you don't want to see, you heard Iran saying they want back in. You don't want to see any stupid shit from OPEC leaders. You end up having Putin talking to one of those guys in Iran, and then, you know, it becomes a shit show today. More Viacom calls. Everybody's getting in Viacom right now. Viacom, February 11th, 34C, $37,000. Worth a look. Now Google.
Russia's Novak saying Russia's compliance to OPEC plus a deal is close to 100%. That Russia production will increase by 100,000 barrels per day in March.
That's very positive. IWM just got calls on that news. IWM, February 4th, 201C, $447,000. So the Google thing, right? So what do? Do they run it up themselves? You'll have news out there saying, well, Google's not going to trade higher, and then the banks will take it higher, and then they hit those bags off to you when summertime comes, right?
Novak goes on to say there's a lot of uncertainties, including Omicron spread that remain on the global oil market, and we still see lots of uncertainties overall.
I'm going to probably get quiet here and stop talking. We're going to listen to the news coming out for the OPEC news at 10:30. There shouldn't be a ton of news today. You're really looking for more news tomorrow. Usually you have the mafia come out tomorrow and drop bombs. Not so much today. And wait for that 10:30. Wait for 10:30, look where we are, and if we're not selling off, I'll probably buy a dip. So the news that comes out at 10:30 is it's weird. Like it doesn't always impact our market, but we have some OPEC news coming out. They've been meeting right now, and it's basically what happens at these meetings is sometimes they'll throw out a bomb, right? They'll be like, everything, we're gonna keep production where we want it. Right now, I think the request is for 100 million barrel increase, and you'll see. I think maybe it was 300 million. I can't remember, but whatever. And everything seems fine, and then out of nowhere, you'll see OPEC say something crazy like, "Oh, we're gonna flood the market with oil right now," and it usually has to do with politics or requests from countries. You have Ukraine right now going on with Putin trying to limit oil and gas into, well, he limits. This is like a consortium. It's hard to explain if you're an American. If you're an American,
More from the IMF Georgieva
Russia
saying that
sends a ton of
inflation is more
gas
significant economic and
into
social
Europe,
problem
right?
than
And then
expected just months
that
ago.
Russian gas is controlled by consortiums within Europe, and so it's this big. So you've got a mafia, you got an oligarch controlling the flow of gas, who's cut it off to Germany, trying to give some pressure to, or political pressure over the Ukraine situation, right? And then you've got the consortiums that do the same thing, right? They try to squeeze Europeans on the back end, so their heating bills are through the freaking roof, right? So you've got like a scam upon a scam upon a scam. Now, some Europeans are probably inside this feed. I might be hack jobbing this explanation. Thousands, not millions. So basically, my point is that in these OPEC meetings, you've got this mafia control that's used for politics. You've got what's going on in Ukraine right now, so you never know, they could drop a bomb. Oil's trading really high right now. So it looks to me like tomorrow oil is going to be a great short, but I don't think it's today. I think it's more or less more or less will matter mostly tomorrow.
Georgieva saying that inflation is higher due to COVID restrictions and climate pressures raising food prices.
See this little round of negative news coming into the 10:30 hour. Winky. They will not let SPY sell. I think it's the conflation of all this news all at the same time just lends a little bit of volatility to the market. See us trading down right now.
The weekly DOE petroleum inventory data: crude expected plus 1 million barrels, gasoline plus 2 million, and distillate minus 1.5 million. One of the standout in yesterday's API data was gasoline at plus 5.8 million barrels.
Georgieva saying the Fed has done a good job communicating its plans to combat inflation.
Yep, sellers have disappeared. Looks like we've got buyers stepping in here. Good eyes, good eyes. Who called that out? Tea with straight green, pumping. I think was there some tea calls this morning or no? I didn't see what you're talking about. About to put your returns to the parents Olympics.
About 30 seconds to our data. Crude expected plus 1 million barrels, gasoline plus 2 million, distillate minus 1.5 million, utilization expected 87.6%.
Yeah, so Miro, can you what's the deal with gas and oil in Europe? Is it, explain it better. I'm hack jobbing. I know the story on, so you've got gas being pumped in from Europe, right? Was it cut off?
Crude at minus 1 million barrels, gasoline plus 2.1 million, distillate minus 2.4 million barrels, utilization dropping 1 percentage point to 86.7%. Cushing crude down 1.2 million barrels at 30.5 million total.
Your target symbol on that news is going to be USO, United States Oil.
Total domestic production down 100,000 barrels per day at 11.5 million.
You can also trade BNO, USO, and BNO in that news. Yeah, it's natural gas prices, right?
Being a little bit higher on these price draw on crude.
USO is catching a bid right now currently, boys. Yeah, so I think Miro's got it right. So natural gas gets pumped into Europe from Putin, right? And he actually doesn't do, like, he sets a price. He offers it in the future. I know that too, right? These are futures prices. And then I know that there's like consortiums in Europe that wind up fucking this all up at some point. Are the companies in Europe, are they Russian companies as well, or are they owned by European companies, Miro? Or you're saying that these companies are Russian as well, so they squeeze them? Yeah, it looks like USO is catching a bid here. They were at a high of 63.35 in the overnight. And they did just react to that news. We'll see if it continues.
IMF's Georgieva saying we are far from interest rates that can really bite.
Watching calls are coming in on NVIDIA, Atco, Win, Pins, Rivian, QCOM. Rivian, woof, May 20th, 100C, $5.6 million. IWM, February 18th, 210C, $232,000. Looks like the bulls are back. Let's find out. More sellers have stepped in at 455.90, 454.90, excuse me. Still waiting down below here at 453.09. Let me know what you guys think out there. We'll look at Google real quick. We'll look at Rivian afterwards. That was a nice bid on Rivian. May 20th, $5.6 million, 100C. Yeah, I think there's no way that Google trades down into June or July. I think that other than profit taking, stuff like that, I think that it trades higher into June, July. Maybe the only other thing I would say on it would be after profit taking on Google, that let's say the banks didn't know let's say the banks didn't know that there was going to be a split, right? So you have profit taking here. The snap or halfback on Google would be 28.58. Between 28.58 and 28.35. I don't know if we trade that low because of the split news, but I would propose that the banks don't want to buy Google at the price that it's at right now. You might see it trade back to 27.54. It's possible, and then they'll trade it up from there, or they'll tell you that it's not going to run up to $3,000 or $3,500. Then they'll trade it there from now into June or July. That's possible as well. But I think there's no way possible that we're going to be splitting Google stock at $120, $130 into June and July. It's at 29.13 right now, so we'll see if it finds support here. And if not, how deep does it sell down to? So we've got a support here at 290132. We'll look lower, see if it does a snapback. Where is snapback on this? First one's at like 28.98. 28.98. That's right there. It's 28.98 first stop. 28.50. Yeah, that makes sense. So 28.50 this is the snapback or halfback. 28.50. The next place. It's like nice amount of buyers there. Here's where the big boys are down here. Right at 2,800. You give it a trade back. I'd say it trades back to 20. I don't think it trades this low, like 27.60. I'm doubting that. But that is big support. 27.60 is big support. Be aware of it. 28.50. I'd be looking for a stop there. At the worst. We'll get Rivian next. Looks like we got close to 453 on SPY. Watching Tesla calls come in for $1 million, or excuse me, puts 920p. QQQ puts 109,000. XP put, which was a weird one. XP, I'm not even going to talk about that one. AFRM though, talked about that one this morning. AFRM February 18th, 80C, $410,000. Had that beautiful bounce on the SPY down below. I think it tagged 453.42. Nice supply down there. See if we can squeeze it up and take a look. A nice little bounce right down here. Gorgeous grab. All right, back here. We're looking at Google when that happened. It's a nice buy down here. Smashing and bashing. XLB puts. X-Ray Lima Bravo. February 11th, 85p, $59,000. What's going on with Rivian? Rivian looks like it's getting train wrecked. Pretty decent support here at 66.34, 65, 60 bucks. Why is it still selling down like that? Man. Sucks for Rivian. Someone just bought those calls that like dip by in heaven, or is that? I can see why they're buying there. You know, be careful on Rivian on those calls. The time frame is, well, you know, we've had support at 50 bucks. That's a tough one down there. You know what I would do is I would keep your eyes on those calls that came in on Rivian for May. Just like keep your eyes on them. And then what you do is you look for Rivian to trade lower down to 50. And if they stay in those calls, even down here at 50, then maybe enter them. Enter the same calls down at 50 bucks. Only if there's still interest down here at this 50. Maybe they know something. So that's a lot of money on those Rivian calls. But you know, it's not always like buying them when they buy them. What happens is with these golden tickets is they sometimes have to reposition themselves, and they can move their money around and have more money than you and I have, right? So sometimes the intent of those calls isn't so much to make money off them, but to help stabilize the stock. Might be someone with a huge position in equities. They're not really trying to make money on those calls. Be careful on that. On that trade on Rivian. It might just be being used to prop up the stock. Same supply down here, 453, 453.07. Sometimes they'll sneak up, right? 453.20, 453.30, somewhere in here. We'll see if this holds. Not a hell of a lot going on today. These ain't the moves. Wackarula, spy. Yeah, Miro, what are you doing today, brother? Are you taking a trade or what? What's your trade today, Miro? Most reliable sell still is XBI? Terrible. You're thinking about taking a hood short? Shit, I haven't even looked at hood the past few days, I'll be honest with you. I've been so focused on the freaking SPY. I haven't even paid attention. Damn, got all up to 15 bucks. Pretty goddamn good for hood. I saw that nice ripper on hood too. Can't lie. When it got down to $9.77, I bought that shit. I sold out long before that. 15 bucks though. But I did snag it that morning. It was like 9.77 at like 4 a.m. I was like, bullshit, it ain't going any lower. I was like, there's no way it gets down to like 10 bucks. And then I was thinking, I think it was Markets and Mayhem was like, I wanted it at $6 or $7. Like, there ain't no freaking way. Not this time around. It can trade down to probably $6 or $7, but not the first time it hits 10. That bitch is going, or I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't swear. It's going back up. SPY looks like it wants to make a move higher here. SPY's fighting. Oh yeah, baby. There it goes. It's looking like it wants to tag higher to 456.50. SPY looking beefy right now. Jacked. See if it can break through. It's nice to see the supply of sellers even higher now. They're scared they're moving higher to 456.50. See if we can break through. If Kramer said buy HUD, sell it away right now. Just sell it. Are you serious? That Kramer said buy Hood last night after what is it, a 50% run? Do not buy Hood right now. Yeah, we could talk about some earnings plays. Let's talk about Amazon. Let's talk about Facebook. I like Facebook's today, right? Today, Wednesday or Thursday? What do we got going on today? Now we got Facebook earnings today, right? Is it today or tomorrow? Oh, yeah, we got Meta, baby, on Wednesday. We got Qualcomm today. We got Spotify. And then tomorrow, after the bell, we got a bunch of energy companies. Lipstick company. Penn National. I'm interested in Penn National. Someone was saying that they think one of these companies is going to go bankrupt. Oh, yeah, look at that. Penn National is just looking to get shorted. Just look at it. Penn National is just begging to get shorted. Is that all-time high? Oh, no, it's not. It's already been shorted the hell down. It's worth nothing now. $48. It's ripping right now. Maybe it's not looking to get shorted. What is that? Was that down? Was that 150 at one point? UNG, it's an energy play. UNG, March 4th, 21C, $97,000. Someone was saying that someone was saying on
Notably, Nestle NESN in Switzerland said to be closing in on a deal for protein powder maker Oregon. Could be announced as soon as this week.
One of these like smart guys was saying that one of these gaming companies is going to declare bankruptcy. It's going to get shorted into the ground. I picked Penn. I think it's Penn. Looks like a double bottom on Rivian. Nice little ripper there on SPY. This looks like every day's action, right? Trade down, bounce off. Right now it looks like we're bouncing off 453.54. Almost a clean strike there for the chart that I put on Twitter. We had a couple more bounces down below, and then we're trading it up to 456.44 or so. And on a daily simple moving average, like a 200, the 100, and the 50, and whatever, just trading in there. Now it's just finding resistance on the daily 200 SMA, right on the 1 minute chart. You'll just see that we just keep bouncing right off it. Penn's been tanking since last earnings in the Davy drama. Yeah, Davy drama was kind of bullshit. You guys want to check Hood for you? Samara's saying Nasdaq's leading. Should pull down SPY with it. There are a lot of QQQ puts out there right now too. Whole ton. Yeah, win buy program. Yeah, Captain Ron's making a very good point right now. Senator wants to remind everybody that the VIX is approaching sub 20 this week. Hedging is reaching a good discount. Always something to consider. No one ever overhedges when it's cheapest. 100% agree. The red bar just finished at 455. Yeah, Captain Ron making a good point. Anything sub 20 right now and the VIX is good. If we rug pull this shit, this is where it happens. You guys all know that, right? If there's an effing rug pull, this is the perfect place. It's like straight red bars to head to the depths of hell. Yeah, perfect place for it to happen. Oh, Oh, yeah, Winky baby. I knew you were talking about QCOM. Your boys are reporting today, right? What do you guys want me to do? I just did ribbing. What do you guys want me to do for, we'll do some of these, we'll do QCOM, do some of these ER plays. We'll do Facebook. I can't stand Facebook. I hate trading them. Can't stand the Zuck. VIX is up 2% in the day currently. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to VIX. I probably should. There's no reason not to pay attention to the VIX today. It's kind of criminal not doing it. Looks like we slapped that support yesterday. We talked about it, 2161. Dipped a little bit below it, 2142. Climbed all day long today. We did just reject off a 200-day simple, though, on the 1-minute chart. VIX is dropping. You guys don't want to see VIX get pounded into the dirt. You want to see VIX at 13 or 10 when it gets real cheap. This is the same old shit with QCOM. Day trader's paradise here. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip on QCOM at 180. Sell it up to 188.73. Rinse and repeat. It's a great one, by the way, to trade QCOM. It's pretty basic. Doesn't get any more basic than this. Then they rug pull it every once in a while if you make too much money. You have to like trade it for 100% of your money, and then you trade it for like 80% of your money, then 60% of your money, then 40, then 30 until they pull the rug on your ass. You trade it back down to 170 or whatever. Oh, watching some hood calls come in. Watching hood calls come in right now. Just right in the face of it, right? February 18th, 15C, $53,000. IWM calls, QCOM puts right now, February 4th, 175p, $273,000. I don't know if QCOM's already traded up to that 190 mark yet. But it's getting close, right? It's at 185. It's close to this 190 level. We'll trade it down to 175. Up, down, back and forth. Look at Hood next. See if Hood goes up. Google calls coming in right now. Snap calls. Google 318-3250C for $136,000. Snap calls coming in right now. February 18th, 32C for $600,000. It's two sweeps. Look at Hood. I'm not finding anything that I want to buy yet. Let me be honest with you guys. All this looks like fluff to me. None of this looks like a market moving day. So, sorry for the beeping in the background. I think that's coming from a book map for some reason. So, SPY coming back down here, rejection. Is this the same old bullshit with SPY? Pick it up at 453, sell it at 455, 456. Pick it up at 453, sell it at 456. I would not be buying Hood calls right now at $15. That's insano. Train range currently on Hood is definitely $10, $9.70. And if you were going to run it up 50%, wait for the dip. There it is right there, okay? $10.25. Maybe we get to 17, 16.75. I'll give you that. But I wouldn't, this is diddling in the middle, right? You want to buy it at 10 and then start thinking about selling out at 50%. This is like straight diddling. Yeah, maybe it does trade to 17. But Jim Cramer should have told you to buy at 4 a.m. I think it was last Friday when they had bad earnings. Whatever day that was, Thursday or Friday. You should have come on CNBC and done a special Mad Money at like 4 a.m. and said buy right now. Not at $14, $15. Yeah, let me take a look and it says it's still here. He hasn't talked at all. Alfredo hasn't come on, just hasn't come on aboard. There's no news today. That's one more thing to talk about is that video is frozen. Can you guys see me waving right now, Joshua? Or sometimes it's on your end. Can you guys see me waving my hand? Yeah, Hood, I don't like that trade right now. There's not a lot of trades I'm liking right now. Just as a heads up, okay? Like, you make sure you take good trades every time. And, you just saw some QCOM puts come in, and now I just see QCOM calls come in. 185 seized, February 4th. Bunch of day traders fighting each other, slap fighting on QCOM. We'll look at Facebook next. I'm not seeing a lot of market direction. What do we talk about on this channel all the time, though, right? Ooh, that's got to be... What is that beeping? Find out what the fuck that is. Is it a Windows security alert or something? Okay, so, when the market trades like this right now, right? So VIX is still dropping right now as we're trading higher. You've got your sellers up here. Got your buyers down below, 453. You got your sellers above between 454.99 and 456, 455 here. Right, up, down, until you pick a direction. So I'm not seeing a direction right now in the market. We know the VIX is low. We know we got one bounce on the VIX yesterday at 2142. Looks like if we get another bounce right here, you start tapping around, right? 1, 2, 3. Just it's usual, right? It's 1, 2, and then you end up seeing a rip higher in the VIX. And we talk about on this channel all the time. If we start trading sideways for longer than a day, if we trade sideways for one day, not so bad, right? We can make a move by end of day in either direction. If we start trading sideways like 1, 2 days, 3 days, typically, not always, but like 65, 75% of the time we trade down. We start looking for lower prices. So we don't want to see that today as well. We want to see that trade higher. We want to see us trade up to 460. We want to get bullish, make a decision. We traded this high as it is, right? So if we're going to trade this high, we might as well take that look above and see if we're going to get rejected or not. So at least for the day, I'm leaning bullish. If we traded this high, right, might as well take the look above. There's no reason for us to trade here and then just automatically reject. At least take the look above. And if we don't take the look above, well, we know that futures placed us here, right? So if we don't look above today, it ain't going to be pretty. I'm frozen. God, nope. Sorry, I won't swear. Be quiet. All right, so I'm frozen. What a pain in the ass. Look at me, my goofy head. Pulled my hair back in a bun today. I got a freaking man bun. Put my hair in a man bun today. You know what I'll do is I'll let my hair flow. You guys can't see my hair flow, so I'll just start flowing it left and right. Undo my knot and just start whipping it. My hair was soaking wet. My kids were upstairs with my kids, taking a shower this morning, right? Got out of the shower, they're going to make breakfast. Then I got to talk to them. Can't brush my hair. Can't brush my ankle hair. He started listening to Kramer when he was on AM radio like 18 years ago. Forgot to CBC. Now he's acting more crazy. Almost like, dude, Larry Kudlow's crazy. He's crazy, man. You know he's got some dead bodies in the closet. Let's see if I can reset it. Kind of weird. I'm not hearing anything from, no news at all. Haven't seen nothing. We'll test this.
Message. Your sound card and network configuration are working properly.
All right. It says I'm good to go on this. Let me see if I can.
Up around the top of the hour, have some Russian data on industrial production for December, expected 4.5%.
Looks like he's getting back on there. He's talking to us.
Russian industrial production 6.1% above the 4.5% expected for December.
You're saying this something wrong with Kramer? I'm saying this with concern for him. He's an old junkie. He's an old cokehead.
Denmark foreign reserves 530.7 billion versus 529.8 prior.
Yeah, keep an eye on the Dixie right now on those two reports that just come out.
Noting they did not intervene in the Forex market in January.
Have some calls coming in on the SPY, February 4th, 457C, $184,000. Also calls on QCOM, February 11th, 200C. It does look like there's more calls than puts on QCOM at this point. They might try to just pin QCOM at some point today. You'll notice as we get into, sometimes we get into earnings reports that we get a bunch of bets coming in, and they will pin it intentionally no matter what comes in. Warning at this point, warning. Tesla, multiple puts coming in for millions of dollars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost $6 million in puts. February 4th, 900p. February 4th, 900p for $524,000. February 4th, 900p for $800,000. February 4th, 900p for $988,000. February 4th, 900p for $876,000. Tesla, February 4th, 900p, $678,000. Another one, Tesla, February 4th, 900p, $881,000. Significant put flow on Tesla at the moment. We'll look them up. We'll look at Facebook real quick, and then we're going to check out how ugly things are getting on Tesla. Facebook's like it's about to shit itself right now. Y'all want to be careful out there in this market. It's not good to see here. Do you see what's going on here with Facebook? It's not a good look. More sellers than buyers. Slightly higher call flow. Just waiting to pull the rug, though, into close on Facebook. Be very cautious here in the market. We're going to take a quick look at Tesla. Why are we seeing that ugly of call or of put flow on Tesla? I'd be scared market wide right now. There could be a rug pull going on. I'm not trying to joke about so he talked about two impacts of that put flow. First of all, the dealers are going to hedge it, right? So it's going to make Tesla weak right here. If you can break below 900, you're going to create some panic selling. So we're going to watch that right now, see if there's any panic selling in Tesla. As far as Kramer goes, you know, Kramer's an old school. He's not. I call him a crackhead, but he's not a crackhead. But you guys gotta understand, these guys like Kramer, right? You hang out with guys like this, man. These guys, they live a hard life. Like on the surface, you have a home life with a wife and kids and all that kind of stuff. But when you know I've known guys like him, right? And you know, they live a hard life. It's a hard life that they live, and you know, you get older and you're just like, you don't care anymore. He's talked about retiring. He's had he had a moment recently where he talked about retiring. But all the partying, right? You eat so many steaks every day. You're drinking whiskey, or you know, dude, they do some bad stuff. These guys, you know, you think you know, but you don't until you really see it. And then it's every day. It's every day, day in, day out for 40, 50 years, and it takes a toll on people. That's hard living. And you know, publicly, you wouldn't believe that really does happen, but it really, really does happen. Like the whole bottles and models thing is real, and it gets uglier as people get older. Not him, but a lot of guys like him, you know, they end up getting to be like 40, 50 years old, 60 years old. At that point, they're like through like wife number one, wife number two. You know, the wife's, you know, they're separated even if they're living together. And, you know, like they're a shell of themselves. It's a long, hard life. And it's mostly the partying. Like if there's a part of it, that's the big part. There's the stress in the job, but like the partying that goes on, the lifestyle. I'm telling you, you go out and eat steaks every single night, it wears on the heart. Well, watching dip buyers come in on Tesla. February 11th, 1,000 call C, $200,000 and $237,000 respectively. Some SPY dip buyers. February 4th, 457C. You see it a lot with like salesmen. You see it in like salesman communities. They travel all the time. They're never home. And, you know, they live hard lives. Yeah, it's the cocaine. It's the hard living. You know, you can't trust. I like that he's gotten people started trading, but I'll tell you what. I don't know if you remember 2007. People lost everything. When you lose everything, like when you've built up a life and you've got this guy on CNBC just constantly saying buy, 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 buy. Saw where the market was right then and there. I don't watch it anymore. I can't watch any CNBC anymore. I can't trust it. People got straight wrecked.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Trade the news, baby. So 908, we'll add an ad on here. Yeah, I don't like where Tesla is right now. I don't like where Facebook is right now. I don't like the bottoming pattern in the VIX right now. I don't like the put flow in Tesla right now. Look and see. It's a lot of money on Tesla puts. They're dated for Friday. Next move below would be, I don't think they're fighting for $10. $8.50 for Friday. Yeah, options action on Friday. Some of the shows on the show or on CNBC are pretty good. the CNBC could be a great channel too. Like, everyone's like, oh, well, just Fox Business News. None of them really do that good of a job. They could do such a better job if you had some real legit traders, professional traders on that, professional investors, not like paid bullshit. Everyone's selling something on CNBC right from who they interview. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen. But if you're able to hire some independent people that do shows, it'd be so rad. Like, they have the potential. I'll give them that. And then when I watch shows I've tried to tune into shows that are on YouTube and shit. And I always feel like I'm with a bunch of used car salesmen. I always feel like half the shit that you see on YouTube, like if it's a live stream, it's always like 2-3 guys and they're fucking pumping all morning long. They're all taking Adderall. They're all on some form of amphetamine. So I'm like, I can't trade with those guys. Can't listen to these guys in the morning at 9 a.m. I'm not on Adderall at 9:30 in the morning anymore. Yeah, did NASDAQ just get whacked? It's looking like it's ready. I mean, you say Facebook's on the edge. We'll look at Apple next. Everybody's sitting on some kind of like just bear support. So we'll look at Apple. We'll look at all the usual suspects. Haven't been seeing a whole hell of a lot of Apple flow today. So we'll take a look at Apple and see what it's doing. Facebook's not looking pretty. We'll look at Amazon after that. Yeah, they're all setting up. You can see them setting up right now. Facebook's setting up for a dump. It's getting close. Joe Donut wants to take a debit put spread here. I've been adding them at every level. I'm in a whole bunch of shit right now. So I've got debit put spreads sitting here. I bought them. I think they're 425, 420s, but I bought them right at 451. They're dated for February 18th, I think. And then I've got some 442, 440s. So I'm sitting on a load, like a whole truckload of puts right now. Just if any of you didn't know that, even though I've been trading SPY calls, right? All the way up, right? All these key moments I'm trading SPY calls. Now I've just got a bunch of free puts. And I made some money, but I'm up, plus I've got free puts. So and I'll just keep trading this up to all-time highs if I need to. But along the way, I'm buying protection in case we sell because we're in a bearish stance until we trade higher. Until we get over 460. I've got condom on. Let's take a look at, Desperado, thank you for the tip this morning. Appreciate it. Yields to the moon, thank you for the tip. Mohan, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate the subscribes and likes just as much. Ben Godfrey, my brother, thank you for the tip. Pablo says, I don't even trade, but I keep you on in the office all day because I like listening to what's going on. People walk in and see Bookmap on the TV and ask, what the F is this? I try and explain. Yeah, we're going to try to add some more content to the show so you guys can keep this on and keep it a little bit. I won't be swearing as much. There won't be the soap opera. But we're going to try to get it so that we have enough content for everybody that they can keep tuning in throughout the course of a day. We can switch it up, put some guests on. We'll have different topics to talk about. Keep you guys all interested. You can talk to each other in the chat. Thanks, Pablo. I appreciate the support, brother. Without a doubt, we can talk about anything that's, talked about Ukraine this morning, talked about Google this morning, talked about oil this morning, talking about some earnings. Let's look at Apple real quick, see if it's ready to sell off. Some of these, look at Apple. Come on, man. Look at Apple. What are you doing, Smalls? Look at Apple. It's all setting up here. Look at this, getting a rug pull. This is insane. Look at this. It's sitting here in support. Apple's about to start falling. It's getting all droopy. Start looking under the hood. It's killing me. What are you doing, Apple? Seriously, look at you, buddy. Not seeing a lot of calls today or puts on Apple. It's just slowly fading. You don't want to ever see this right here. It's not good for Apple. You want to see like hard red support here. Price target on Apple 170. Hands down. Can't be up here doing this goofy shit. Look at this. Apple's just kind of fucking around. No man's land. Wall of sellers above. No flow at all coming in on Apple. Oh, here we go. Here's the ugly. We've got SPY puts coming in February 2nd, 455p, $148,000. Tesla puts. What did Tesla do? I thought like the battery stuff was all figured out this morning, like 4 a.m. I heard some good battery news, good battery demand or something. Tesla, February 4th, 900p, $2.5 million. Tesla, another one, February 4th, 900p, $2.1 million. That's a total now. I mean, Tesla's racking it up right now, okay? We're going to take a look at the Tesla put flow right now. I'm going to assume that's pretty ugly. Yeah, I got Tesla put flow, 11 puts for $11.5 million. No bueno. No bueno on Tesla right now. Apple's just kind of hanging out there. Facebook's on an edge. Looking suspect. SPY bouncing off that 453. They're just ricocheting down here at 453 currently. VIX has a resting bitch face right now. Just looks like it wants to get nasty. Shit. It's getting saucy. Yeah, we got the EU close coming up right here. Just sell it down a little bit. Let me just un-F myself out of my put spreads. Just sell it down. That way I can win both sides. Just sell it down. I'll get out. I promise. I'll get out of my put spreads. And I promise never to short the market again. Look at that rejection. Rejection. Buyers. Old man, Mr. Bank, right? Old greedy white man hands. Right? That creepy old guy with the greasy hands. Down here trying to buy the dip at 453. He's been waiting all morning long. Yeah, just a quick rip below, you know? Just cool it off a little bit. Nice little dip to buy. Keep this truck rolling. Just keep this truck rolling along. Meanwhile, we're just going to bounce around. Oh, yeah. Joe Harper stepping up. Joe Harper leaving a tip. Did you make some money, Joe Harper, on the spy trade yesterday? It was a pretty good trade. Not going to lie. When is the right time to load up on puts or calls? Yeah, greasy white man hands like that old white guy. I try to walk by those greasy old, those old white rich guys. Just walk by and I don't want all their money. Just want a little bit of their money. These are the guys that have billions. Just want to slip it out of their hands. Not all of it. That's how I look at the market. I look at the market like a bunch of old white guys wearing Nantucket red. Right? They're like the guy from the Caddyshack, right? What I forget his name is right now, but I don't want all of his money. He won't even notice that I took some of his money. Yeah. I'm bearish. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm still bearish here until we trade higher. This is like the classic setup. This is where at 460 though, man, I am full on bullish. I don't know if bears are pissed off about it. I hear bear bulls saying that bears are pissed off. I don't know. Bears made a shit ton of money on the way down to 420. I made a shit ton of money on the way down to 420. A shit ton. And I don't think we need to go revisit it. I think we're gonna, but I think if we don't revisit it now, I think we revisit it between now and March or June. I don't care when it happens. I think we revisit it this year. I think we revisit it. We usually do. Like 80% of the time we do. Now, do we revisit it right now? No. If this is a rejection point, if we don't reject here, let's say we trade up to all-time highs, we trade like Powerball. We still have to think about profit taking off of earnings season. Typically in February and March, you see the weakest part. Like their summer buying, like will they do it in springtime buying is usually in January and February and March. So they're probably not done doing their buying yet. Not every year, but a lot of years. So it wouldn't surprise me to see us come back down. That's not even being bearish. I think that's just normal market action. And we do have some shit this year too. I mean, there are some problems with this year. It is an election year. It's like not a presidential election year. We typically don't have better years when we have like the Senate. Although specifically this year, being an off election year, it's going to be an interesting Senate race this year. Due to where we are with the economy. You're looking for either a mandate that we're going to spend a lot of money and tax a lot of people, or you're going to get a rejection of that. And I think to an extent, and I don't want to get political here unless this involves the stock market, but I do think there was some kind of a referendum on not wanting Trump in office and not caring who the candidate would be. So, and then where the taxation is and how it impacts the economy and the market, it wouldn't surprise me to see the Senate flip to Republican. That's typically how it is, right? We have a Republican president, we have a Democratic Senate. Wall Street likes that a lot. Wall Street tends to like, if there's a Republican president, believe it or not, they actually like a Democratic Senate. They like gridlock. A lot of people don't realize that Wall Street likes gridlock in Washington. The less that Washington can do, the more the market is known. So you'll see Wall Street will want that in the background. Even if you don't see that, that's what Wall Street will want. They don't care if the president's Democrat, Republican. They just want it split. They want opposing views. They want less change so that they can work within that
MoneyGram
construct.
MGI seeing some call activity. The February $9 calls are active at 70 cents. Shares taking a little bit higher on volume. Michael Golf India.
MGI, do you see that call activity? MGI. Bring that up on your. That's MoneyGram. Unusual call flow. MGI. Michael Golf India. They call it balance. Yeah. It's like one of the only things that yeah, I'll show Tesla here. It's one of the only things that the stock market hates, or Wall Street hates, is unknown news. Like, they hate it with a passion. They don't care if it's good news. They don't care if it's bad news. They like to control the market. The more the market can be controlled, the more money they make. The more that they know, the more money they can make. The more unknown news that they don't know about, the more unknown news the more news that they don't know about, right? They have to be like us, right? They want to know more than us as the retail trader. You know how we get caught in trades, we don't know where we're going, and we end up losing some money. The banks hate losing money, and they usually only lose money when there's unknown news. So they like stability. Johnny Five stepping in and letting us know that MoneyGram had some buyout news a week or two ago. You know what? I might buy some call. Oh, MoneyGram. Woo! With a huge spike on MoneyGram. Huge spike on MoneyGram. Nice. So MoneyGram is seeing a little bit of a push here. So the MoneyGram was squeezed after that news came out. We'll get Tesla next. A beat below 900. Looked like a tag down below here at 895. MoneyGram trading higher now. 0.01. It was down at what? It was down, well, before the news came out, it was at 864. When the news dropped, it was at 864. It's now trading at 885. 864 to 885. Piton shit in the bed still. Yeah, I'm gonna iron grip those. I'm telling you what, those puts, right? They better trade down to $10. That's my price target, like to $12 to $10. Tesla with a little ricochet here, trying to find itself some legs. The lower target is down here at 890 on Tesla. Heavy put action on Tesla. MGI is ripping green bars. MGI ripping. There's a mixed bag of calls and puts coming in right now. Nothing big. AM's now seeing MGI calls come in. MGI February 18th 9C $102,000. MGI 218 9C $35,000. MGI 218 9C $150,000. Actually seeing it on Flow Algo after that guy announced all that stuff. Huh. Isn't that interesting? And that guy's announced something, and all of a sudden I see some MGI calls coming across Flow Algo. Coincidence? Yeah, they trade down in midterm elections. But we could trade down in this midterm election, but trade up if taxes, believe it or not, come off the table. I don't like, so in my Main Street hat, let me give a Main Street hat, okay? If I'm with my friends and I'm talking to my wife and my kids, I want to see social services. I want to see everything get taken care of, all this other stuff, right? Build Back America, I like it. But I'm going to put on my trader hat. I'm going to tell you that 100% higher taxes makes the market go down. And someone that owns a home will get into that voting booth, and if they know their taxes are going up, they're going to vote against those taxes going up. So they might be like, hey, I like that president that's out calling for taxes, but then they'll slam a senator. It's not, you ever know, like whenever I vote, I'll be like, oh, I like that guy that looks fiscally conservative on the accountant for the comptroller for my town, right? So you start pitting these politicians against each other. People do that in voting booths, believe it or not. Lucid 520 40C $456,000.
Versus plus 15% on pre-pandemic levels in January of 2022.
Shoot, it was already at $10. Dude, he did, didn't he? Solid 60 seconds before flow algo. He's solid 60 seconds. Solid 60 seconds. Yeah, I see that rug pull coming too. I'm watching it. I'm not buying anything right now. I'm sitting on some SPY puts already. I got some free SPY puts. I've been paying for them the whole way up. But the best part of these SPY puts are that they're all put spreads, so it don't matter as long as we get there at some point.
Northern Oil and Gas, that's NOG, S&P upgrading Northern Oil and Gas. Outlook remains stable. November Oscar.
That's NOG. Just got an upgrade. They just traded down to 23.43. Let's see what happens with them, okay? Track NOG. Let's see if this guy, he doesn't always hit it, but I want you guys
to... Is the government planning to drop restrictions for vaccinated people in high-risk areas?
That looks like the economy is going to reopen. But let's look at NOG real quick. They traded down from 25.47. They're at 23.42. Let's see if there's any impact on that. Now, he didn't mention any call flow on it. All he said was that like a reiterated buy or something like that. Flow algo trades before they give you the info, I guarantee it. It was interesting. Wiggy's like, damn it. Like I'll see some of this news break on this guy, on this news squawk. And then like 5 minutes later I'll see Walter Bloomberg posted on Twitter. I'm like, shit. Oh, that's bullshit on Piton being a consensus buy. That's all about needing to sell out of their huge ass positions. Of course they're going to be a consensus buy. Trading down now at 25.88 on Piton. Just give it up, Piton. Show me $10. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Cody. This is Trade the News. And you're gonna get a live stream of this inside the Discord every day. Winky and I are gonna set it up. This is the Trade the News. This is the OG, the original, the banger. The banger Trade the News. I'll check my DMs. I'll check the DMs. Yeah, so we're going to put Trade the News stream inside Discord. and I'll leave it on when I take a break every day. I'll have just this playing in the background. So I'll always have like someone else talking about key pivots in the market. Trade the News is the shit. Trade the News is the best news squawk left. It's old school. Old school. Oh, hell yeah. It costs me $235 or something every month. It is not cheap. Not cheap at all. Yeah, it does want to test the floor. You see, Tesla's working its way down right now. We're going to bring the SPY back up. So yeah, Cody, you know what's up. Trade the News is the shit. It doesn't get everything right, but dude, it's pretty baller. Yeah, they have the text version too. So they do they show so like let's say you get like let's say every hour, let's say you get 300 news items that pop up, right? They've got guys there that just read through it, take only the best market moving pieces, and they read it to you. So you're not constantly having to look at a screen with a news feed that you can't quickly. Basically have an analyst sitting there reading everything for you. And he only chimes in when it's something critical. Got some VIX calls coming in February 4th, 19.9 or 19.5, excuse me. February 4th, 19.5. This is VXX. $99,000. Yeah, it's kind of cool too because what you can do
For MTEK, Maris Tech, today's IPO opens for trade at $3, priced at $4.20. Michael Tango Echo Kilo.
So these are a desk, right? They've got a desk with different analysts reading different markets, and then they come over the mic and they talk. They do it real time. More VIX puts, VXX, February 4th, 19.5 for $79,000. That's a set of two at this point. So you got hood puts coming in now that counter the hood calls that came in earlier. Hood, and I think we had like $270,000 or something like that on hood calls. Now I've got larger hood puts. April 14th, 13p, $562,000 in puts. High algo score. That's for April. More hood puts coming in right now for 14, 13p, $100,000. Still watching NOG here to see if there's any kind of, I haven't seen a movement or anything on NOG. And they didn't say anything about an unusual call flow on that, so. And MGI just slapped the titties on MG on the top there at $9. Bang. Pinstrike on those $9 C's. Hello, ladies. That was a nice run. Thank you very much. Trade the News. SPY's just grinding down here, right? Just testing bottom here. Those were VIX calls, VXX. VXX calls, two sets. February 4th, 19.5C for $99,000 and $79,000. We're going to look for a break here. Print me a little bit, will you? Give me some money in my puts. Seriously. At least give me a little bit more than a test. If you test me down to like 450, I'd be happy. On a daily basis, can't get bearish on the SPY. I'm bearish until we break above 460, but on like a daily. If we don't break 450, you can't be uber bearish. Now I've got some more UVXY calls coming in. February 4th, 14.5 C for $29,000. More, or this is the first time I've seen this. Verizon calls June 17th, 230 C for $900,000. A little bit of SPY calls coming in February 4th, 450 P, $132,000. We are on a major support for the SPY currently, but it wouldn't be unusual for us to trade down all the way to like 450 or so. You can see the little white line down below here. If we do trade below this 450, though it is bearish on the day, you're going to be looking for a trade setup at that point. You'd look for a rip higher and then a rejection, and we would trade lower. But currently, you know, it's holding up right now. I got to say that it is holding up. Ah, shit. Sorry. I don't know why I keep doing that. Do I keep calling Verizon? Do I keep calling Verizon? I keep calling. Do I keep calling Verizon? Oh, no, what do I keep doing? I keep calling V as Verizon instead of Visa. Sorry about that. 4,800 tickers, and sometimes I'll associate the wrong ticker with the wrong acronym. Sorry, Winky. I'll get my chart, my list out. Plush rug. V is for V. I know it's for Visa. I know it's for Visa. I got Winky over here. He's like, he just called off 5,000 tickers and he got one wrong. I'm going to curl up my papers. No, it's Visa. It's Visa. I'm just calling it Verizon. Yeah, so the plan is, so this is a new edition. This is the free sub, right? Captain Jim James. Always trying to improve. We got a bunch of people down inside the Discord just making it a kick-ass place, right? Doing all kinds of work. You guys are supporting the channel by liking, subscribing. You guys are donating. So we're going to add some more benefits to the sub. Excuse me for just a moment. I've got MQ puts coming in. $28,000 February 18th, 10p. Also, more hood puts coming in April 14th, 13p, $280,000. Yeah, you guys are supporting the channel, so we'll keep adding kick-ass stuff. So what we're gonna do is, I can't be on live streaming 8 hours straight every single day. So let's say I leave the live stream up, and then I'll have the guys from Trade the News in the background. So you always have someone talking, so you guys can have stuff to discuss in the chat. And I'm gonna try to live stream it at some point on its own stream with a Flow Algo stream. So it would be, what you'd get is, you get us here every day with Bookmap, and then you get a stream in the Discord, just private, not public, with Flow Algo running and the audio of Trade the News. Yeah, you know what I could do is I could do the Flow Algo stream separate, maybe. So it's in Discord, so you always have a look-see at it. And then I'll have the Trade the News guys on while I'm on, and then if I take a break, you at least have someone talking to you, either on Bookmap or on that Flow Algo stream. Some way or another, you're going to get all that stuff. So you wouldn't have to, shops getting murked.
For BIMI International, they're announcing a 1-for-5 reverse stock split. Bravo India, Michael India.
So basically, you're going to end up having... some filler space with someone else talking. Oh, here we go, baby. Verizon VZ 218.55C, $35,000.
Russian press reporting that Russia and the United States will be holding talks soon on embassy issues.
Discord link is down in the description. So what's going on right now with Chrome to OBS is, sorry. What I have going on right now is I've got 2 computers running right now, right? And I'm running display monitors off them as well.
An Algeria energy minister commenting that OPEC Plus decision today to continue monthly production increases due to the Omicron not affecting global economies.
Basically what I need is...
We've heard from other oil producers earlier today.
Basically what I need is a separate computer just running us somewhere on its own, so that it can just run flow algo in the background somewhere. Because I keep adding... Is MGI still running? What I end up doing is this, is I'm adding so much shit to just one, like I'm live streaming, then I've got a bunch of shit run. I just got a bunch of shit running. I've got like cameras running, like this big Sony A6000 running. I've got this like big microphone running. I've got a bunch of stuff there. It just keeps taxing and taxing and taxing. I need to separate some of this stuff. And so the basic idea would be you'd have access to Flow Algo, you'd have access to Trade the News, you'd have access to the book map, you'd get my stupid mug talking, and then you guys are all talking every day. Find out where the market's going together. And try to say, hey, what do you think we think's happening, right? We got to be able to take the bull and the bear case. We got to be able to shift when we need to, and we got to be able to help each other out. So if you're like, hey, we're going up now, or hey, we're going down now, or this consolidation phase is over, or there's a great trade here. MGI is still running. Woo! You know, we can take these trades together and make some money. The only thing that's tough for me right now is I'm spending so much time in the live stream that I've got I got wife and kids and that kind of stuff.
For GTT in Paris, France, they're going to be designing tanks on 6 new LNG carriers ordered by Hudong Zhuangga Shipbuilding in China. Golf Tango Tango Franklin. Golf Tango Tango trading in Paris.
MGI is still running now at 914. Looks like sellers are being worn out on the SPY currently. Yeah, so if I can make the live stream key pivots in the market and have this on with some other guys talking, then it should help. Where do we sell MGI? Good question, right? Good question. Let's take a look. We're at our first resistance right now at 914. Second resistance is at 934. If it was me, I'd be looking right at that option chain and those $9 calls, and I would sell when they sell. As long as their end's still sitting in on them. Let's take a look and see where they are. They have earnings coming up here. Yeah, we've got 6,100 contracts on February 18th. And they're still in them. They're going for between 90 cents and 95 cents currently. So as long as they don't sell out of them, they must know something that nobody else knows, right? Let's look at MGI, see if there's any way to get... See if there's any way to get any kind of information on heat map and book map. Looks like you got some sellers above still on 455 on the SPY, 456. Same area of, this is the same bullshit, right? We're tagging the bottom at 453. Still have a steady supply of sellers above at 456. Same shit. All right, let's have a look. Let's see if what we called resistance, if that's it or not. Looks like we've got more buyers than sellers, which is positive on MGI. Looks like you got a little bit of light resistance at 942. Real resistance at 992, then 1097 and 1127. We had a previous high before on a traditional candlestick chart at $10.15. So basically, right, you've got trap buyers, basically, let's call it at 940. These are these trap buyers right here. If you can get past the trap buyers, you could possibly trade this higher. $10 or so. It's bashing right now. It's just moving along. Just cranking. Can't believe we're doing book map on MGI MoneyGram. Winky face took the trade. Winky face took the trade. Didn't even wait. Just took it. Raw dogging it, Winky face.
As well as a report that ATO in Paris, France reportedly Thales had approached the private equity funds to consider a combined breakup plan for Atos.
Is Nog off its bottom now, Cody? Dude, Trade the News is badass. Badass. I was talking about it earlier this day. Like, that shit is no joke. Hands down. Hands down, my favorite squawk. Yeah, you're right. It is off its bottom. And it went from 23.32 up to 23.69. And that didn't talk about any call options. All it said was just had good news and a reiteration or something. I can't use the words right now. They reiterated that was a buy. There we go. Got it. Steady stream of sellers above on the SPY still. 455.50, 456 and 456.50. We're looking to see if we can break through these sellers, right? You still got a supply of sellers right now. Had the same shit going on yesterday. So buy the dip, sell the rip until we can get rid of these sellers above on the SPY. We do have some mixed bag of SPY calls and SPY puts. $100,000 here on calls, another $100,000 in calls. And we just got, real quick, we just got February 4th, 450p for $500,000. Just usual suspect stuff. And then we got some SPY calls that just came in. All day trader bullshit. Not worth taking a trade in currently. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be right back.
Government responding to new U.S. troop movements in Europe, calling it destructive.
I'll be back. I'm going to take a lunch.
ONVO, Organovo, guiding on a patent portfolio and successful IPR defense of 2 patents, Oscar November Victor Oscar. Comcast and Viacom CBS announcing full regulatory approval of Sky Showtime will launch in select European markets starting this year. Charlie Michael Charlie Sierra Alpha and Victor India Alpha Charlie.
MGI is just effing ripping. We're going to become like a pump room, aren't we? I already know what we're going to become. We're going to become a pump room. MGI, baby. Ripping. Toot toot. We're going to become a pump room. I can already see it. We're going to make this a private room eventually. MGI just cranking at this point. MGI out of control right now. We're going to bring the MGI chart back up. I know, pumping the SPY all day, every day. We're going to look back at MGI again. Pumping MoneyGram. Terrible. I feel so filthy right now. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Let's see where we're going with MGI. I got a little wall of sellers here. 948. It looks like we're at that pin strike, just below that pin strike. But you know what? Overall, the moment you get rid of these sellers here, it's all just trap sellers from a previous high. It breaks through that $10 and just if it starts to move higher. Yeah, basically $10. $9.97. Probably want to get out before then though. Let's just squeeze them. If you squeeze them, then there ain't no stopping it. Look at Winky Face. It's like I ain't getting out of there. And you don't have to get out as long as people are still in it, right? The interest is still there right now. I'm looking at them right now. There's 6.28 thousand people now in. It's now at $1 and $1.05 on calls. Nobody sold. There's still iron fist on those calls. So someone knows more than we know. Yeah, Trade the News is the shit. I love that service. I try to explain to people, they didn't understand, and I'm like, I gotta eventually incorporate that into the stream. The only thing that I got a problem with Trade the News is you have to get into the rhythm of it, figuring out what to buy and what not to buy. And some of the other, I was discussing this earlier, then we stopped, but there's a lot of talk out there that some of these news squawks that you get are they're paid to pump certain stocks. I've never encountered that with Trade the News. I've always had good success, generally speaking, with Trade the News, and especially in timing. Like, if there's anyone that comes in before anybody else, that's glaring. I've tried them all. I've probably tried 5 or 6 different news squawks, and this is the best, hands down. Overall, this is the best. And dude, when the market sells off, they're right there when it happens. So we'll get some confirmation if we start selling the market, usually. Usually they're pretty spot on if we're at a point, an inflection point of, reversing. You'll hear it. Hey, don't worry, Hutch. I closed out all my calls and now I'm just sitting on a bunch of a little bit of seller stepping in 950 on MGI. Price target though is $10. That is the price target as of right now. Still have buyers consuming sellers as well. And just a heads up on the day right now, we are at a neutral point in the market. And the flow is neutral right now. It's not bearish, or it's not bullish or bearish. Call flow 190,000 calls, 191,000. Put flow 136,000. You could call it slightly bullish. 58% calls to 42% puts. Another resting point. SPY or MGI with a ping off 943. Call still sitting at $1.05. Maybe take a rest. Had some positive news come out this morning. Unusual call flow as well.
Ford and Sunrun are partnering to integrate a truck with solar energy. Romeo Uniform November.
Run is spiking currently. Run, RUN, 2476 just had a huge spike down below. Went from 2476 to 2550. That's Sunrun. Calls on February 18th, 35C. Calls being bought currently. They're just stacking. They were at 600 a moment ago, now 700 interest on contracts. 35C expiring February 18th. Those are 32 cents to 37 cents. Announced a partnership with Ford. That should print. Calls just racking up currently on 35C. Run, RUN. Put a bid in for 32 cents, 35C. Calls just stacking across the board on Run currently. We can turn that around. SPY trading up to its upper resistance bands, 456.50, 456. Still negative flow, still sellers stepping in. We'll see if we can squeeze higher from this moment. See if we can finally break through on the SPY. Have lots of SPY calls coming in currently. SPY February 2nd, 455C for $73,000. SPY February 4th, 460C, $56,000. SPY February 4th, 456C for $290,000. See if you can look above and see if any more sellers are stepping in above here. Looks like the last band of sellers is at 456.45. Still waiting for these banks to do the work. Want to see these sellers get absorbed here, right? To make that next run higher to 460. Otherwise, it's still sell the riff by the dip. Take it from 453, get out of it at 456, jump back in it above at 456.63. I'm about to enter some run here in just a second. I'm going to check out Ford too, see what they're doing over that agreement. So I'll buy some run calls with you. We'll look at run real quick before we buy them. More sellers still on run. 21,049 or 4293 to 18954. Get a better idea of what's going on with run. Got some sellers coming down at 2580. Support seems to be at 24.60. We're at 25.20 currently. Support at 24.74 and $24.
AB in Paris, France, AB Science has been granted authorization to initiate a confirmatory phase 3 trial for masitinib for the treatment of multiple sclerosis.
U calls, U 218.114. I think that's Unity, but I'm not sure. Unity, I think that's Unity software. $238,000 high algo score. More SPY calls coming in. Q's calls coming in.
Seeing the data from the Association of American Railroads weekly rail traffic report, total traffic was down 5.6%. Weekly carloads were up 1.5%, but intermodal was down more than 11%.
We got an order in for run right now. All right, let's see if run goes up. Yeah, I'll check. I did notice that Facebook's getting some buyers. Look at MG real quick. It just heads up on MG. There's a little bit of resistance here at 938, trying to build some support. There are more buyers than sellers at MG. Price target $10. So I'm on run right now. Got sellers above on run at 25.80. Real sellers are above on run at 27.07. Be conscious of that. That mark, 27.07. 25.06. I'll stay in it until 27. Pretty good number right there. 26.99. Call it 27. Line there. See if we can make a run up there. They're cheap. Dirt cheap calls. We'll get Facebook next. We talked about this morning. Talk about this in a lot of our streams, right? We don't ever want to be trading in the middle, of course. You don't be entering trades. You don't be entering trades in the middle. But what you really want to be doing is you want to be, when we're at support or resistance, we want to wait for the work to be done on when we trading in between these bands, right? Up, down, buy and sell the bottoms and the tops. And then if we get to, let's say we get to 453 and we break through, you can pick up a short there, right? If we get above 456.60, this sellers right here, you can see these sellers above at 456.71. What you can trade inside this zone, right? Up, down, but you want to wait for a break above to take it long to 460 to like hold your calls. You want to be holding them in here. You get caught in here. This is where bulls and bears get trapped. You know, so you can buy these dips down here. You can buy you sell the rip, right? But you can short it from up here down here until we break through this top sellers or these bottom buyers. This isn't the place to get caught in a trade. This is where we grind up people that are late to the party. Let's look at Facebook. I like Facebook overall. I'm not going to lie. Yesterday we talked about how far they've come down over time, right? They've come down since, was it December? I don't remember if it was December. Got it on a year chart. Now today, do I like Facebook? Probably not. But what I like about Facebook is, it traded all the way down to 293, which was the first time it touched 293 was way back on March 19th. Actually, no, even farther back. August 26th of 2020. It's a nice support for Facebook, generally speaking, or like if you look at Facebook on like a 2 or 3 year chart. You know, first touched back on August 28th, 2020. Right there, it had tons of consolidation from August to March of 2021. Traded to a high of 384.33. So generally I like it here more than I like Apple or Tesla where it's at. I don't know about day trading it because it's still a shit ton of sellers here. Sellers above at 340, 345, 350. Light support at 300. Real support's much lower. Look at where real support is. I guess we're calling it light support. It's not. This isn't what concerns me. This is what concerns me up here. All these sellers above. Makes you think that it's heavily shorted. Watching puts come in on PFCSI, excuse me. So that's Papa, Foxtrot, Sierra, Tango. Scratch that again. It's Papa, Foxtrot, Sierra, India, PFSI, 520, 50p, $900,000. That's significant. Yeah, Facebook's a tough one right now. I like them generally speaking for their earnings play, but the real concern on Facebook is the antitrust stuff. They seem to be a heavy target.
Citing legal advice.
Have some other news coming in that the U.S. Association of American Railroads weekly rail traffic report for the week was 491.9K total units. They're down not minus 5.6% year over year. But the carloads have gone up this week. So shortages are getting better. What is this? The market is crashing. All right, I'm back now, guys. Hold on, I just got back on the what you guys are talking about up here. Okay, so let's see what you guys are talking about here. I wasn't reading the chat at all. I've missed my entire move. This entire move on hold for my worst customer. Which ride? Joey, which one are you wondering if I bought? I got Run I'm losing some money on right now. I think. Gotta go look. No, I'm not doing too bad on Run. Just kind of sitting here. Not doing shit. Buy this ride. Did I buy this ride on Spy? No. So you guys are saying here. Check Facebook. Hey, how's it going, Quinn? How are you? What's with the market is crashing? Bag holder bobbies, sell, run, short it all. We were just not gonna rocket this all-time highs. Josh, come get your boy Brian T. He's clogging us up with emoticons. It was just a joke. NVDA, I can look at him. Is Brian trolling? I think NVIDIA was a sympathy play for AMD earnings, chip plays. Russia's dumping Bitcoin, Fidelity not allowing short selling of the Qs. We'll look at NVDA. Yeah, NVDA is trading like a like a firm, or keep hitting the return, or too many returns, or deletes. I'm sitting on some run calls. See what happens. They're dirt cheap. Call it another fun trade that's more like a piton trade. See what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might be a place to take a long on the SPY. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one right here. It's close. It's almost ready. Looking ready, doesn't it? So one thing about the SPY right now, where it's at, is it's the all the SMAs are doing well on it right now. If we can get a tag down here, it can hold this 454.87. Or is that right in here? If it can hold this, I don't like seeing these buyers still this low at 453. It's like day trader central. $454. We're right in here. This ice. See this ice down here? This can hold right here. Could be a nice long. We'll see. Right in here, you can see it. This is the VWAP as well. You can hold the VWAP right there. Should be a rocket ship. Let me see. Josh, have I heard anything about Brian Watt? No, you know what? I haven't checked in on him. I haven't been on Twitter a lot. I've been very busy, so I've been very busy trying to work on stuff in my house, stuff with Comcast. I got trying to be here live every day, Emerson. Trying my best. So I haven't heard anything. Have you heard anything, Emerson, about Brian Watt? You know what else has gone on is I noticed yeah, hey Brett, how are you? I'll explain, Brett. I'll explain some stuff to you in a moment, Brett. So Emerson, I haven't heard anything from Brian Watt, but I did hear that who's the other guy? Meet Kevin turned off the comments in on his YouTube channel. So I don't know what's going on in social media right now. I have no idea what's happening in social media, but I didn't know. I think that he Brett, I'll talk to you here in just a minute, brother. So I don't know. I didn't know if I think Brian got pissed off. So I didn't know if I don't know if Brian just got pissed off and was PayPal calls coming in right now. March 18th, 135C, $343,000. Some a rack of BA calls coming in as well. Currently small money, like 25 grand each. 220C, February 11th. I love you. I love you, Emerson. Okay, so let's talk to the new guy here. Brett, how are you? So what are we doing here, brother? We have Brett. We've got a I think Brian Watt's just pissed off. I get it. The so what are we doing in here? Brett is this is a free subscription. I started out by buying all the stuff, right? You buy all the flow programs, you buy all the classes, you buy all the subscriptions. And I felt like I was getting taken for a ride. And then I'd go into like Discords and people would be assholes. Yeah, my Twitter account, my original Twitter account had a lot of I was doing daily briefs every day, like typing them out. And then I did some videos, and then we started doing some live streams. I didn't see the epic rant. I didn't see the epic rant, Steven. I saw one epic rant recently, but it wasn't when that happened. Yeah, so then I made a private YouTube or Twitter account, and then I found that I was being followed again by those same kind of people, whatever. People selling information, whatever. So we ended up just rolling out. And, you know, I was like, you know what? After paying, I know people pay like $600,000 a month, spend money everywhere on subscriptions, and they spend thousands of dollars everywhere else. So I was like, well, we'll do a free sub. We'll roll this up, and we'll do a free sub. So we trade with volume profile. We trade with classic traditional charting strategies. Add all that together. We add in gamma and volatility levels. And then we add all that to a thing called Bookmap. We add in a little sprinkle of the news, right? A news squawk. And then we have a community of traders that try to help each other out to make money. We have in the description, you'll see links to the Discord, the Twitter handle, website. We got a core group of traders. We always like likes and subscribes if you're a new trader. If you're making money or learning how to trade better, please donate to help keep this channel alive. It does cost a lot of money and time. But stick around. Introduce yourself to some people. Get inside the Discord and meet people. Positive traders, positive investors. So is the rant still out there? Thanks, Sue. Is the rant still out there from Brian Wattis? I thought he deleted his channel and all his videos. I heard one rant. The one rant I heard, I ended up turning it off mostly because I didn't want to get influenced by it. And I remember it like the first 5 minutes I listened to, but I don't think it was when he got really pissed off and shut his shit down. Yeah, we've been trading. Yeah. I mean, Brian's got a good point, right? So, even if, let's say Brian got pissed off, right? The problem, I think, was this, is that you've got Brian's making calls every single day, right? Brian's making calls every single day. Brian trades every single day. Brian trades year round. You know, if Brian says something like, you know, the market's not going to sell off during earnings season, right? And it does. That doesn't mean that Brian doesn't take the short side or adjust to the market selling off either. And so that's the real problem, right? Is that you guys are out there, not you specifically, people that are listening right now, but you guys have to understand that these people are out there trading every day, investing every day, selling the market every day. Most of these guys that have been trading for a long time can adjust in a moment. They're not bulls or bears in truthfulness. And even if we sell the market or buy the market, the adjustment is quick. So you guys have to understand that takes place in the background. This isn't everybody. Like, some guys are just out there selling shit, right? I don't believe that all these guys are traders because I don't think that they're, I don't think they have the time to trade and produce like heavy, like polished information all the time. So I don't think everybody's out there trading. They might be buying stocks and stuff. When you look at like a guy like Brian, and there's other traders like him out there, it doesn't matter if they get it wrong. And there's a few things with that and caveats with that. I want to interrupt real quick. We've got some calls coming in on Tesla, February 4th, 900C, $625,000. The key though with Brian is he can adjust his trading strategy, right? And so when he goes on a rant and says, well, the market's not going to sell off during ER season, and then it does sell off during ER season, And the problem is you've got people making fun of him on social media, right? Now, number one, the people that are making fun of him on social media don't have, like a leg on them where they're going to go out there and tell you. These aren't the people that are telling you what they're trading. These are the people that scream that it's going up or going down all the time, and it doesn't matter if it goes up or goes down, right? But these are people that don't actively trade the market, take a stand, give you a position of how they feel about the market. You guys are always like, hey, you think we're going up or you think we're going down? And you have to make a call. And if you get it wrong, all of a sudden you're like, you got it wrong and you're bad. But in reality, you have traders like him that can adjust to it selling off anyways, okay? And they're not just, the other weird part is that you've got people that are making fun of him. I saw everyone making fun of him on Twitter. And the worst part is that they're making fun of him because they're watching him every day. The guy does a show and he's got 20,000 watchers. Those are hedge funds. Those are movers and shakers. Those are big traders and investors. And so you got one guy that's out there saying the market's going to crash all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And he's also watching Brian Watt every day because he's watching Brian Watt because he wants to trade with Brian Watt every day because he knows that Brian Watt is a better trader than he is. So, it's insulting to Brian. It's not cool. It's not cool. And I'm sure people have lost out with not being able to trade with Brian. Same stuff going on here with the SPY still 456.68, 453.12. So but the Brian Watt thing is like you put yourself out there every day. A lot of people don't do that, right? And so you give them that respect. And if you don't like what Brian Watt is saying, you don't have to tune into him. Brian Watt's the kind of guy that if you don't like what he has to say, just don't tune in. But the trolling of Brian Watt, I didn't like. I was upset. I went on a Twitter rant about that. Like, you don't go after him. He's not the guy to go after. You want to go after somebody? How about like you know who they are, right? You know who those guys are. You know who the pumpers are. You know how they are on Twitter. You know who they are on YouTube. You know the people like who's the other goofy guy with the glasses? Where they're selling, they sell like $600,000 classes. They sell like $800 to talk to you alone. They charge all kinds of nonsense for all kinds of shit. Hundreds, thousands of dollars. So I don't know. This is still concerning right here. See all these sellers still stepping in over here at 456.50, 457. See these sellers showing up out of nowhere. Still a concern here. If we can break above this, I'll take this long here. Still watching the sellers. Still trying to wear out sellers currently on the SPY. We're up to 455.74. See if we can break through here. Yeah, Zach Morris. Yeah, Cardinal Cash. Yeah, the odds are in his favor. Without a doubt, Emerson. And even if he's wrong, he can switch in a moment. I'll trust Brian Watt. So I'll trust Brian Watt over most of Twitter. Yeah, who's the other guy? The Stewie guy got into some trouble or something. So it's not easy being a trader. It's not easy being an investor. And you're making your best educated guess as to where the market's going. And you're going to get them wrong. That's the other weird part is people are like, well, matter of fact, last night, I was asked in a comment, are you still bearish on this market? And it was still a head scratcher for me. I had to explain myself this morning, my position on being bearish and bullish and why I'm there with that thesis right now. And that thesis still holds true. And as a matter of fact, if we don't have that thesis for how you trade the market, eventually you are going to blow up your account and never come back to trade again. I know that for a fact. Those fundamentals have never left the market. They held true. You couldn't be a bull the last 2 years in 2020 and 2021 on SPY if you didn't use those same principles that we're applying to the market today, right? More BA calls coming in right now. BA February 11th, 220C. $28,000 and $27,000. A couple more sweeps. That's like 4 now in the last half an hour on BA. Positive for the market. Watching more Tesla calls February 4th. That's the second set. 905C, $744,000. People are getting bullish right now. So that's the idea behind. Yeah, Brian Watts. You guys should always praise that guy. Guy puts his balls out there every single day. And whether he's right or wrong, to have that information to bounce off that guy with you, like, dude, sometimes when I'm trading, I can't tell you how many times when I trade alone, I'm paranoid. Like, I have nobody to talk to. Having you guys inside the chat to bounce ideas off of is huge for me. It means so much to have you guys to be like, what do you guys think of this trade? You guys like this trade, hate this trade, or whatever. Watching calls coming in on SQ. Market's getting kind of bullish right now. SQ calls, February 4th, 115C, $216,000. SPY calls, February 2nd, 454C, $154,000. More BA calls coming in, 2 more sets at 220 for February 11th, $28,000 and $27,000. And we've got more SPY calls, February 4th, 4460C, $415,000. I'm going to try to break through this right now. There is an attempt to break through this resistance in these sellers here. The hero indicator is still bearish, but it's gone down. It was at minus 50,000 at one point. Now it's down to minus 40,000. Still more sellers than buyers on the SPY right now currently. Calls now on SC. We had negative calls this morning, but now we've got some positive calls on SE coming in February 18th, 155C for $368,000. So when you're, when you're like, yeah, I remember the cancer X-ray videos. MGI's moving on up. So the thing is, like, Brian Watts just helps as a trader, as an investor, as someone to watch and listen to. He's another tool for your tool case. You are coming into some resistance currently. Be careful here at NVIDIA. 249.76. A little bit of sellers just hiding above here. If you do break through 259, well, basically the buy the dip is down here at 245. Maybe lower. We can look. Hold on. You want a above price target on this small little level right here. Next target above is 255, 257. Where are the real sellers at? Real sellers are at 260 on NVIDIA. We'll add in a hero indicator, see if it's bullish. Yeah, why would you want him to leave? It's kind of funny. You got all these people making fun of him, right? And now he's gone. So now you can't even bounce off your theories against him. It's kind of crazy, which kind of pisses me off. That guy's written more, the guy's written more scripts for Thinkorswim than 95% of traders on Twitter or anywhere else, any other social media. The guy's a gangster. 240, 245. Call it. Buy the dip at 245. See if we can break through on NVIDIA real quick. Here indicator's slightly negative. More buyers than sellers though in NVIDIA. Looking bullish. Price target 260. You can break through 240, 250. His Renko strats are amazing. Dude, Brian, you can't, there's nothing about Brian Watt that I can say negative about him. Guy's a baller, period. End of story. And the guy's fighting cancer right now. I can think of 100 other people that are worth trashing than Brian Watts. 100 other people easily. I mean, just think about the cancer that's what is that? Stock twits. Not all of stock twits. There's a few small, really badass. I don't know why they're on there. There's a few badasses on stock twits too, believe it or not. But that place is a shit show. You're making fun of Brian Watt? Get the fuck out of here. Snow, February 4th, 280C. Couple sweeps. Yeah, kind of a high algo score in the 280s. Not really good. Another snow though. They have that 3-4 snows now. Okay, I'll put more credence on it. Snow 2-4 280C. Also Google February 4th 2975C for $700,000. Nvidia is just crashing through resistance. Nvidia is looking to take out 258 and 260. Hero indicator just blasted off. Nvidia very bullish right now. Joe's back on the phone. His worst customer. Yeah, I use I lost I had a it was really weird. Like I got a letter in the mail or something that my identity wasn't who I was or something was put into question. They shut my account down in Thinkorswim. So then I wound up getting having don't know I didn't read the letter or something. I didn't read the letter, so they shut my account down. Then I went to go bring my account back up. Lots of SPY calls coming in. QQQ's calls coming in right now. Trying to bash through resistance right now on the SPY. Bulls are in charge and large right now. Still waiting for this break above at 457.10 or so.
So seeing report on some private equity losses in the month of January. Light Street Capital Management reportedly lost about 15%. Tiger Global Management hedge fund was down almost 15% as well, and Whale Rock Capital down nearly 16%.
Yeah, baby, long only hedge funds got wrapped up in that sell-off. Gotten wrecked. Getting wrecked. I want you to remember that SPY is still at its resistance. It has not broken resistance yet. You can still see the bands above here. And it has just ricocheted off where its resistance was at the open at 939. Remember we talk about we're trading in this zone right here. You want to pick this up long only after we break above these sellers here. You want to wait until we break. This is all ice right here. Still have sellers on the SPY. Still have day traders, right? Boiler rooms are going to trade this up and down in this range until big money steps in. You always talk about waiting until we get above this to take this long here. If you're going to trade within, you buy the dips down at 453, trade them up to 456 or so, get out of them, and then you wait for the trade higher. Getting wrecked. Yeah, we're talking about hedge funds getting wrecked. You can still see it. You can see this, right? There's these major sellers in here down at 456. All right, they're trying to resist this. If we break above this area here, right? You see these sellers still coming in here. You see the buy zone is down here at 453.24. You trade it up to this 456. You get out, and then you wait for the move higher to take it long to 460. Otherwise, you're taking your profit and running, and you're going to wait until we jump above. If there's rejection here, you're going to look to take a short down to 453. One other note would be that the you see this bearish to bullish flicker, and this was up around 52, minus 52 earlier. It is slowly losing. We're at the 12:52, almost the 1 o'clock hour. Sometime around 2 o'clock, we should see if there's an MOC buy or sell side into the end of the day. I am overall bullish this market right now. Still have lots of calls coming in on TQQQ, $400,000 on March 18th, 71.5C. I do want to let you know that we are up here. We traded up here from 420, right? So when we trade up here from 420, when we get this high in the market, even if this is where a huge rejection can come in and we can go burn it all the way down to a low number.
For Snap SNAP mentioned by Nigerian on CBC on unusual options activities here in November Alpha Papa.
Snap has unusual call activity on it right now. Bring up a Snap chart. We'll go back to that conversation in just a moment. Just keep an eye on Snap real quick. Unusual options activity alerted by Trading the News. By, what's his name? What are we calling him again? Oh yeah, I've made way more on my calls than my SPY puts. My SPY puts are nothing. I'm in the way green. When we're down here, you need to have protection. Snap is starting to turn upward currently. All the daily SMAs in the 1 minute chart are ripping underneath it currently. There's unusual options activity. It started at 32.24. It's now up to 32.41. Looks like I may get a quick snap spike. There have been call options all day long on Snap. I can run through them. Got a total of one, or at least on my scanner, I've got $1.3 million. February 18th, 32C. March 18th, 35C. April 14th, 38C. Largest concentrations on February 4th, 32 and 34C. Yeah, I've made more money from my calls than my put spreads. I'm still holding on my put spreads. I haven't sold them. I'm not going to sell them until we break above 460. They're dated out to OPECs. So if we can't break 460, I expect we trade backwards. And then they're all paid for at this point. Jess is like, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah, if you put together Brian Watts's scripts, like you start adding in
For AMC, Dan Hagen disclosing a 6.5% passive stake in the AMC. I'm sorry, that's AMCX, AMC Networks, Alpha Michael Charlie X-Ray.
That's AMC Networks. Yeah, I'll pass on that one. If you put together like all Brian Watts shit, you look at like volume profile, you do traditional charting methods, look at a couple LA Wave guys, added a sprinkle of spot gamma, add in some bookmap, talk to some friends. You should get pretty close to where we're going. Pretty good idea of where we're headed. There's a couple YouTubers out there I like. I like Bob Kendall still follow him. I haven't been watching his videos, but he does tweet every now and again. So I'll follow his tweets. I generally trust him. He gets calls wrong too, but he's generally right most of the time. I like his insight because he's been trading for many years. Old school market maker. Just want to break above this zone right here. And pick this back up right at like 456.98, somewhere in there. We're at the last of these sellers. Get closer. See if we can break above here. Just all this ice right here. All this shit right here I want to get through. And just to go back to that conversation, just to get back, yeah, we're diddling in the middle, exactly. We're where you don't want to really be in a position right now. So when you trade up here from 420, right? You want to take that look above. And that's what that look above is at between 456, 457-ish to 460. That's the look above. So you don't trade this high up not to look above. Does that mean you're going to go above and then trade to all-time highs? Probably not. You'll look above. If it's accepted, we'll trade sideways, consolidate, and then look to make the next move higher. Because it was a lot of work to get from 420 to 460, right? So it doesn't mean that when you go to 456, 457, that you're going to smash through 460 and then run up to all-time highs. What you typically do is all that work that you put in is for you to look above and break through that major resistance channel that we're in, we talk about, right? And then if we are accepted there, we'll rest above, we'll consolidate, then we'll make a new move to higher numbers. And that actually kind of coincides, right? If you trade above and start trading down and sideways into OPECs, slightly down into OPECs, then we trade higher to all-time highs, and then we trade down into March for the rate scare that we'll most definitely have. Most definitely have your known news for this year are going to be all your rate hikes. It's going to be the election in November. So you've got some built-in volatility into the year as it is. Buying vol is going to be good this year, even if we trade positive on the year. Look like we might break through here, getting closer. See if we can break through, make this breakout. Almost there, breaking out for the SPY right now. About to break out. This is good. Almost about to start squeezing. This is a nice squeeze level. If we break out from here, you're going to see a huge squeeze. Should be able to trade to 460. That's the price target.
That's your XXRX acquiring Powerland, a Canadian IT service provider. X-ray Romeo X-ray. The terms not disclosed.
Very nice. Watching SPX calls February 2, 45.80. Rock and roll. SPY calls February 2, 458.
Gamesa naming a new CEO effective March 1st.
More NVIDIA calls coming in.
Gulf Romeo, Echo in Spain.
More SPY calls or NVIDIA calls coming in February 11th and February 4th. 251 C and 251.16 respectively. Scratch that. Sorry about that. Let me start over there. NVIDIA calls February 11th, 265 C, $113,000. NVIDIA calls February 4th, 250 C, $177,000. Got a breakthrough here. Yeah, Google. We'll look at Google next too. Google just came up and bounced off the top of 3,000. Nvidia making a huge run. We looked at that earlier. Called it bullish. Look at GOOG next. A big moment for SPY currently. Come on, SPY, baby. Watching a little bit more ice stepping in above here. 457. Might, you know, this shouldn't be unexpected to see hidden sellers above. You know, this is an area, an important area for where the SPY is, because we trapped bulls where we expected, right, at that 450 zone. That's where the real dumping began. But this, if we can break above here, we should start moving. I'd like to see, I wish we could see like 10 million in Tesla or in SPY calls come in like right at this moment. I missed whatever Quinn said. You got, I'm trying to do my own trading over here. Is a crucial part right now. This is the moment in the market where the bulls are looking to make this statement. More NVIDIA calls coming in. February 11th, 265C. So this area right here, you see these more sellers stepping in right now on the SPY at 457. You might want to take some profit and run. All this ice up here. And we've got a little bit of runway. You know, we're losing runway as the day moves on. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. See if I can see who's talking. Thanks for the heads up on the gold catching a bid. Good job, Cowboy Starfish. I don't think I've seen a lot on Amazon today in call volume. I haven't seen a lot of call volume on Facebook, Amazon. Looks like the banks were really pissed off on Amazon catching a bid, huh? Banks were like, nope. No. Hilarious. Bank rage. Trading back to where it was. This could be market makers too. Setting it up for its ER on Friday. Trying to keep it around this area of 3,000. The fact that it hasn't reported yet.
A further comment out of the Russian government saying that U.S. troop moves to Europe justify Russia's concerns.
Oh, shit. Did you hear that? That's good. I like that. So Russia has concerns. All right, we'll move troops even closer. How do you like them apples? Now you can be concerned. We're here. let's just let's reiterate that today at the bell we've got Meta earnings, Facebook earnings, right? We've got Qualcomm earnings, we've got Spotify, Lightspeed, Suncor, T-Mobile, Align, Century. Tomorrow before the bell, we've got Nokia, Penn, National Gaming, Merck, ConocoPhillips, Lilly, Honeywell, Estee Lauder, Cigna, Shell, Vista. Then on Thursday, we've got after the close, Amazon, Ford, Snap. Someone asked earlier in the chat about Ford. What are my thoughts on Ford? I'll be honest with you. On Ford, I'd be wary on Ford. My wariness, well, let me go through the rest of it. We got Pinterest on Thursday after the close as well. Unity, we saw Unity calls come in earlier. We've got Skyworks, Sketcher, GoPro, Fortinet. Friday is kind of a, Bristol Myers. Got Sanofi, Regeneron, CBOE. There was some good news that came in, I think, on CBOE. Aon, we've got Royal Caribbean Group, Air Products, Brookfield, Twist. Key, though, too, is after Thursday, big tech is done, right? It's done its thing. Now, let's go to Ford real quick. I have one issue with Ford. I got to be honest with you. And Ford has some problems. Like, Ford problems to me range from... They've got heavy sellers coming in now on SPY. That doesn't mean much, though. It's good to have... We're depleting the sellers right now in SPY. We're looking for a switch from a sell to a buy side, and it doesn't look like we're getting it this early. It's already 1 o'clock. Not getting it yet. But just back on the Ford thing, the one issue with Ford is Joe Harper was saying the other day, talking about how, not to do a comparison of Tesla and Ford, but Tesla's able to use less microchips, and Ford has microchips for everything, every component of their vehicle. And Ford isn't as nimble in being able to adjust to chip shortages. But that's not really the big issue. The big issue is that we have shortages. The truth is there are going to be shortages that are extending farther than we anticipated. Here you go. Remember I said this earlier. You guys ready? SPY, May 20th, 470C, $4.2 million. That's what you want to see right now where we're at. You want to see a big fat call block come in right where we are. But, Ford has a problem, and that is in the last 2 years, right? Ford needed to work on not needing chips. They needed to work on being able to produce enough vehicles so that there isn't as much scarcity, that they come equipped with most of what they're supposed to have. Ford should have been farther along with deliveries and electric vehicle plan, and they'll fall behind eventually. So I think they're going to say, hey, we made bank this quarter. That's what I think they're going to say, like, we had a great quarter. Everything was rocking and rolling. You know that the dealers, the dealers are telling buyers, hey, look, we have set costs. We have to sell these vehicles over markup regardless, right? So they're going to say they had a great quarter, but I think that their guidance is going to start getting weaker over time. And I think the damage is done to a lot of companies that didn't spend their time and money wisely the last 2 years. So I'm bearish on Ford. I am. I'm more bearish on Ford than I am with Tesla, believe it or not. And I was shocked at Tesla's guidance call. I don't think that Ford can be that nimble at this point. I feel like Ford took the money and ran. Shouldn't say. I mean, we can talk semantics about them working on the electric truck and how many sales they've had, and that they're going to be behind because of the demand for them. But the reality is, it looks more. I don't know if it's that they're betting that the EV is a fad or anything like that. I think that they just can't move as fast, and so their recovery will be slower. I think they're losing years right now. on Ford. Yeah, I know about the USB ports being ripped out. Yeah, you can say that. I understand you guys think that. So what we'll do is this. This is a fair point, right? You guys' arguments, I understand. So what we'll do is this: we'll listen into the Ford guidance, because I live in Detroit. I know a lot of these guys that work at Ford. Friends with some of these guys that work at Ford. To be honest with you, and they got problems. So we'll see. We'll watch it together and see what the guidance says. We will see. We will watch Ford together. We'll watch the guidance and see what they have to say inside of their guidance. So Ford's trading at 21.19, right? At its peak, it was at 25,870, right? Wouldn't be shocking to see him trade up to 22, take the profit and run. That's what I'm going to bet. It's going to move in on promises they can't deliver. Dude, if you look at Ford right now, right? I got to be honest, I posted this. If you're going to have a Ford truck right now that's gone up in pricing to stupid levels, like people are buying Fords for like $120,000, $140,000, $160,000, those people are going to get fucked. And you can't, if they get the Tesla trucks rolling out at any point.
For the energy market, JP Morgan, head of commodity strategy, Caneva, in a TV interview saying that oil could hit $120 a barrel if geopolitical risks escalate.
Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! All right, so we got gas going through the freaking roof, right? That helps Ford and their ICE vehicles. And I'll be honest with you, we got to look at the guidance on Ford. I want to see it, because I'm going to tell you, right, at some point, right, you're seeing more and more Teslas on the road. If you start seeing Tesla trucks on the road, right, and you're Joe Handyman or you're Joe Roofer or Joe like Painter or something, and you're looking at $140,000 truck or a used truck for stupid money, and if Tesla can get those trucks on the road, they have to. That's how they have a chance of taking some of that market. They really do, and other car companies too, not just Tesla. It's the producing, getting trucks out there, cars out there. So, components as well to be installed at Darrow's later. Yeah, I'm always blaming Joe for shit. It's not just the F250 Super, dude. I just watched the video on. Well, I don't think they make great. See, I don't think this is about making great cars. I think this is about how much a car costs. I don't think this is about do they make the best cars or great cars. I think it has to do with how much a car costs. I think at the end of the day, people do care about how much a vehicle costs. I don't think it's like, it's not me, but I know some people do care. I think that they can't afford a $140,000 truck. I don't think that every carpenter and every drywaller and every painter can afford it. Some can, but not all of them. Not the majority of them. I'm not saying it's for everybody. I'm talking about guidance here.
Fed's daily reverse repo operation, 80 counterparties taking $1.63 trillion.
Oh yeah, baby. The government showed up for reverse repos today. I'm talking about guidance. I'm not talking about what Ford's going to say they're making money. I know Ford's going to say they're making bank. I think that Ford's losing ground. Okay, look at Facebook flow overall. Yeah, I'll look right now and see if I find anything for Facebook. Snap's still not doing nothing. They're poking with a stick. Facebook, 2 orders. March 18th, 360C, $216,000, placed at 11:26 this morning. February 11th, 350C, for $153,000. Let's place at 9:51 this morning. Man, it almost looks like they're shorting. I don't have the time to do it right now, but if any of you guys are members of Spot Gamma, I can check right now. Hold on. I can look to see if it's heavily shorted. I see 2 Facebook puts. February 18th, 300p, for a grand total of almost $700,000. I wonder if Facebook is heavily shorted right now. And on Spot Gamma, I can check. Let me look and see. Hold on a minute. Give me just a minute here. I gotta get into it real quick.
If you transfer ET Pennsylvania General charging the company unit with environmental crimes related to Revolution natural gas pipe construction, Echo Tango.
Yeah, it's being shorted heavily. Facebook. It's like number 15 on most heavily shorted stocks. Or it has hedging against it since they shorted. I'm assuming that it's shorted. It has a heavy put hedging on it. Bounce off 3,000 on Google. Trading below VWAP on Google. See if we can see anything down below. Minor support at 29.50, 29.23, 2,900. The top gamma expiry on Facebook is February 18th. So if you wanted to take a long in Facebook, you might have to wait until after ER.
And it comes after the Northern Ireland Agriculture Minister said he'd issued an order to halt border checks on the Irish Sea.
Yeah, I think when you guys, so let's talk about EVs real quick in politics. So, I mean, I drive ICE vehicles and I drive EVs, right? I think you have to look at it from the perspective of, GM's going all EV, right? Now, this doesn't mean there won't be uses for diesels. It's not that there won't be uses for ICE vehicles. I've lived all over. I've lived at 14,000 feet above sea level. There's no EV driving up there currently. Not going to happen. For military functions, you're not going to be able to use, there's always going to be reasons for needing gas vehicles. But if you look at most of the world, right? Most of the world is switching over for everyday drivers to EVs and trucks where they can use them, that kind of stuff. That's the future. Think about it when you're a kid, right? And you think about your future and what's going to happen, right? Or what's taking place in the future. Remember in the 1970s, when I wasn't a kid then, I wasn't born, but there was a need for better running vehicles. Big three were making shit vehicles. Japan stepped in and made better running vehicles. They filled a niche and a need. And all vehicles kind of moved towards that. Even American vehicles moved towards that standard as time progressed. So I think what I'm trying to point to is that the writing is on the wall for electric vehicles out there. And it's not a political statement to say I drive an electric vehicle or an ICE vehicle or whatever. Oftentimes I think we mix up politics with, as a stock trader, what you need to be looking for the future. So my point is separate the politics from your trading and investing and look towards what the future is. So if you're like, hey, I want Ford to make the best truck in the world that's electric or whatever, or, gas is the future or whatever. It's not that we won't always have gas. We'll always have gas. We'll always have oil. We'll always have plastics. I don't believe the bullshit with we're never going to need that stuff. I'm looking at it from the trader's perspective, from the investor's perspective, and what the future is for the market. So if you're like, well, fuck Tesla, I fucking hate it, that's fine. But if you're going to look towards Ford to be the leader of selling EVs or to have a major market share in EVs as a trader, as an investor hat, right? Not the Main Street hat, then you want to be hearing them addressing those issues as they move forward, because Ford's had problems in the past with making shit boxes, right? They fucked this up in the past with movements in the car industry and been caught with their pants down in the past. Chevy has. We know they all have at some point. Most of the big American car makers have been caught with their pants down. And so as an investor, even in Ford, you want to be holding the pedal to the metal with those guys and being like, hey, what are you doing for the future of the car industry, general car industry? And then if you look in other countries, right, if you go to busy places.
You're listening to Trade the News.
If you go to dense population centers, EVs are everywhere. They're everywhere. If you like, I've lived everywhere. I mean, I've lived up in Montana. I've lived out in the mountains of Colorado, in Park City and Utah and places like that. And yeah, you don't see EVs racing around everywhere. You see big trucks. Everybody's got a big four-wheel drive truck, or they've got Subarus, right? But if you travel around the world, you spend places in other places, you can see that it's the future. It really is. Doesn't make it better clean or better for the environment, any of that kind of shit. Just know that it's the future. So if you're going to invest in Ford, they got to be doing something for that. You see even GM's moving over to that. So it's more about money than it is from my perspective than the political side of it. Yeah, I don't really care about all the all the fluff for Tesla. There are Teslas in Montana. I can't say that there aren't. I'm not saying there's no Teslas in Montana. I'm just saying my point is that I'm looking at it from a money perspective. I'm like, how am I going to make money as an investor? I'll leave the politics out there for Joe Sixpack and Soup Sixpack, and for Karen Hippie, and for hipster Jimmy from San Fran. I'll leave all that shit to the side. Because all I really care about is where's the money at, where's the future at. And I was bringing up the kid thing because I think about that with Roblox. Like when I was a kid, my parents would ask me what I thought the future was, and my parents thought I was crazy. My parents thought I was crazy when I was on the internet when I was a kid. I was in the early chat rooms, I was in those, and people thought, even adults that were young thought I was crazy. And I'm looking at my kids right now, and they're on Roblox and shit like that. And what do? Do I tell my kids, well, that's not the future? Right? I have to be open-minded to what younger people are saying the future is and what they're going to pursue. Even if I disagree with it or I don't believe it. So that's where the money's at. If Elon Musk died today, the stock would be $50. Yeah, I agree with that. He's trying to get more leadership in there. He needs, I will agree 100%. Elon Musk needs a partner or a predecessor or a successor at this point. He needs a face bad. I have family members that work for Tesla, so I gotta make that known, like family members. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm biased or anything. They have the same problem that he has a problem with the door alignments and the panel gaps. Those are a long time ago though too. They still have them, but they were really an issue back in the day, like mid 2000s, I think. Yeah, the power grid thing pisses me off. I think I'm a firm believer in that we need nuclear power. I'm for nuclear power, and I actually think that when you think about gas and oil and lubricants, plastics, I don't think we can leave. Well, this is another thing. I don't think Elon thinks that gas is going anywhere. I think that's a misnomer too. I think for the expansion of the human race, for us to get off world, you have to stop using fuels and lubricants and oils for us plebs, because they're going to need them for expansion to get off Earth. So I think there'll always be a need for oil and gas. I don't think that ever goes away. I just think the usages of it changes. You have an EV, one ICE Land Rover. My gas bill's now basically gone. My power bill went up $40 a month. Yeah. LOF4 is correct on that. There's all kinds of bullshit products and bullshit politics in nuclear power too. I've actually been to some universities to listen to speaking engagements on this from some very smart people. Well, you know, what's funny is that really doesn't. Like nuclear power, they have nuclear reactors that can't be turned into military uses. But you don't want to hear that. No one, politics are all bullshit on that stuff. But it's a must. Nuclear power is a must for the expansion of, probably need another couple generations to die off for nuclear power to take hold, but it's required. Need nuclear power, and you will need, you no matter what you guys say out there, you guys say like corn and vegetable oil is the way for lubricants, but I'll be honest with you. The real beauty of oil is plastics and lubricants. Like you just can't. We would be in the Stone Age without plastics and lubricants. Say that one more time. We'd be in the Stone Age without plastics and lubricants. It is the reason we're in the industrialized revolution, or we had the industrial revolution, more so than machines, is plastics and lubricants. I just get tipped. Josh, thanks for the tip, brother. Hey, Frank H., I appreciate the support, brother. Joshua L., thank you for the support. Appreciate it. You guys will see more coming down the line here. Yeah, even Toyota's against EVs. Yeah, lots of medicines. If you looked at the uses for oils, for like lubricants and stuff like that, it's in everything, in every single thing. It's the only reason that we're not living in the Stone Age. I kid you not. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that it's weird. Like, my take on Elon Musk is a way different than most people's. Way different. I don't see, like, I see the Boring Company as more being able to build tunnels on Mars or on the moon. Or you could mine if you're mining on an asteroid or something, if you're looking to expand the human race. I feel as though we have to be able to leave Earth to save humanity at some point.
Reportedly nearly doubles a junk bond offering to $950 million.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Charlie, they've previously approved a $500 million senior secured note offering due 2029. Enough, Michael Charlie.
Yeah, I think it has more to do with other countries and their AI. The threat of other countries' AI. It has to do with geopolitics, has to do with existential threats to the human race. And so when I see stuff like that, when I see EVs, when I see a guy like Elon Musk, I look towards a guy like a Howard Hughes. You know, we look at other countries that are putting way much into their education, into intelligence, and then you get a guy like Elon Musk. He makes mistakes, he fucks things up. I get the fraud arguments sometimes, but at the same time, what are you going to do? Burn down everybody we got in this country with that can actually get by all the bullshit to try to do something? I think that's the wrong move. I think that you embrace a guy like Elon Musk, and you try to move forward our country as the leader of the world in science. In it's just like Albert Einstein, right? They didn't want him over in Germany, so we took him. So any smart guys that you can get, smart women, and you let them run and try to make better stuff, make us the best in the world, then I'm down with that. Yeah, I'll get a Discord link for you guys right now. Like, I was looking at the map of Starlink the other day. It was wild. I was looking at the map of Starlink the other day, and you could see every country that it's not allowed to operate in, but there's still satellites above. And I wonder if there was a world war, has any other nation have a Skynet of satellites over every nation in this world? And if you think the U.S. government's not wrapped up in there, you're crazy. Like, even if you're like super pro-American, just look at the future of Elon Musk in terms of his relationship to our government. So I'm just looking at it purely from the standpoint of money. And I want Ford to have a future plan. I have no ill will towards Ford. I get pissed off that Ford isn't doing its thing. I would actually expect Ford to take the lead in EV. And I don't think Elon Musk would have a problem with that either. And that sounds so bizarre to say. But I don't think Elon Musk would actually have a problem if Ford started leading the way in EV. I think his thought process is more and more geared towards something else. All right, hold on. What am I supposed to be looking at here? Hang tight here, guys. Yeah, I have. Friends in Aussie works there is extremely bullish in the direction. Yeah, I think you have to look at it. There's so much more to be looking at than I think Elon Musk looks up to Ford too. I think when you look at Ford and its creation, its founding, its importance to our economy, its importance to the industrialized nation that we created, right? The mobility of the United States. Any of those guys that are like that, we can count them, right? There's a ton of them. Elon Musk probably has more in common with Ford than anybody working at Ford right now in leadership, with the founder of Ford, with Henry Ford. Yeah, I get that. And, Winky, I agree with you with that. I agree with you with that, Winky. 100%. That shit pissed me off, and it still pisses me off today. I know that he's just fucking around trying to have fun and shit. This is looking good for a SPY right here. Thanks. I can take a break real quick. Yeah, so I'm reading some of you guys' comments right now. Yeah, I'm I'm a Tesla bull, just to be clear. But I don't think that I'm a Tesla bull for the same reasons that a lot of people are Tesla bulls. I'm unsure of that. I look at it more from like a national security perspective. From a geopolitical perspective, from where the United States will be in 100 years. I know we got a lot of problems as a country, but Yeah, but I do get the Tesla hate. I do get the Elon hate. I understand it. I've lost money. I've made more money than lost, but I have lost money at times from the tweeting. I pissed a lot of investors off too at times. Especially if you've been a long-time trader in Tesla, up or down. There can be anger. Yeah, here goes a move on Tesla right now. Not Tesla, excuse me, on SPY.
For United Airlines, reportedly considering a sale of a minority stake of its Mileage Plus operations, Uniform Alpalima.
Boy, we're really trying on SPY right now, aren't we? So bottom down below in the daily. Third tap right here. It's kind of do or die right now on, looks like it's do or die right now on the SPY. This is a bullish setup, or it appears to be. Lots of, SPY calls are coming in. UAL calls are coming in on that news that just broke on UAL. February 4th, 44C, $105,000. I've got some run calls that are dying over here. Sun run. I haven't traded them in a couple of years. That's all right though. I'm in run. Let's see what happens. I like the idea of them partnering with Ford. There was some other Tesla news that came out this morning on the batteries. I don't remember what it was. And Sunrun ER is like the day before those calls expire. Day before. That'll be interesting. Let's see. I'm going to look at them over the course of a year. Yeah, they traded down from $100 to $21.70. And I do have a price target here for them too. Above at 26, so they've traded lower than what I expected. 1975 maybe. I think they're already down at 1975. I'll stay in those calls though. I don't care. I'll keep those and I'll keep the pitons. Maybe that'll be my bright shiny moment. Because Sunrun will go up and piton will burn. And the fact that Sunrun's trading down at $24 and piton is trading at 27 is bullshit. That's what it was. How bad? Yeah, they get priority for all the new Panasonic battery tech. That was this morning. Yeah, but let's talk about something Joe just said. I've said dumb things before. That doesn't make me a con man or a crook. Shit. What about Ford? You guys know anything about Ford? When I moved to Detroit a few years ago, and I've been able to learn a lot about Ford. It was like Walmart taking a big patch of land and just turning it into a parking lot. They built airstrips on the roads here. They've called it the aviation district. It was their private playground, right? And people move here all over the country to help build cars. They worked like dogs. Like dogs. Like broke. I mean, you worked hard. But you had a job, which was great. Right? You had a great, decent standard of living. But you can't say that you didn't get worked. There was huge class warfare, not just amongst racial inequality either. Because if you were African American, you could move here and you have a great community, have a great house, a great job. There was huge segregation at the same time, but shit, there was even segregation amongst middle management, white collar management in Ford. You're talking about aristocrat, like an aristocrat type mentality. If Elon Musk was like Henry Ford, he'd be calling for his head today. And there's other people like that too. Howard Hughes is the same way, right? He's an eccentric, but then again, he built all the bombers for us, right? And then you've got the guy from Germany. He was the roster, but you know, there's always something about these people that it's easy to rip on them for. Okay, so here we go. You guys want some calls? You guys want to know what I think about the close, huh? Yeah, low floor is making a good point. Hero is negative, and so is it's negative on. Yeah, the road there's success for, yeah, exactly. Your rumor's got it right. So here's the deal. Here's my take, okay? We talked about runway earlier, right? You only have so much runway in the course of a day. See where we've got buyers now down below here. You're seeing sellers hiding above, right? Seeing sellers, they're going to panic. See the buyers still down below here, 453. This is what I'm going to tell you a few things. Oh, and here they go. I didn't have to tell you anymore. SPY. February 4th, 450p, $115,000. SPY, February 22nd, 450p, $1 million. SPY, February 22nd, 450p, $1 million. SPY, 450p, January 22nd, $1 million. And this is leading into the conversation I'm about to have with you. So you're running out of runway today. Touched above a few times. You found out that there's a ton of sellers above. They're going to keep showing up right now. My expectation is that we trade sideways and down until we find some support and we wear out sellers. I was trying to explain to you guys earlier, right? Or I think it was yesterday, about where that drop was on 450 and who it actually trapped. Even the bears didn't think we were trading below 450. Master Wu didn't believe we were trading below 450. So when we did that dump below 450, it took a lot of people by surprise. Most people didn't call that trade. That in and of itself trapped people into fear. So where we are right now, we didn't reject immediately off. We're here to look above at 460. We've got bears stepping in. This is their last place that they can step in. We've got panic sellers that still want to get out that are hiding. I promise you there are bulls out there that are like, we're going to all-time highs only to get us here to 460 so they can capitulate and sell. That doesn't make me bearish here on this rant that I'm going on. But as we go into the close, right, we have higher volume picking up right now. We have a negative hero indicator all day long. We've got more sellers than buyers currently. It's not setting up right now to squeeze per se into close. We do have an OPEC stay today. Is the OPEC's higher or lower? It's probably not at 460 for OPEC's. Probably not. We can look and see if it is. Take a look. Hang tight. Got some wonky shit going on in my. What is going on? If I had to guess, they're probably going to park it right around 455. 455, 454 into the close. Maybe even 453 into the close. If I had to guess. Just where the OPEC stuff is. Hold on here. Got some wonky shit going on my what is going on with my I gotta reset my entire thing here. Having some brokerage problems right now. Yeah, we get some sneaky Pete. Got 107,000 contracts sitting at 450p on February 4th for Friday. Got 245,000 puts on 454 for today. Trying to pin it into the close. Steady supply of sellers at 457. Just had more SPY puts come in. February 22nd, 450p, $1.1 million.
From Magellan saying they expect a 50% increase in aviation fuel demand this year, and Michael Papa.
You have $18.5 million in SPY puts coming in for the day so far. 8.5 million in SPY calls came in today. If it doesn't start to trade down, it still mutes where SPY trades into the close today. It still mutes it. I did just see Facebook calls come in. Someone was asking about Facebook earlier. February 4th, 320C, $1.3 million, baby. Woo! Cha-ching. If that prints, SPY will go up. This looks like a setup, though. There was some positive news on AAL. There's lots of positive airline news. Bunch of UAL calls, AAL calls, BA calls. And one last thing, I want to leave one last thing on Tesla. I want to say to any of you that don't like Elon Musk or do like Elon Musk, I appreciate that all of you can talk with each other civilly here. It's not just a big shit fest. Hope that you guys can always agree and disagree and agree to disagree and that kind of stuff. That we can have the open discussion and agree and to disagree. I don't hate anybody that's anti-Tesla or anti-Elon Musk. I always want to hear. I have some very close Tesla Q friends on Twitter. So I want you guys to know that there's like never any ill will. I want you guys to always be able to talk to each other open about it. Leave it there. What is the likely move on Tesla earnings? Let me take a look and see. Implied move. I'll look right now. I'll look by what the options say the implied move is. Tesla calls February 11th, 1000C, $230,000. I don't like these SPY puts right now. I always feel like the banks know more. I'm getting some droppage here. Hey, if I lose you guys at any moment here, I want you guys to either have brokerages going down right now across the board, or I'm losing some internet signal again. More Tesla calls, February 11th, 1000C, $350,000. I'm having some internet problems. I'm going to have to shut some of this off and see what's up. Turn some of this off. What's happening? Hang tight for just a second. Let me know what you think is going to happen. Do you guys think we're going to trade up into the close here, into the bell? I mean, it's set up. If I was just looking at the SPY chart right now, right? Like no biases, just looking at the SPY chart, it looks uber bullish right now. Got to trade down, double bottom on the daily, right? Double bottom, traded up, rejected quickly at 456. But we had that nice, beautiful tap right here. This, to me, looks bullish into the close. If I had nothing else to go on right now, I would say that we're going to trade higher into the bell. Could there be some short covering in anticipation of Facebook earnings? Absolutely. That's what happened yesterday. Maybe this is a fake out by the Bears. I don't like that they're hold on a second here. What the heck is going on here? I don't like that all those puts came out on. There we go. Probably have a bunch of family members on YouTube right now. It's just watching some crap or something. I feel like there's a butt coming. I'm gonna look at the implied move real quick. I'm trying to look at the implied move right now on Facebook. Gotta pull it up here. Jeez. Woo. Implied move right now. 6%. Pretty big move. Up or down 6%. That's huge for Facebook.
Walmart noting 6 of its stores are currently closed due to Winter Storm Landon.
Yeah, I see the one thing about. Let me take a look here. That's a huge move.
Daily in
for
a
Facebook.
press interview saying that gradual rate hikes will not derail the economy.
Oh, is that the afternoon pump? Oh, we getting the afternoon pump? We getting the pump it? Are we getting the pump? I do, Joe. I do. Are we getting the afternoon pump? Are we getting the pump? Are we getting the afternoon pump here? Is that what they're trying to do? Trying to give the afternoon pump? Did you guys hear the pump? Yeah, the best way to play any moving is always
Daily reiterating that the Fed needs to act because it's clear inflation is too high and the labor market is strong.
We're going to pump it
saying
up.
gradual rate hikes will depend on the data.
Oh, perfect timing. We're going to pump it?
Daly saying that she absolutely expects the policy rate to rise over the course of the year, but by how much, how quickly, during what meetings remain open.
Oh, yeah, pump it. Pump it, baby.
Daly saying she has no sense that their policy adjustments will derail the basic fundamentals of a strong labor market.
Oh, yeah, pump it. Give me that pump. Pamp it, baby. Give me that Fed pump. Let's pump it. We're going to pump it into close, aren't we? The pump is always out there. Here it is. You guys ready for the pump? Look at that bullshit. Here comes the pump. Here it comes. Pump it. Can you believe it? They're going to pump it.
Daly saying that she feels confident they can get downward pressure on inflation.
Oh, such a scam.
Daly
Fraud
saying she
candles.
feels very optimistic that once
Oh,
it's passed, they can get data in that's not as affected by Omicron.
oh.
Back growing the economy in a robust fashion.
The pump is in.
Daly says she does not see a lot of indication that the Fed is behind the curve or that they have to move policy rate above the neutral rate.
Oh,
Daly does say also says she does not see evidence the labor market is overheated.
one final note. Daly wants you to know that she did not buy the puts on the SPY. Hero Boomer's like, what the fuck was that? Truthfully, fraud candles, baby. Here comes the fraud. Here comes the fraud, baby.
Daly saying 4 or 5 rate hikes this year would still mean that Fed policy rate would remain below a neutral level of about 2.5%.
Oh yeah, spin the yarn. Pump it. Pump it. Perfect timing. Look, you see that? Perfect timing. Right when the market's supposed to sell off. The pump. Euro Boomer, dump it. The Fed pump just came in. It's so gross. It's so gross when you see this stuff. So gross. They need more pump. Needs more pump. Okay, so back to my original conversation here. I don't like seeing those SPY puts coming in so soon, right? I don't like that Facebook is hedged as much as it is. I don't like that Facebook can move 6%. You know, sometimes it's like doesn't matter what the news is, they're gonna dump it anyways. Unless you pull something out of your ass like Google saying they're gonna do a stock split. That was a pretty big pump for the end of the day, and the timing couldn't be any more succinct. It's only 2:00 in the afternoon. We still have another 2 hours left. I would think that that's going to help the market pump into close right now, but we're going to watch it closely. I do agree, SPY's on sale. I'm in puts, just so if anyone's asking out there, what's my positioning right now? I'm in a whole rack of SPY shit, a bunch of SPY. We got SPY. What do we got? We can look. We've got a bunch of SPY 442, 440p spreads. We've got a bunch of 420 put spreads, but I bought them at 451. So they don't need to go all the way down to 420. They can just go to 440 or so. They're going to print heavy. They're all dated for February 18th. We got some Piton puts, but that's not really relevant to the market per se. It's more relevant to listening to that shit bag. I've got run calls, but I've got no SPY calls right now. I'm not willing to take on SPY calls unless we trade higher. This wall of sellers here bothers me. So I think we trade sideways. I call it we trade sideways. Waiting on Facebook. I don't know that shorts close themselves out here, unlike yesterday with Google. You know, Google's like a more of a short thing. You know Google's going to report good earnings. They should. Facebook, on the other hand, there might be an inside job to pin it. Like they give good earnings, and then they wait to let it snap up later on. Amazon's the big unknown. So maybe we trade sideways into Friday, and we trade higher for Amazon. Fear of Amazon earnings being good. But I could be wrong on this. I get these wrong sometimes, so don't get all pissed off at me and tell me I'm wrong. I don't like these sellers above here. This is like the Bears' last chance. I'm a bear too, so I'll be honest with you. Like, this is the Bears' last chance. If the Bears lose here, it's all over. Good night. I will tell you this. If we trade above, right, if we wear these sellers out, you have to take, at minimum, a neutral stance. And then at some point turn bullish. And I'm like all day long a bull, but I can get bearish whenever we need to. And so I'm still bearish until we get above 460. And even then, I'm only neutral. But that pump just came in. You see that what the Fed just did? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, yeah, Thursday on Amazon. I apologize. So one day of trading sideways. Friday is kind of a nothing day. Ain't shit. Sorry, I'm just getting my days mixed up. I'm kind of tired here. I'll be honest with you. I haven't been to bed. I stayed awake all night long last night. I had a shit ton of money riding on calls into this morning. A boatload. A truckload. I had a diesel. What's the one that makes that the assholes do? I was rolling coal all night long in my head on those calls. So I'm going to be a little bit inaccurate in some of the statements that I make from now until close. Blow your back out, pimping it for daddy. We could still, I mean, if Facebook reports great earnings, they have to do something special, extra special, duper special. My fear is that it's being heavily shorted. Fear is that it's like more fuck around by banks right now. I don't like seeing all those puts coming in. Seeing mixed bag on flow right now. I'm seeing calls on Qs, but it's like $25,000, $53,000. Then I'm seeing $127,000 on puts on the Qs. This isn't to close though. This is interesting. So right now, right? These are all these calls and puts are for expiry today. QQQ, February 2nd, 368C for 50K. Expires today. SPY puts expiring today. February 2nd, 455P for $30,000. Odd, right? QQQs, February 2nd, expiring today. These are puts, right? On the Qs. That goes against the Q calls expiring today. $127,000. QQQ calls for today, 369C, $53,000. QQQ calls for today, 370C, $25,000. So this looks a lot more like indecision to me. It doesn't look like there's decision where we are from the bulls or bears. The one cause for concern that you have to consider is that someone just loaded up with, $1, 2, 3, $4 million in SPY puts and golden tickets in anticipation of the end of the day. That was what the Fed said. They gave a pump. I'll give them that. So I'm not in any positions that I haven't already been in. I'm in some puts here. I think it's too risky to take calls at this moment. I'm back to my same thesis, right? I want to see these sellers be absorbed before taking calls. Like we had that move yesterday. Remember we broke through these sellers yesterday and we took it higher into the bell and we took it higher. I actually held them into today, right? So I'm looking for that before getting long this market, jumping in any more calls. I'm not going to buy any calls unless I see these sellers be absorbed. I'm already in some puts that I've been buying on the way up here, looking for a consolidation or a sell down. Not necessarily sell down to like 410 or 420, but for where we are right now, for a little bit of sideways movement for 1-2 days, I guess, because we do have Amazon reporting tomorrow. I think it's in a day. Makes some sense. Trade sideways. That doesn't mean we can't trade up overnight if Facebook gives if Facebook's farting rainbows and I don't know, tells you they're doing something crazy that we don't know about. My general thought is that we trade sideways. We haven't found the oomph yet that we're looking for. Did it run just shit itself? Black swans. I know the bears need this. The bears need a black swan. What the bears need is they need Facebook to not have a good earnings. They need Amazon not to have a good earnings. It's their only chance. Did Run really just shit the bed? God damn it, Run. I'm not even gonna look at him. Just gonna leave Run be. Now, if we did sell down here, I'd actually be green across the board. and I want it to shit the bed. Yeah, I saw the new COVID strain, Quinn. And the Bears need a fucking war. I'll be serious. It is a nice opportunity to be. We don't want Russia to lose face here, but we do want them to know what's up. I have no love for Russia. They literally root for war and even suffering. Well, the sad part is, right? I was telling Joe the other day, I was like, you know what the sick part is? I was like, when I saw all the protesting, I was like, oh man, these kids keep protesting. I'm like, all the old white guys are gonna try to create a war so I can get these kids off the street. I was like, that's how they do this shit. You got nothing better to do? We'll just create a war and send your ass to war. It's so fucked up, but I love Cowboy Starfish. If we sell up here, I'd be green across the board too, Cap. I'm green. I'm hella green right now. Like across the board, I'm green. But that would be the piece de resistance if I traded down, because then I'd be super green. I like the little pump though by the Fed. The Fed's like, we did it at 2 p.m. so it'll give you time to pump it into the close today. That's the truth. It's sick. Dude, what is up with Sunrun? Probably should have checked to see how shorted it was. How much they're short in Sunrun right now. I have to look and see if there's still people in those Sunrun calls, because I'm the only one standing. I'm gonna get fucked. There's still any interest. Okay, so let's look at. Yeah, I've got some SPY puts coming in. All small money though. Nothing glaring. There's some Qs coming in too, green. There's some TQQ stuff. This all looks like trader shit. This doesn't look like market moving shit. QQQ is 120,000. February 11th, 353p. It's not a lot. QQQ February 2nd. That's for today, 366p, 85. This looks like we're staring into like a flat close almost, to be honest, at this moment. So if we see something different, I'll alert you guys. Right now, it's not quite. Hold on here. That off. I'm looking for something more substantial than a bunch of day traders. Looks like the stuff that's expiring today almost looks like it's there's some new stuff that's not expiring today. That stuff looks like day trader shit. Oh. Hey, Serendipity. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. It is good to see. I do want to say to you that the sellers above are higher than they were previously. They're now at 457.83, 457.27. That's important to note. We're starting to base out here. This is actually very bullish, believe it or not, where we are right now. You're pushing the resistance higher. I don't know if you've noticed or not. It was at 466. We could melt up. Seeing this right here. Yeah, they haven't stepped in yet. Hey, Mero. Not much going on, brother. Same bullshit. Sideways. Nothing is going on. We've moved up the resistance a little bit. It was at like 456.70. It's now up higher at 457.15. Lots of negative flow. Same sellers. Look at this. Isn't that crazy? Black skies above, blue skies below. This, what does this look like to me? Wearing out sellers. That's it. So you're wearing out sellers here, and if any bad news comes in, we're going to drop. If any good news comes in, we're going to break through. I would think that into the close. Yeah, I wonder if we'll look above if cash market can't do it. Just to have a look above. Need to have that look above before we sell the market. I mean, just look at that. Oof. Remember that the smart money's down below at 54.53. Been there all day long. Steady supply of sellers above. We expected that from this morning. From this morning's video, we talked about this, right? Nothing's really changed today. That's what I think, Mero. I think it ends sideways. I think it ends sideways today, waiting on Facebook, and then for Amazon. And I think Facebook's being shorted. That's what I think. I think they're not going to allow Facebook to move the market too much. I think they're waiting on Amazon now. It's like Google and Amazon. Am I going to be long for the PAMP? No. I think it's sideways into the close. I think we trade sideways and down into the Amazon earnings. And then we are going to have Amazon to decide our fate if we trade higher or not. So I won't trade this. And I'm short the market right now, if anybody wants to know. Yeah, I'm bullish on if Amazon reports well. I'm watching some Facebook puts come in right now. February 4th, 310p, $477,000. Facebook puts February 4th again, 310p, $390,000. That's good. Good question. My overall thesis remains the same. Nothing's changed. I thought we traded down to 420. I think we trade down once more until we change until something changes. I talked about it this morning. Until something changes where we trade higher and above this major resistance channel and we consolidate and move higher, I think we have to do a retest down below. I don't know if that comes now, February 18th or March 18th. I think there'll be one more retest. I think that the volatility is there for the first rate hike. It's going to be stupid when it happens too. You're not going to be like, why is this happening? I think it still happens. But I think we then make a nice move after the March bullshit. We probably trade down again in the summertime and then trade down again in the fall. But we trade up each time. They have a great holiday rally into December. And we close the year out slightly positive. Let's say we're up 9%, 15%, just like the banks say, somewhere in there. I don't think it's a bad year overall, but I think they have to get it low enough a couple times to make the money like they would if it was a good year. That's the weird part about the market. So if like they get slapped on the wrist and they get told, well, you have to have a bad year or a flat year, they'll still make shit tons of money. They just have to make it low enough so they can go high enough 2-3 times to make it seem like they weren't making tons of money. Like one way or another, they're going to make their money. Or they're going to make their money on us blasting through to like 600. Or they're going to make it.
We're coming up to the close of pit trading in energy markets for the day. WTI crude futures at 86.17, a little changed on the day. 88.17, a little changed on the day. This follows the OPEC Plus meeting earlier today where they did follow through and indicate they're going to raise output by another 400,000 barrels in March.
Oh, so it was 400,000. Oil's flat in the day.
Vedanta Limited, VEDL in India, reportedly. Agrawal is said to be weighing a vendetta merger with India Arm. Victor Echo Delta Lima is the U.S. ADR.
That's probably the short into tomorrow, too, by the way. If there was a short into tomorrow, it's probably energy.
This report goes on to say Agrawal's deliberations are ongoing and may or may not lead to a deal.
You want to short some tomorrow? Short like Zome or XOP, USO.
Immersion Consulting is achieving Fed ramp of authorization. India Michael Romeo.
Wait until the close. Grab some shorts on one of those. Well, don't do it. Don't follow what I say. I think the short is in energy tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Yep, still sellers. So the cues. Watching QQQ's positive flow, a little bit of negative. QQQ February 2nd, that's for today. 366C 154. Boy, it seems like they want to park it, doesn't it? This all looks like parking flow. $154,000, 366C February 2nd. TQQ February 4th, that's good. 64C, $139,000. Got a pretty decent algo score. QQQ February 2nd, that's for today. 366C, $166,000. Wait, let this load up. Let's look on the cues. SPY, February 4th, 460C, $62,000. It's a big ass bull out there. Big ass retail bull. QQQs, February 2nd for today, $146,000 P. Then SPY calls for today, 456P C. This all looks like a pin it. You got sellers waiting above at 370.53 on the Qs. Is the same situation as the SPY. No difference. Shouldn't be. Same buyers below. Got more buyers at 340 and 360. Not a lot of support in here. Bad, any kind of bad ER is not going to be good for the Qs. 390, Sky until 390. Heavy hedging on the Qs, heavy hedging on the SPY, which is to be expected. We can bring up the hero indicator, let it load up. Here we go. It's tough right now. To give you guys a call for tomorrow, I'm going to say sideways and down. That's what I think. The only thing I can't put into that is unknown Facebook earnings, and you can't call that. If you wanted to trade Facebook earnings, is there earnings right at 4 p.m.? Because you can probably take a day trade after the bell on those earnings, bring up the Qs in your broker, and you can look for a quick dip or a quick rip. What time does the ER release? It's at 5 p.m. Well, that sucks. I still don't like the. Let me see. So their ER is out at 4:15, but they're at 5 p.m. is their guidance.
U.S. crude oil futures settling at 80. It's about 26 a barrel, up about 1/10 of 1%.
Yeah, this is a burn day. I agree with that statement. Sideways and down, baby. Burn off some more of these sellers here. Just straight burn. You can see it here, all these sellers above. They just keep showing up. These are all these long hedge funds that told you that they bought Netflix. Like we bought the Netflix bottom. In reality, they were upside down in Netflix. They wanted to trade the market up so they could unfuck themselves. Yeah, I haven't taken a trade. I closed the trade this morning. I've been waiting for a trade all day long. Haven't seen one. I'm not willing to give my money back. I traded a run. Still sitting in. Oh, I picked up run today. I'm still sitting in that. I missed the MG trade. And I've got Piton and some SPY puts and some run calls. Now, runs, ER is not until the 17th, but Ford's is, I believe, tomorrow. Dude, what is with run? Get your ass moving. Still all small money in this trade. SPY or SPX, February 2nd, 4600C, $74,000. That's the second SPX calls I've seen today. Haven't seen any SPX puts. Always like seeing those. Couple sets of calls on SPX 4600C for just today. This looks like more like a pinning to me. You get SPX calls today, right? February 2nd, 4600C, $74,000 at 2:35 p.m. Then you've got 4580 calls. Those are dated for today at 12:58 p.m. for $500,000. Somebody accidentally hit the buy button. It's almost kind of the same setup as yesterday, right? They pin it into the close, hold it here for Facebook. It's almost like you're on the you're on the guillotine every day. Yesterday you're on the guillotine with Google. Today you're on the guillotine with Facebook. And then tomorrow you're on the guillotine for Amazon. Just waiting for an excuse to sell it. Just waiting. Yeah, you know, the Fed came out right at 2 o'clock, turned on the buy program, the PAMP. Everybody remain calm. Yeah, there's still sellers. Okay, so I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to stay here with you. Or I'm going to check back at 3 p.m. I'll leave the stream on and I'll leave the newscaster guy. There's heavy sellers here. That doesn't mean like we're selling the market. It means that trying to wear out trapped Dude, I'm telling you, there are people that were when we sold at 450. They oh yeah, right on, Brian T. Thanks for subscribing, brother. When we sold this market, they diamond handed. And once we traded back up here, they said, "F that, I'm out of here. Let me out." I'm sticking with run. I'm good with run. I'll ride that one out. I'll ride Piton out. They were dirt cheap too. Like $600 or something. Yeah, about like 100 of them or something stupid like that. They would cost me nothing. They gonna pump NQ plus ES. VIX is puking. I don't know. No, I don't know, Miro. You know what, Miro? You know what it looks like right now? It looks like it's the same pin as yesterday, but I don't think shorts are scared. I have the sneaking suspicion that they're shorting Facebook so much that it ain't gonna matter. Unless Facebook does something magical in their ER, it's gonna be flat by open tomorrow. Just keep grinding. There is a setup here for a down. It's like the guillotine. It's like like yesterday, same shit. Drag it up. Hey, I got options. Thanks for the tip, brother. Appreciate it. You know, like they pin it up here, and they're waiting for one of these companies to report bad. The scary part is, let's say Facebook has good earnings, and let's say Amazon has good earnings, and now you're done with all of big tech, right? Is that the cutting block, the chopping block for the market? The expectation is they pin it up, they wait for earnings, and they're going to sell it or rip it again. But I don't think we get away with it twice. You guys want a price target for above? 460. That's the price target. All day long. It's right here. I will let you know that we definitely have a buy program on, because we were way low on buyers. We're now closing in on equal buyers and sellers on the SPY currently. Be conscious of that. Price target 460. If we had like 3 banging earnings, like Facebook just nailed it and then Amazon just nailed it. Oof. Oof. A 6% implied move on Facebook. That's insane. It's actually gone up now. It's 6.5% implied move on Facebook. Well, it's not too much. So the move is implied to be from current where we are currently to 343.96 or as low as 301.86. The 301.86 would put us back to 420. It's pretty big moves right there. And that's by Friday. 6.5% implied move for Facebook. It's insane. What's the first thing that I think of here? I can't call it here. Too risky. Straddle. Puts out to the 18th in the money. And some outside the money calls for Friday. Or just inside the money calls for Friday would work too. Inside the money calls for Friday on the SPY. And then some in the money puts or outside the money puts on the SPY for February 18th. Not quite a straddle. My guess is that we trade down and sideways into Thursday for Amazon. My fear is that it's setting up sell the news. Yeah, the premium is juiced. Dude, a 6 point. I love strangles. Love them. I don't like the implied move on Facebook. I just don't. That's a huge move. 6.5% for Facebook. Oof. All right, I'll be right back in 15 minutes for 3 o'clock. Leave this on for you.
Workhorse WKHS take a little bit higher on this report.
All right. Here I come. I'm back. Yeah, so it looks like the same setup as yesterday. Pin it up into the close. Try to reach above to 460 or as close as we can get to it, even though we're topping off for it real quick right now. We've got sellers above at 457, 458 or so. Price target's still 460. We have traded this high to not trade up to 460 into the bell. Or at least trade sideways even into close. Either way, it's still kind of pinned here. Doesn't matter if we stay here. Let's say we stay at 457.72 or we trade up into 460 into the bell. It's the same thing. Well, I'm watching lots of calls come in right now. The bulls have to step up here. They have to show their resolve for where we are at four, or we're veritably at 460 right now. We're close enough for the ranges that we trade in. We should have seen volatility get killed today. That was a note in the spot gamma release this morning as well, that we should see volatility get killed. We did see some extra hedging, though, come in on the SPY today. That was not there prior to today, based upon us heading into the Facebook earnings this afternoon. I do have an issue with what's going on right now. It's like you're being put on the plank every day. You're walking the plank now in the SPY. Yesterday, they made you walk the plank on the SPY for Google earnings. We saw Google not only have kick-ass earnings, but we also saw Google offer a 20-to-1 stock split this summer. And what did it take for Google to smash earnings was that stock split. So they are looking for something like that into this earnings. And even with that earnings stock split, Google traded back down today to 29.11. They did recover today, bouncing off their simple moving average, that nice white 200-day simple moving average on the 5-minute at least. So they did bounce off that again to remain bullish. But even with that said, right, even with a 20-to-1 stock split, you can tell that the market's looking for a reason to sell right now. So every day right now we've got 2 more days left, veritably, right? We've got the end of today, and then we've got Thursday for big tech, who generally speaking have done their earnings cycle. That is important to note. So you have Facebook with great earnings, then you have Amazon with great earnings. Let's just say, right, we have two great earnings. The question becomes, does SPY trade up from there? And so we're being forced to walk a plank every day right now on the market. We are at an inflection point in the market where we can seriously trade down here, where there can be rejection, a major rejection on the S&P 500, on the SPY. Then you have to ask the question, what do you have to look forward to after Amazon earnings for SPY? So let's say we have Facebook is good, not great, but not bad. Okay, so we pin the market up again, and then we look at Amazon on Thursday, and then that doesn't mean we don't focus on other tickers or mid and small caps or some of the large caps that are left, which we still have a ton, but the majors are pretty much done. So that becomes the question, is what happens after that? Do we trade higher? Does, like the shiny rock, right? We're like kids at a candy store, right? We're looking for the next shiny rock. So do we start to focus elsewhere in the market? and not directly on these on the Fangman plus T kind of stocks, right? We're still going to focus on Nvidia, still going to focus on Snow, all these other companies, big ones, right? Shopify, they're holding up the market, but generally speaking, the Fangman plus T stocks are done. Veritably, they're done. Yeah. J-Pow hiking rates, baby. That's what we're looking forward to. And that is the reality of the situation is you really want to start to, let me look at you guys real quick. You're really starting to look at the truth, right? And the truth is we're looking for those companies to see how they report their earnings. And then you start to think down the road, what else are we looking for? How long does the market hold up until it starts to roll over once more? Or we get some good news to look forward to for the rest of earnings season. So that's a big question. So for myself, I'm not going to take some calls in the close today. I'm sitting on some puts. I think we trade sideways and down. We can get a pump from Facebook earnings. We can get a pump from Amazon earnings. If Amazon did announce a stock split, maybe they're in cohorts or concert with Google. You know, I think they got that sympathy play though in the overnight last night. I don't know that they're actually going to do that. I have concerns with Amazon not being able to produce in their guidance what they produced in 2020 and 2021. Though if they were to announce at some point that they're raising their price of Amazon Prime, that would help. I don't like when they pre-pump it. I like when they do it right in their ER during their guidance. They make a mention of that. But other than that, I need to see what we're looking forward to for news. Yeah, I don't think they do a split either. But if they did, you never know. So, I mean, I have questions on that stuff. I really want to know from you guys, what do we have to look forward to? What do we have to look forward to once Fangman plus T are done? I'm interested to know.
Back to Canada's Macklem is saying that BOC is committed to returning inflation to target. Says Canada rates will need to rise. Macklem is saying that there's some uncertainty about how quickly inflation will come down in Canada.
Yeah, so that's going to be my take. My take is that I'm looking to see what you guys are reading here. I don't think that matters against the Fed. Yeah, I agree with that statement to an extent, too. If we trade down too low, that we'll see a trade down. They'll pick it back up. The Fed put, right? All right, so we're at 3 o'clock. My take would be that we pin the market into the close. We could trade up on some positive bull flow from this point forward. And for some short covering, I would expect some short covering into the close over Facebook earnings because you don't ever know what they're going to report. So I say we trade up to 460 into the bell, and then we pin it, and then we await Facebook. The one warning I have for you is that it's like walking a plank every day right now. Every day we're walking a plank just waiting for one bad ER to make an excuse to sell the market. So just be conscious of that as we trade into the close today at 3 p.m. Canada has inflation. They don't have belly buttons. We are wearing out sellers here, but I think what this is going to turn into is more of a short covering rally, which is different than wearing out sellers. I think they're still here right now. I don't think they're going anywhere. Don't think we've worn them out yet. We do have some volume increasing here. Maybe my price target's 460 at the bell. Hopefully we can get there. Not positive on that we get there. But I'd like to see us have that look above. It would be, if you're a bull, the reason I was asking the question about are you looking for good news to not sell the market is, I think we've made it all the way up here. You want to see 460 so you can take that peak above. If Facebook has kick-ass earnings, we can trade above the 460 and trade sideways into Amazon earnings, then you would, just from the charts I showed you this morning, you would see us trade sideways and down after a great Facebook earnings, and then you'd see Amazon lift the entire market up. We'd break out of the bear channel. I think that's where it is. But I think on the downside, if you get a Facebook negative earnings or an Amazon negative earnings, I think we're going to see some much lower numbers. I think you're going to wind up seeing a retest of that 420, possibly even deeper. Okay, I was saying, Albrooks thinks that we get 1 to 3 weeks up trading after most recent low. Then we get a second leg sideways to down. I agree with his sentiment at this point. Taking is logic. So explain that one more time. We get 1 to 3 weeks up trading after the most recent low. Is this like a 3-5 or 3-3-3 pattern? Is he talking about here? Like a 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3. Emerson? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think we do the sideways pattern. Are you talking on a larger time frame? I did see one guy talking about like a downward crab or something. We stay range bound for a couple months from here. But we are on, if you look on on ES right now, so I can post this somewhere for you. If you look on the ES chart, we are at a rejection point. There's no doubt about it. So we either have to trade over, this is a do or die. You either have to trade over the 460 to trade sideways. Or let me take a look on ES right now and just see if we've traded over where we need to trade. Because we might have. But we need to trade over today, even if we trade sideways. We can't be rejected here. This is the bear's do or die. And we're right on it, literally to the pin right now at this moment. We're sitting on it, on the pin, into this close right now. To the pin. Matter of fact, we just rejected off it. We just to the pin rejected off it. I'm going to take two snaps of it. This is from this morning. I'll take 2 and post it to posting the rejection right now. We're right off the 0.618. I think, to me, this is more of a setup. It's not we will or we can't. I think there's 3 different possibilities, possible outcomes. The sideways trade is one of them. The rejection is one of them. And then actually the bullish above is one of them. I think there's 3 valid, or I should say there's 3 valid possibilities for how we trade right now. I don't know if you're tuning in this morning, but I was trying to give all 3 options. And this is the thing that I talk about when it comes to the randomness of our market.
Walensky noting that COVID cases are down by about 36% of the prior week. Deaths are up about 4%.
So I'm not necessarily, well, I'm still from a bearish perspective because we haven't broken above yet, but I just posted it on Twitter on @CaptainsAlpha real quick. And we did just reject off of this level that we need to break above. It's critical that if you're a bull that we break above there so we can trade sideways, consolidate to trade higher. If we fail to do that with Facebook today And if Amazon were to fail, you would see the same thing. You would see a hard rejection. We should retest lows even lower than 420 this time. So it is important. These ER statements are going to be important to the market. We still have unknown news with Ukraine as well, though we do and don't know the news on Ukraine. So there are some unknown things. I think it's critical right now that Facebook does report great earnings. I think it's critical that Amazon reports great earnings as well. This stuff matches up perfect, right? You look at the retracement to 0.618 retracement on the SPY right now. It's literally to the pin into this close today. Same thing happened yesterday. We were at the 50% retracement right into the last 15 minutes of close or so. We traded higher. I would expect the same today. It's important that we trade higher to 460 on this bell. Critical. Yeah, it could be really shitty. It could be really shitty on the market into February and March. I did notice that there's more puts hedging into March and some repositioning of puts on February 18th. They were much deeper for February 18th, and now they've raised up their puts for the 18th. March looks like is the new target for high volatility. Okay, so we're going to look at the 20-day 4-hour candle on AS. Yeah, I know about. I looked at the 4-hour with the 20-day and the 40-day. Yeah, I can see the 21 up here. Yeah, I see that. I see that basing. I see that basing. I think we trade into 460 in the close. I think we pin it into the close. It's critical that it's pinned. It's critical that we look above, and that it's critical that Facebook reports good earnings. I think we can maintain that we're above the sellers. Futures can work on that, and then we trade sideways, waiting for Amazon to make us trade higher. But outside of that, it won't trade higher off of just because. That's the issue, is you need to have news, you need to have something positive. No, I won't get puts. I've got protective puts that I've been putting on the whole. Well, I've been able to get puts to print. I took puts a couple times when we were trading sideways, and then I grabbed my next set of puts at when we were at 440, 442. I grabbed some put spreads, and then when we were above at 451, I bought more puts, but I bought them farther outside of the money. I bought them at 420 to 425. So they print big, and then a bunch of banks run on those too. So mostly protective, not bearish. And I've been trading long all the way up here. So I'm bullish here. I don't want you to think that I have a bullish or that I have a bearish context in today, where we are today. I'm bullish on the daily today. It has to happen. It's kind of like a do or die thing. The longer that you sit here diddling around, right, going sideways, we start adding 1, 2, 3 days on sideways, we know what happens. We can show it again and again and again and again over time, that if we start to trade sideways over 2, 3 days, we trade down. We look for where support actually is if you can't trade higher. On the grander scale, if we trade into like a range from here for the next few months, that doesn't sound unreasonable to me. but you're looking for certain catalysts here. It's not a good look if Facebook doesn't print a good earnings. It's not a good look if Amazon doesn't have a great earnings. You don't have a lot to look forward to into OPEC, and then, of course, March threat of rate hikes. Revenge of the VIX is looming. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, there's a bunch of different mechanics going on here. You got Bear's last stand here. You've got, believe it or not, I know you're not going to believe this, but there are bulls that are hiding out there that just want to sell, right? When we come up around here. You know that the runway runs out for bulls too once Amazon reports. If they can't get out, then think about it. If you got caught in your let's say you got caught
More from
above.
the Bank of Canada Governor Macklem saying that they're confident inflation will come down.
Yeah, give it the pump, baby. Canada's giving the old USA hand job, the reach around on USA right now. Canada's like, don't worry, I got you fed. Yeah, I don't think it matters if it turns. I think the key is that we close today 460. We can trade sideways and down tomorrow. That's just fine. But that lends to the bull case. And then we can trade much higher on Amazon earnings and then trade sideways for the rest of the earnings season in a range. You just don't want to be up here as a bull, like work this hard to get to this point and not follow through. So it's key. It's key that there's follow through at this point. Watch some SPY puts come in February 28th, 450p, $866,000. Nope, no significant flow. I think we're just grinding sellers right now. I think you'll see a little bit of short covering into, you're seeing some resistance disappear right here where we are right now. More showing up at the same time. I'm going to look for a flat close and maybe a squeeze higher just based upon short covering to 460. You're going to wait for Facebook earnings. Do I think that you should put a long on here? No, I think that you strangle it. I think these straddle. You could straddle like some 0 dates for a good Facebook ER, and then also straddle, or then the other side, you take a much longer put into OPEC. We all know that OPEC, right? You guys all know that an OPEC is coming up on the 18th in 16 days. You guys all know that by like the 10th or 12th, we do typically start to trade sideways to down into OPEC, right? We're all on the same page on that, right? I saw some.
Macklem saying expects inflation to remain close to 5% for the first half of this year.
Gotta keep talking about inflation. So now we're at 457.84. $457.85. Give me that 460 in a close. Give me that short covering to 460 into the bell. That's the bulls need to do. Can't come up from 420 and not take 460. It is critical.
We're 40 minutes to the U.S. cap close, and S&P futures breaking out to new highs on the day, up about 49 handles now at 45.84. The Dow up close to 248 points.
Push it. Push it into the close. $460 is the target. Watching Facebook calls, SPY calls coming in February 2, 458C, $39,000.
The Bank of Canada does see a consumption-led recovery.
Also, Facebook calls February 4th, 340C for $309,000. Facebook calls again February 18th, 340C, $428,000. Still watching Twitter get shit on over here. May 20th, 37p for $347,000. They trade by themselves. We're now up to 458. on the SPY. Should see short covering into the close. Bulls can't be coming up from 420 and not hit 460 into the bell today. Every day, walking the plank on the SPY, on the Qs. Yesterday, we were walking the plank on Google. Today, we're walking the bank on Facebook. Tomorrow, we're walking the bank on Amazon. Snap calls, February 4th, 35C, $122,000. Then we've got the Qs. Calls, February 2nd, 370C for $42,000. Next up, SPY calls, February 2nd, 450C, $735,000. You want to see that? Those expire today. The bulls are saying, let's go into close. We're not done here.
Further comments from the Bank of Canada Governor Macklem. He says that the latest GDP data reinforced the view that Q4 growth was strong.
Pamp it, Daddy Canada. Brothers in Canada stepping in to help with the next pump. Little Fed presidents are like, get on the horn with Canada. Let's pump it, baby. Here we go. Look at this above here. 458.36. A little bit of resistance here. I think we squeeze up to 460. It's a nice target. 4600. It's going to be a tough one today. $4,600. Critical that we tag 4,600 into the close. SPY. I told you guys about the SPY calls, right? $735,000. February 2nd, 450C. Those are expiring today. It's meant to pin the market in anticipation of Facebook earnings today after the bell. QQQs just came in February 4th, 372C. $91,000. Banking and betting on
Governor
tech
Macklem
producing.
says that there is some evidence that Canadians have not been dipping into excess savings.
Oh. Canadians have been saving their money. You're getting that Canadian reach around right now. Canadian reach around in the U.S. markets. SPY puts coming in February 7th, 457P, $201,000. It's a weird trade. You're waiting for that trade for the bell, like 359. Put some puts on then. Yeah, you want to be seeing 460. Bulls want 460. If you're a bull, you're looking for 460 on this bell. Trust me. I'm a bull. You're looking for 460 on the bell today.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says that the slope of the rate path depends on economic developments.
Wow, that meant nothing, did it? SPY calls February 2nd, 450C. For today, $417,000. Those expire today. $500,000. Next one, SPY, February 4th, 456C, $500,000.
Macklem says that there's risk that consumers spend more than forecasted.
Almost a half an hour left. GME, more or not more, but someone was mentioning GME selling off. GME puts February 4th, 103P, $314,000. Give me the pamp into the bell. Literally just came up 400 points from 420. And you're not going to give me 460 into the bell? We're here. We did it. Let's get there. old Canadian trusty handshake. The old reach around, the old Canadian reach around. Call it a partnership. Come on, baby. Give me 460 into this bell. I'm telling you, you need 460. Give me 460 into the bell today. All these bulls that missed out yesterday are like, bullshit. We're not missing it today. We missed it yesterday. Fooled us once, fooled us twice. Got a short operation on Facebook that's been going on for how long? Ridiculous short operation on Facebook. Would like to see a nice short covering in for Facebook into the bell here as well. Google's like, the market ain't going nowhere. I'm splitting in summertime. Give me 460 or give me death. Give it to me at the close. PayPal, February 4th, 132C, $249,000. Pretty decent Dalgo score in that one. Should expect some short covering into the close today. Zuckerberg just comes out, right? Flicks his lizard eyes a little bit. See his little tongue slither. Oh, I forgot about the QCOM boys. Forgot about the QCOM boys. Carrying the market with QCOM. How could I leave out the QCOM boys? That's just un-QCOM-y. That's just un-American. How do I leave out the QCOM boys? What about Spotify?
We've seen U.S. bond yields continue to track higher here after the close of pit trading. 177 in the U.S. 10-year yield, now down just a basis point from where we closed yesterday.
We got America tomorrow. We got Ford. We got Snap. We got Pinterest. We got Amazon tomorrow. We got energy companies reporting after the bell tomorrow. Or before the bell tomorrow, right? Qualcomm's going to have to carry them. Oh, come on. Dude, what is with that sell-off there real quick on the SPY? That is complete bullshit. Looks like short rage. Bear rage. I'm going to have to buy one of these dips down here. Damn it. I see shit like this. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to buy that dip into the close. Try getting all goofy with the market like this. All right, I'm going to have to step in and buy some calls. You going to try to spook me here? Give me a chance to buy, I will. Okay. February 4th. What am I buying? What am I interested in buying here? February 4th. There's 142,000 contracts on 450p for 90 cents. But the call side's dirt cheap. 464s are only 50 cents. And there's nobody sitting on those 465s. Those are only 40 cents for Friday. SPY calls coming in February 2nd, 455. C for $220,000. Hood calls February 18th, 13.5 C, $99,000. 464. I like the 465s. I like that right, nice round number. If Facebook has great ER, don't be a bear cap. Don't do it. Yeah, I think I'm going to get some calls here. I'm going to grab them right now. I'm grabbing February 4th, 465C. See? Find the right date. Yeah, it says I've got 11% chance of profit. Just waiting for a minute here to buy.
Early look for market on close, and the S&P names is to the sell side, about 200 million to the sell side.
There's a sell side. You guys heard that sell side, 200 million? Not too much. Sellers coming down. Nope, I think I ain't buying it. I ain't buying the bullshit from the Bears today. I ain't buying it. I think we go up. I think the Bears get spooked on Facebook ER for the last 15 minutes. We trade higher. Sell side my ass. America. Walmart lawn shares are
Westpac Bank, WBC in Australia, first quarter unaudited cash profit of 1.58 billion Aussie dollars. Net interest margin of 1.91%, cash earnings of 1.58 billion Australian dollars.
Yeah, I'm in
Whiskey Bravo Charlie trading in Australia.
I'm in SPY 465s expiring on Friday. I'll take my chances with. Well, I've got some put spreads already out there, so it's basically now a straddle. So we're either going to sell this. We're either going to sell this thing down, or we're gonna. I think every day it's basically what I'm trading as a straddle. If we sell into the close, I'll buy more calls. I don't believe the bears here. I think the bears are scared. Yeah, I'm not closing either. I don't want one side to print no matter what. The puts are for protection. It's like wearing a prophylactic. This time I ain't got no lube on though. Oh. Yeah, you aren't spooked to the Zuck. This is not the pamp that Daddy wanted. All you gotta wait for is you gotta wait for the bears to get spooked in the close. I'll go down clutching these puts. I always love the banter. We have great banter in our group. I always love that we have bears and bulls that can get along and take the opposite sides of each other. We can trade against each other. Because this is a battle of the bulls versus the bears right now. Spy calls February 4th, 456C, $293,000. It's all pretty, you know, this is, they're really, you know, it's kind of mixed, right? We've got 219,000 puts, 341,000 calls. That means the flow is neutral, right? The put to call ratio is neutral. And I agree with the call on the VIX. It's low. I'm finding it hard to believe that the VIX is going to get lower than, let's say, I think 20 tonight, 17 to 20 is reasonable if there were good earnings. But if I don't, like, I'd be shocked if we traded down to 13. I wouldn't expect it. We're going to trade down to 13. We could. We're not expecting it. This is a huge move, right? Huge move from 420 to 460. So the logical thing is that we trade sideways. But you never know. If Facebook has good earnings, if these other companies have good earnings, this market trades irrationally. Ooh. Can I add to a position here? Hold on. Easy here. I'm gonna add some more. If Facebook misses, it wouldn't be anything to see us trade down to 450 or 445.52 or so. 45.49. Just be conscious of that. Oh, yeah. There we go. Can we spook the bears here? Harry Fina. More sellers. The one thing we got problems with today we didn't have yesterday is we've got some major sellers. We didn't have those yesterday. We didn't have the wall is kind of at where we're at right now. So we're trying to wear out these sellers right into the close. But the bulls need to close it. You need to close at 460. You need to get Facebook to close us up. If you're a bull. If you're a bear, this looks juicy, right? Trade straight vertical for, what is it? 400 handles or something stupid, right? I don't know what it was right now. I think it was something stupid. No, so I never said that Tesla was going to 450. I said it was going to 750. Never said 320s in 2022. Not that I remember. Unless I did and just don't remember it. I think I said 360s on SPY, didn't I? Was it 360s or was it 320s? I thought it was 390. I don't remember. You know what I'll have to do for you guys is I'll have to break out a chart that shows all the key levels for the SPY and Tesla. Yeah, I think 390 is open on the chart. So depending upon what the rejection is like, we can trade down to 390, I think. But I've seen a lot of people saying, "Oh no, it's only 420 now. It's not 390." I can't tell if those are bulls that just don't want to say that or see it trade that low. $15 minutes left or 16 minutes left into the close. It's 344, almost 345. We've got 15 minutes left in the bell here. It looks like they're tagging it up into the close. More than likely today rather than yesterday, we have major resistance. Yesterday we did not, so we're able to get a huge squeeze up.
UK, seeing a reporter from the Mail on Sunday who says that they understand number 10 now concede that a leadership challenge to Boris Johnson is inevitable and that the threshold will be met, according to a source.
So we probably won't see a squeeze here, but even without the squeeze, we should be able to trade up to 460. If we just get the short covering, should get us to 460. The squeeze in that play is probably not there before the bell. We're here. We're here for a reason, right? If we're going to trade up to 460, we are here to look at a bullish context. We're here to look for it. You don't trade up to 460 for just no apparent reason.
For Washington, D.C. politics, seeing a follow-up report after Senator Lujan, Democratic senator from New Mexico's stroke last week. He's reportedly expected to return to D.C. in 4 to 6 weeks. This could hold up some priorities on the Hill for the Democrats.
That guy sounds younger. You think that's an intern? No, I don't remember it. I think the only thing that I remembered about the market No, I think you might have heard me talk about if we trade below certain numbers, what does it? I think I gave a market crash case. What needs to be met for a market crash? But what would have to happen? I think that was, when you have a red. I think this has to do with the conversation of if you have a red month, it leads into another red month. If you get a second red month, that makes you one red quarter. What you have to recover from in that one red quarter, if you don't and have a second red quarter, they start to add up and the damage becomes turn. So like you can't, no one can predict a market crash or even just a market downturn. But when you add up months, quarters, and then you do a half a year, you can trade down to much lower multiples over time. But they have to prove themselves each month, quarter, et cetera, as they add up. And right now we just had a bad month. So we are still on the lookout for, now let's say February turns red or March turns red. That then gives us a bad quarter. If you have a bad quarter, that
Further
does.
comments from the Bank of Canada's Macklem. He says that the balance sheet runoff works further out on the yield curve. He says the primary instrument for tightening is the interest rate.
Yeah, I think there was this. If you want to talk about a market decline, it has to do with like some things preceding each other to get to a certain point. Because there was a discussion of we're going to have a market crash, and a market crash you can't predict, right? You can't predict a market crash, but you can predict over time a market decline if we have a decline by setting up bad months, bad quarters, multiple bad quarters, and then years. And what those projections are. That's when you get into the really ugly numbers. And there's tail risk companies out there. I'll give you guys some links to. I've posted them on Twitter before. So like Mark Cuban, right, is famous for this. So like Mark Cuban ends up taking out before the .com crash, there were people looking for tail risk event protection. And so what they do is they look at the worst outcome that could possibly happen, and then they buy and roll out protection that costs nothing for these tail risk events, these right side or right hand tail risk events. And they talk about them, they could happen from something that's unexpected. So like when you see a market decline that's that huge, it can be a matter of just being cyclical. It could be a matter of being on the end of a long-term debt cycle. It could be the matter that if we're on the end of a short-term debt cycle, and then you have some kind of an event that we don't know about. You'd have like a war that's unexpected. You'd had something like a terrorism attack that was unexpected. You have some kind of an event that affects the country while we're in a market decline. And so you take these way. You buy or you sell, you buy a way outside of the money put, and you sell two inside the money puts, and they cost you nothing. And you do this, you roll this out every 3 months, 6 months, in case that does happen or take place. You can do them further out. You can't see 450 without certain things happening first. But you can chart it out. You can do it technically. It's easy to do technically. Yeah, we can sit here and have another video about it if you like. I can explain it better to you if you need to. At any time, if you need me to explain it to you in a better way. I feel as though oftentimes some of the things that I say to you are taken out of context. But I could be wrong on that. I think, as a matter of fact, if you just go back to the video from this morning, today's video, and just start there, that even explains it. Because yesterday I was asked, am I still bearish? And I am still bearish. As a matter of fact, if you don't break 460 today, right, I'm still bearish. If you don't break 460 tomorrow, I'm still bearish. You technically have to break 460. You have to break this resistance channel for you to get neutral on the market. I think I spoke about that for a half an hour this morning. So there are conditions that need to be met as you move your way through the market. And as long as you don't meet those conditions, they don't add up to anything in the future. I can't predict for you tomorrow that we're going to be at 480 or that we're going to be at 400, but I can tell you exactly what it takes for us to meet or to expect those things to happen. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's okay. I can reiterate it. This is often a... I do this myself. I'll hear someone else talk, or I'll have someone else in a video talk, and then I go back and watch it again, and I'm like, shit, I missed that part. Or shit, I wanted to hear what I wanted to hear. I do it myself. But if you start to break through key supports, when you start breaking through key supports, if they hold, as a matter of fact, if you just watch the video from this morning, I laid it out quite simply for you. We are in you can look at the square chart from today. I did a chart, like just a shitty crayon drawing. And if you're not meeting certain expectations, as a matter of fact, I've charted out, I've done multiple videos on how to catch knives on stocks, which are another great example. People are always wanting to buy dips, right? Or buy knives, catch knives on stocks. And I've done multiple videos on just how to pick a falling knife or catch a falling knife, what needs to be met, how to set alerts for a turn in a stock to stop its corrective phase, right? And if those things aren't met, you can't take that stock as bullish. Oftentimes you'll find traders will see a move like you've seen in the SPY right now on a stock, an individual ticker, and they will get too bullish on it and will have a turn, and it'll continue to trade down from that point until the corrective move is over. So at every turn, at every critical juncture, you're looking for certain things to happen. And it's critical right now for the bulls, for where we are in the chart. As a matter of fact, you can see where I posted the chart from today from ES. These things must be met. It's a trap constantly for bulls and bears. They both fall into it. So when you're asked, are you bullish? Yes. Are you bearish? Yes. Are you neutral? Yes. And then what is the turning point? Yesterday, right at the start of the broadcast, I was asked, are you still bearish? And I said, yes. And there's reasons for being bearish. Legitimate reasons. The same reasons why when you're bullish and you say, I'm buying this dip, you have to have facts behind why you buy that dip, right? You have to have a basis behind it. Are you still in this upward channel or not? And we're still in a downward channel as of today. So we need to see above 460 to break out of this downward corrective channel that we're in on the SPY specifically. 458.09. 458.11. I demand my blood into close. Give me 460. $458.12. SPY calls February 2nd, 456C, $65,000. SPY calls February 2nd, 458C, $26,000. 4 minutes left into the bell. Apple calls 414.22, 185C, $214,000. And there's some other stuff that's involved in this too, right? You got to take into consideration if we have expansion to the call side and the upside. So we layer everything that we do, right? We traditionally chart. We look at call expansion, put expansion. We're looking at the book map, of course, right? And then we're looking for classic technical and fundamental indicators on the stock market. We're also checking out Elliott Wave.
A few minutes to closing bell on the earnings front today. We'll get Aflac reporting results. Facebook also scheduled to report. MetLife and Qualcomm due in the first few minutes after the close. Corvo, another notable name, as well as T-Mobile.
To T-Mobile. But there's nothing here where we say, well, we're going to call for a price target of let's say 200 on SPY without having conditions met. You can't call for 480 without breaking out of a corrective channel, right? There can't be a bull out there that calls for 480. You've got some SPY puts coming in right now. February 7th, 457p for 200,000. SPY puts February 18th, 450p for 846,000. You can't call for 480 right now and not just use basic technical analysis. We're talking basic, like brand new, first time trading or buying a stock. Let's say you've been trading a stock for 6 months, trading the stock market. If you don't understand that we have to break out of a corrective downward channel, you shouldn't be buying stock. That's 100%. And that fundamental analysis of a stock applies on both up and down. So I don't know what to say on that. 359, we did not trade to 460. We're stuck, pinned right into the close at 457.29. We're going to stick around here after the bell for the first 15 minutes or so, just to see if any crazy puts come in or if any calls come in. So if you have, right now at the bell, we've got IWM puts February 4th, $80,000. IWM puts February 4th, $66,000. We'll see if there's any craziness that comes in after the bell here. This is not good. TLT, March 18th, 144C, $306,000. TLT and can sometimes diverge from the SPY. It becomes convergent and divergent depending upon where it's at. But typically right around now, you don't want to be seeing any TLT calls. That can be bad news for tech.
Spotify SPOT reporting revenue of 2.69 billion euro. Sierra Pop Oscar Tango, just shy of the 2.71 consensus estimate.
Corvo QRBO revenue in line of 1.11 billion for QRBO.
Spotify is selling down right now from 190 down to 175.
75 consensus for QRBO.
Spotify's total monthly active users were up 18% year over year to 406 million.
Line ALGN $2.83 beats the 266 estimate. Revenue about in line for ALGN. Line saying for their fiscal 22 guidance, despite Omicron headwinds, net revenue growth expected to be within the long-term model range of 20 to 30%.
I'm slightly shocked to see SPY up after hours currently, unless there must have been a beat here on Facebook.
Logic, HOLX, $1.95 on the earnings front. Revenue $1.47 billion. Call Oscar Lima X-ray.
After the bell, QQQ, February 18th, 375C, $1 million.
Just EPS $2.17 for Hologic, so a significant beat there.
T-Mobile 34 cents. Headline earnings beats a 16-cent estimate. Revenue, a slight miss in Tango Michael Uniform Sierra. Postpaid net account additions of 315,000 in the fourth quarter for T-Mobile. High-speed internet additions of 224,000.
You guys all catch that out there? QQQ's February 18th, 375C, $1 million.
T-Mobile for 22 core adjusted EBITDA expected to grow about 10% year over year.
QCOM
factor 44
cranking.
cents is a 3-cent beat. Revenue also beating slightly. Franklin Oscar Romeo Michael.
QCOM Bulls, baby. QCOM Bulls. Pumped. Let's check out QCOM after hours, see what's up. 198. QCOM carrying the market currently. Hilarious. Shorts are like, oh shit, I'm on the wrong side of the trade.
Qualcomm revenue $10.7 billion above the $10.4 billion consensus estimate. Quebec Charlie Oscar Michael.
Thanks for subscribing, Joseph. Thanks for subscribing, Eric. Thanks for subscribing, Mike Pham.
ANVW 71 cents for earnings beats the 61 estimate for Alpha Victor November whiskey.
AVN, is that like the adult video nudity?
77.9 million for AVNW beats the 73 million expectation.
You can see how heavily shorted some of these stocks are. It's kind of crazy. Hey, thanks, Tim, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Facebook trading down to 304, 302, 301.
Netgear NTGR 251 million in revenue.
297, 296.
Consensus. November Tango Golf Romeo.
94.
For Facebook, Meta reporting revenue of $33.7 billion in FB, above the 33.2 consensus estimate. Monthly active users were 2.91 billion. Yes, 367 on the headline number, guiding next quarter revenue 27 to 29 billion versus a 30.4 billion consensus estimate for Meta.
Aflac $1.57 beating 125 consensus. Revenue 5.4 billion beats the 5.2 billion estimate. Alpha Franklin Lima.
Facebook trading down 277.18 with a quick bounce.
Meta shares initially down about 40 points.
Meta saying that they expect to lap in a period in which Apple's iOS changes were not in effect and anticipate mostly increasing its ad targeting and measurement headwinds from the platform and regulatory changes. They'll also be lapping a period of exceedingly strong demand. And they're hearing from advertisers that macroeconomic challenges like cost inflation and supply chain disruptions are impacting advertiser budgets.
Facebook down after hours, 269, baby. Goodbye, Zuck.
CK, $68.6 billion in revenue, beating a $66.5 billion consensus. EPS at $6.15 beats a $5.30.
Just to recap here on Facebook, they are guiding next quarter.
Amazon down 51 after the bell.
As well as pushback from advertisers citing macroeconomic challenges like cost inflation and supply chain disruptions.
Tesla down 8 after the bell. Shopify down 14 after the bell. Facebook now worth 15% less than 15 minutes ago. My puts are gonna print. Took forever. What are you guys saying? I'm missing a bunch of what you guys are saying up here. I wasn't reading anything. I'm looking at the market real quick. I'm not looking at the chat. That's bullshit on did QCOM sell off after going higher? I'm missing a bunch of what you guys are saying here. Hold on. What do we call them? Protective puts. Yeah, what's up with QCOM? I want to know what's up. I was wondering earlier if everything's just so fucking short. Sorry, I should be swearing. If everything's so shorted that they're just like, fuck you, I don't care how good you're doing. We're going to short you into the pits of hell. Amazon selling off even deeper at this point. Down 77 now. 86 on Amazon down. Amazon down 2.5% on nothing.
Yours.
Spotify now down 21%. Woof. Shockingly, Run is kind of holding its own after hours. Hasn't moved a lick. Amazing how this can happen, huh? Google's down by 1%. Now we're seeing heads up right here. Seeing lots of SPY puts coming in right now after the bell. February 4th, 456p, $166,000. February 4th, 455p, $143,000. SPY puts, February 7th, 450p, $194,000. QQQ puts, February 4th, 360p, $237,000. SPY puts, February 4th, 448p, $54,000. This is going to look like a rejection tomorrow. This is important for the market if we reject here. Maybe we get another shot at it tomorrow down at 452, 453. You don't want to see a break below 450. If you are getting like super duper bearish, you want to be looking for a rejection, believe it or not, tomorrow around that 452 450. Let me go a little bit farther out. Just a heads up. If you're going to take this down, right, you want to be taking it down to roughly 450. Exit your shorts and then re-enter below 450. If you're going to go full bearish, you're going to look for that rejection there and then maybe another failure to take it down below 450 at that point above. But there are a ton of SPY puts coming in for tomorrow. Please print my puts for me. I got bags of SPY puts. Bags of them. Oh, dude, look at Run's not down at all. Oh, so we got other beer bag holders inside the room I can see. Yeah, Run's holding up the market. So just be conscious of that tomorrow. If you are a bear and you're looking for how to trade SPY, you would trade it down to 450. Just like we're trading up higher, right? You go to a resistance or a support, take your winnings, wait for a drop below 450. Bulls, I do want you to know, if there is a break of 450, it is no bueno. The bull run is over. Otherwise, we trade sideways.
Reporting revenue $262 million in the quarter, up from $206 million a year ago.
SPY puts $80,000 on February 2nd, pinning it into the close right now, trying to get some action into just the bell, 454p. Oh, yeah, baby. Print them. Print my puts. There you go. My puts have some life back in them again. Oh, look at that. Oh. Do I sell these puts? Do I sell these after hours? You guys, I like taking profit at least one time and then rebuying right before the bell. Take some off the table. What you don't want to do is see us trade down to 450 and then bounce before the opener tomorrow. Take a little bit off the table. We've got 2 minutes left. Take a little bit of money off the table. A little bit of sweet cash. EEM puts 1215. 23, 45p for $645,000. I don't know why they did that after hours. EEM, Echo Mike. 23. That's like a year down the road.
Just a reminder, about 15 minutes, we're expecting the central bank decision from Brazil, expected to raise 150 basis points to 10.75%.
That's what that's about.
Straight hike in the current tightening cycle.
Yep, so that's EEM puts, that must be emerging markets. What does that take? Half a day to make some money? All day long, waiting around to make some money. Yeah, you want to see a break below 450 if you're super duper bearish. Dude, and we're seeing some selling off from market wide, right? Repercussions market wide. Amazon down 83 after the bell into the 415 hour. Facebook getting straight served, down 18%. Spotify down 19%. Oh, that's, yeah, woof. That's huge. Spotify down 19%. Huge. Just getting throats cut around here. Bears are out like assassins into the bell. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Please like and subscribe. If you are becoming a better trader, if you're making money off these live streams, please consider supporting. There's a donation button down in the description. We also have links to Discord. As a matter of fact,
Life MET, $2.17 on the adjusted line. Michael Echo Tango, well above the 142 estimate.
I'm going to get you guys a link right now and post it in the chat for the current Discord link. So if you guys aren't in Discord yet, this is a free sub. Nothing's behind. What is going on? Nothing is behind a paywall here. So if you want to join in, there's a bunch of traders. They trade with each other. They trade against me. They trade with me. If you guys want to get involved in that Discord, we also have a website, CaptainJimJames or CaptainJimJames.com and Jim James Navy.
Healthcare CHNG, 36 cents is in line with expectations. Revenue slight beat and trailing Hotel November Golf.
Hold on here. I'm going to post this right now. Give me just a second. You guys can get access to all that stuff. Takes a lot of effort, time for that to produce this content for you guys. Hope you guys are winning your trades, at least becoming better traders out there. I know that you can get caught with there's a Discord link I just
Costco
posted.
their January same-store sales, excluding gasoline and FX, up 10.8%.
A little bit of bounce
Total
there
company
on the SPY. A little bit of bounce here on the SPY, but that should still keep selling down until tomorrow. Hold on here.
Charlie Oscar Sierra Tango.
Oh, what's going on here? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, end that task. Hope you guys all had a wonderful day today. Trading, this was a pretty wild ride, right? We trade up to 460. We've got real bad earnings out of Facebook. I actually can't wait to listen into what Zuckerberg's got to say for himself. Sometimes these earnings will turn around after their earnings call, but that's a complete miss on Facebook, right? Facebook's been heavily shorted. There is an implied 6% move on Facebook today. We got more than that, right? We got way more than a 6% implied move. Way more. 19% on Facebook. Bloodbath. Bloodbath. I mean, wild. We're going full bear roar. The bears are all fired up right now. Bears are fired up right now. Look at that. Just cliff dive. You know, and this does set us up, right? If we get an Amazon batter ER report, I want to know what positive we have to look at. Because I'll tell you what, if Facebook's this ugly tomorrow, and if Amazon doesn't post some like farting rainbows out of their ass, you know, pink fluffy rainbows dancing on rainbows, or pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbow shit, then this does set us up for another move down to test lower lows in the market. We are at a critical juncture.
ABB reporting an FFO of 227 per share, above the 224 estimate.
Fire up all the fire engines, hell yeah.
Alpha Victor Bravo.
Amazon better not split tomorrow. Oh, bear flags, baby. Bear parade. You know, it's funny too. I was smelling that bear capitulation. I was smelling it. I was smelling that bear capitulation. I had some bears sniffing around me, asking me if I was still. Oh yeah, dude. Straddling and strangles. Heck yeah. And look at it. Facebook just destroyed. Devastated. It's yeah, you guys have a great day, Captain Ron. You got it's kind of like Zuck shows up to a party with some shorts and a t-shirt on. Some guy just walks up and just rips his shirt and shorts off. Just devastated. Dude, I can't touch, brother. This is what's happening to Piton, my man. We're just gonna strip him. And we're in before any of the we're in Piton before any of the interest in premium, so I can't wait. I'm coming after Piton, I promise. Dude, did Snap get wrecked? I didn't even look at Snap. Got bears sniffing around me. You still bearish? Hell yeah, I'm still bearish. Hell yeah, we're right where we're supposed to be getting higher. Oh my snap! What happened, buddy? Woohoo! Woohoo! Bye-bye, Snap. New lows on Snap. Wow. Wow. Bye-bye, Snap. Down 20%. Yeah, what is up with the Washington Click Commanders? What's going on with that name? Who picked that name? I mean, I get getting rid of the Redskins, and I get the hey, we love them and all that. I get both sides of that argument, but the new name is absolutely terrible. That's even worse than the football team. Snap, they just pimp slapped Snap too. It's like they shot Mark Zuckerberg's dog. Yeah, you just keep grabbing puts on Piton before all the other nerds grab them. We're gonna have this reckoning with Piton in a week. Yeah, I mean, I get the point on the Redskins wanting to change the name. I kind of like the football team, believe it or not, but like the Commanders, like, come on. You mean the Click Commander, right? You guys already remember Clerks? You guys forget Clerks? You guys never saw Clerks? Am I getting too old for this? Washington Truck Nuts would have been hilarious. Bye-bye, Zuck. Oh, dude, devastating. Just devastating. Dude, it's the 13th. It's like the 13th most shorted stock in the market. 4,800 tickers. It's number 13. Oh, we should definitely have a party on Piton. I mean, what is Piton gonna say? What are they gonna say? What can they say? I want to know. Hell yeah. The Click Commander. I am the Click Commander. I shouldn't be saying that. Can we see Bitcoin? Hell yeah, we can see Bitcoin. Hell yeah, we can see Bitcoin. Thank you for printing my puts. I've been sitting on them. I've been waiting for those puts to print. Just being quiet over here, trading calls up, just collecting puts. I'm like, don't worry, they'll print. Be patient. If we get a bad Amazon, ER, lights out. Eric says, quit, it's gone. Sorry, no need to bring it up. Piton, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly, Desperado. I mean, what are they going to say? The only thing that I can see on Piton is that they're trying to sell themselves out of it. Like they'll run scams on it, right? They'll tell you bullshit. So they can like sell it down, bring it back up, sell it down, bring it back up, and divest themselves. Well, what's his face from... What was this somebody saying this morning? That's like an overall buy or something, consensus buy of Piton. I heard that about SQ too. I remember that. I remember when I was watching last year, right around December, everybody said I have to start, or I can keep buying ARC-G, keep buying ARC-F, keep buying RK. RK, yeah, it was a little bit overbought, but it still had some life to it. I remember that. Oh, it's painful. You're expecting a bad Amazon, Mary? Yeah, I think at this point, right, we're at the end of, we were talking earlier, we're saying we're at the end of big tech earnings season. It's just like a shiny new rock, right? It's like a child, right? You give a child a toy, play for it for a day, and then you show them a new toy, and they don't even want the old toy anymore, right? They totally lose interest in it. And so you've got the whole entire market now after Amazon's going to start looking elsewhere for new trades. And we're walking the plank every day where they're setting us up is what they're doing. They're setting us up.
Telling you.
Setting the market up. They're setting up bulls. Because all they need is one to lose. We have one loser today, right? And a bunch of other of its little children lost today. We see it reverberate around the market. And then you lap the last one, which is Amazon. Now they're walking the plank on Thursday. And if they don't produce on Thursday, it ain't going to be pretty, right? You know, my question will be, yeah, it'd be a split. That's the only thing that I can see it. Only thing that I can see it, there's two things that would save Amazon. A split, and we jacked up the price of Prime. I don't know what else you could say, right? Or something we don't know. Outside of that, I don't know what else there is to look for. Now, the surprising thing would be if we do trade down and retest that low down at 420 or 430, that would be a shocker. And I'm sure right now, I know right now for a fact that there are some Elliott Wave guys that are going to tell you, I'm going to promise you, there are some Elliott Wave guys that are going to say you didn't hit 460 today. And so the original count is still alive. Price target 409, or they'll tell you between 420 and 390, depending upon who's counting. So you're going to get some real bears out there. Real bears going to come out of the woodwork. Is Facebook still going down? What's Quinn saying? More union news than Amazon came out today. Second plant on State Island. Eich. Baseton. Payspot. Pellabook. What is this? Pellabook? Yeah, so rejection today. Not looking good for tomorrow. I mean, we got one more tomorrow, right? This could get pretty violent. You could see some panic too. There can be some, there can be some panic selling tomorrow. Even if Amazon has great earnings, there could be some panic selling. That's the same thing. It's the same thing as like when Google, you have the Google effect on Amazon overnight. You could have some Facebook effect on Amazon tomorrow. If we trade below 450 tomorrow, it's lights out. That's lights out. Which kind of wild. You'd be trading into if Amazon gave bad earnings tomorrow, you could technically possibly trade down to like 420, 418 into OPECs and then trade deeper into March. It'd be messy. It would be messy. Google's the only thing holding the market up right now. If Google didn't come out with a split, shit would be over. Google's basically holding up the entire market. Well, Google didn't run it. Oh no, they dropped run after hours. Someone must be tracking us. Dude, Facebook's getting hammered after hours. Hammered. Hammered. Yeah, the Canadian reach around didn't do it, did it? Couldn't do it. Amazon down 100 points after hours. Oh, wow. Jesus. Yeah, you're going to start seeing some market panic again. Me, Kevin's going to be on saying I told you so. All right, you guys have a wonderful evening. I want to say thanks for following along today. Let me know in the comments real quick. Did you guys like the trade the news? Let me know if you like it right now in the chat. Because it's expensive. And I was using it when I was trading without live streaming, but I haven't been. I talked to you guys about trading with it here with you guys. If you guys like it, let me know. If you don't like it, I can only put it up if I'm not here, or I could run it on a stream inside a Discord separate. Let me know what your thoughts are in the chat, or I'll check some. I gotta check some DMs, I guess, as well, right? Winky was saying I gotta check DMs. Yeah, they're not all going to print, but they do a pretty good job of doing some call outs. You guys like it? Yeah, my puts are going to print. So stoked. I've been sitting on, so I keep adding them and adding them and adding them and adding them. All right, sweet. Yeah, the calls are pretty good. They do a pretty decent job. They do better some days than other days. I didn't feel like it was the best stream from them today. I don't know exactly why. Sell the news in the auto from stream in Discord. Okay, I'm going to give you, I think I charged my phone. I finally, my daughter keeps taking my phone and keeps losing it. So I just charged it. Oh, I can see that I missed calls from Joe Donut. I'm in the baddie. I got my, I'm probably in trouble. Wayfair's down 14%. Yeah, I appreciate you guys all showing up today. I'll be back here to trade with you tomorrow. If there's anything that I see between now and tomorrow to look out for, there shouldn't be. The only thing you should be looking at tomorrow is it's the same as the upside today. If you're, and I told, what did I tell bears or bulls this morning? I said, take profit off the bell, or that's what I'm doing. You guys can do whatever you want. You guys are looking to be taking profit tomorrow right around 450, unless we break through. 450 is right about where you want to be taking profit. And I'll show you guys some setups for selling. We could bounce there and then sell down below 450, but you want to take profit, wait for a bounce, then take it lower if you're going to get super duper bearish down below 450. I think there's going to be some panic selling, though. We don't have any time. We only got one day until Amazon. I think you're going to see some market participants at this point get scared. I think you're going to see bears coming out and with their chalkboards and their crayons, and there's some Elliott waivers out there. I guarantee they're going to tell you that this still fits their narrative of us heading down and not sideways. This does not fit the sideways narrative. The sideways narrative is just a trade higher over 460. We bounce down and below and above on the opposite side of that downward channel. We trade sideways, consolidate. Even if we end up trading down into March, it still fits that narrative. But this right now, and if Amazon does not produce tomorrow, it's not fitting the narrative. It's fitting the narrative of a corrective wave 4, right? Yeah. Corrective wave 4, I believe. And then we have to finish this, complete this on the way back down. We'll test some lows. If the rejection is big, it can get really ugly. But we'll know more tomorrow. We'll know more tomorrow when we see Amazon. We'll know more tomorrow if there's any kind of recovery. Anybody buying the dip for the trade into Amazon for tomorrow. But there's going to be some ramifications from this. Absolutely. I'm going to show. I want to show Quinn before he leaves real quick. We're at 37.01, right? No support here. So we're looking down below for Bitcoin to be trading. I mean, they're barely sitting on support up here, right? Just barely. 37.08. Nice next price target down for Bitcoin. We've got light support at 35.99.5, but next target right now is 35,000. Let's say if you broke through overnight to 35,000, your next target below there. This is not big support down here. Your next support down below. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, is if we get the reversal. Josh, good point. Your next price target, though, is 32,000 on Bitcoin. That's my question is about... my question on Facebook is they pull some bullshit out their ass that we don't know about. You didn't buy the calls? Yeah, I was already sitting on I'm sitting on a truckload of puts. So I was like, yeah, I'll throw some calls on there. I'll throw a straddle on there for the SPY. But if you check back my video from this morning, you guys will get my whole take on the market. You guys will take where I am in the market right now. And that should give you an idea of what I'm thinking. Same thing same thing with Facebook today. It's it's heavily hedged, and then every day you're just making the bulls walk the plank, which is important, right? You're making them walk the plank. You're saying to them, hey, if you're going to get bullish in this market, we want to see why we need to be bullish. What events? What are you proving that you want to be bullish in this market? And I'm interested to see what happens with Amazon tomorrow. If Amazon is nothing less than stellar, lights out. Check you all out tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for listening every day.